Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave.
Hello, my name is Hunter Hancock, aka Meat Canyon, aka Papa Meat, and that is where you are today, is the Papa Meat channel. And today I want to talk to you about my Patreon and how it supports my channel. Now you're probably wondering, what are the benefits of Patreon? Why should I care about your Patreon? Well, there's a couple things. One, YouTube monetization. YouTube's ad revenue system is finicky, it is not reliable, it is up and down, you have to censor yourself, you have to pull back on certain ideas. Patreon just allows us to have a little bit of, just a little comfort blanket over our sweet little bodies, over our bare nipples at night, so we're not so cold and not so frigid. We're able to take extremes and we're able to take chances and realize that we're not completely burning down our revenue and our channel. Also, Patreon helps us pay artists, freelance artists. It helps us pay for silly gags and goofs that we do. And not to mention that this Patreon helps Meat Canyon parodies and all the crazy shit that we do on the Meat Canyon channel and Papa Meat. So it's a 2-for-1 deal. It's just, it's a beautiful collection. It's a family that comes together. So you're probably saying, I'm scratching your back, Hunter. How can you scratch mine? Well, we got stickers that we can ship out to you. We got behind the scenes content that we can give you. We got polls. We got all sorts of ways to interact and be a part of the content creation. We have a Discord where you can be with your pals. You can talk about the cartoons. You can talk about your life. What else do you need from me? You want my blood? Here, take it. Take my blood. Just take it. But no, in all seriousness, the Patreon is an amazing way to support the channel if you want to, but don't feel like you have to, you know? Also, it's a great way to support the channel is just sharing the videos, clicking on it, saying ha ha ha. But if you want to go the extra mile and you want to support the channel, please feel free to check out the link below. We put the link right below here, right here. Just go ahead and click it. Give it a click and see if you like any of the stuff. If you want to be a part of the channel, you want to help the stuff, then just click the link below.
Player. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about nurses. Evil nurses at that. We've done doctors before. We've done all kinds of things. You know, it's like whenever someone peaks in high school and they can't let go of that power, so they become a local cop. That's how I feel about nurses. That's how I feel about catty bitches like cheerleaders and anything else. It feels like people that are trying to grasp on to a little bit of power they had in school, so they become nurses.
I know a lot of very gossipy nurse.
Oh, dude. Gossipy nurses, the amount of stuff of people snooping and doing whatever else. I mean, it feels like high school in some regards. And that doesn't mean that there isn't obviously medical professionals out there who go to school to work hard. But there's also a lot of nurses who don't do that. And they just kind of show up to their local hospital and they just apply. That's who I'm talking about, dude. Which going to the hospital can be a really stressful time. Whether you're getting surgery or a tetanus shot, or even just getting a checkup, it can put you on edge, dude. And one thing that can really put you at ease or send you into a chaos and oblivion is the quality of nurse that you have. When you think of nurses, what comes to mind? Kind, gentle, reassuring, right? Rude, never around. What if I told you that not all nurses are looking out for you and that some are even out to get you? In fact, what if some nurses are just straight up evil? Today we're going to talk about some of the worst nurses the world has ever seen. From hiring hitmen on patients to starting senior citizen fight clubs. That's awesome. Let's get into it! Which the reason that we even wanted to get into this is not because I have some vendetta against nurses myself. Even though I have dealt with sad and decrepit nurses before in my past, both men and women. There was one thing recently that sparked me to take another look at nurses as of the kind of nursing care that people get. And it all started with a nurse who twerked on top of a disabled person's head. We can't talk about horrible nurses without discussing what happened recently in Loganville, Georgia. A video by a 19-year-old nurse named Lucretia Coyen went viral, showing her twerking on the disabled patients she was tending to. In the video, you can see her dancing and rubbing her genitals on the back of a patient's head. You know, and there's been a lot of controversy. You know, there's people being like, he doesn't look like he's having that bad of a time. And then there's some people being like, this man's gone, mentally gone. This is a very cruel thing to do. Which to me, I'm on that end. Let's not twerk and rub our pussies on top of disabled people's heads. Why even I have to say this? This feels like an obvious thing, Nick.
Well, what if he asked for it?
Okay, even if he asked for it, dude, I'd be like, that's a disabled man. I'm not going to listen to what this disabled man is saying to me. She then pulls out a bottle of pills and places it in the patient's mouth. So not only doing a little snail trail on top of the person's head, getting down to some sick beats, now you pop out the pills and just medicate them. Sounds like a pretty good party, honestly. She was fired, arrested, and charged with a felony count for exploitation of a disabled person. It is expected that more charges will come after further investigations. With the rise of social media platforms, with people wanting to go viral and become famous from likes and clicks and all that stuff, this is by no means the first time a nurse has done something of this nature. This has happened many, many times, and it will continue to happen forever as long as people are getting validation and little clickies online. I have a grandma in a nursing home. She's gone. I mean, she's mentally gone. And then we go over there, take a little JBL speaker, play a little Akon. Let's see what kind of trouble we can get into.
Can we twerk on her?
Yes. And then we can get into some of the nurses who have been mocking some of their patients. That's been a fun one. Which 4 labor and delivery nurses from Emory University Hospital Midtown joined in on an internet challenge that involved sharing your icks. You don't share your icks as a nurse, dude. Oh, this one. One of the icks that the nurses were complaining about were when patients asked for water and blankets.
Already told you to push a call light, but every 5 minutes, your family member coming at the front desk asking for something else. Excuse me, can I have a blanket?
Ew. Huh, really? You need water and a blanket?
Ew, you're complaining about your delivery that it hurts?
You realize women have been doing this since the beginning of time, right? The people in the video received tons of backlash for poking fun at people who are supposed to be experiencing one of the most intense and vulnerable moments in their lives. They're giving birth to a child. Can I just get some fucking support, dude? Also, multiple people took to online to share their traumatizing experience dealing with the Emory nurses. These nurses have such a reputation that people they're flocking in droves being like, I have my own story of Emory nurses, dude. Such as a family losing their baby due to negligence.
You was there when we asked so many questions on how my son passed away, and you played it off. Y'all all played it off, and 2 of y'all are in that video.
When are we ever gonna cover a video where there isn't some form of child death of some kind, dude? I seriously feel like every week it's just, how are we gonna talk about kids dying this week? I feel like I'm going fucking crazy. The nurses involved were later fired. Yeah, good. And the hospital had to come out with a statement expressing their disappointment in their actions. Emory Healthcare is committed to providing an empathetic, high-quality care to our community, and our patients come first.
Is when you come in for your induction, talking about, can I take a shower and eat?
We are aware of TikTok videos that included disrespectful and unprofessional comments about maternity patients at Emory University Hospital Midtown.
You don't want any pain medicine, no epidural, but you are at an 8 out of 10 pain just to serve a meal.
We have investigated the situation and taken appropriate actions with the former employees responsible for the video.
When you're going room to room between one baby mama and your other baby mama.
Oh no.
Ick.
This video does not represent our commitment to patients and family-centered care and falls far short of the values and standards we expect every member of our team to hold and demonstrate. At no time should our patients ever feel they are not being treated with care and respect. Every patient at Emory Healthcare deserves to be cared for by a compassionate, experienced team in a comfortable and safe environment.
Say that. It's the unlimited trips to the nurses station for me.
From me to you at the Emory Midtown Healthcare University thing. I also like how they had to make this statement after there was just like hundreds of people coming forward being like, it was the worst experience of my life. Or even someone just being like, my baby died due to negligence. And they're just like, ew, ick. I don't know about that.
There's a lot of response videos where women are like, I was going into labor, and the nurse was like, that's not possible. The woman would like put their hands in their vaginas and be like, I could feel the baby's head coming through.
God. Imagine feeling your baby's head before the doctor. Imagine reaching down there and you're just like, there he is. Do you think you accidentally poked too hard, make a dent in the baby's head?
Oh.
That's what my mom did to me. And she broke my clavicle when I was a baby. We had to talk about nurses. My mom, I mean, she's not a nurse or anything, but when I was a baby, my clavicle broke. It's like you hold your baby under the armpits like that, and she'd dig her goddamn bony witch thumbs into my chest. And she's like, ah, this
What's wrong with my baby? Why are you crying so much?
I don't know if I've ever even talked about it. You know how many times in my life I've talked to my mom and been like, I'm in a rough spot.
She's like, you're being crazy. No.
I broke my foot. She made me walk on my foot. It was broken for a week.
Just take some ice to school. It's just swollen.
And I went and saw the x-ray. Foot just completely bone completely snapped. Complained a week about stomach pains. And she's like,
You're just trying to get out of school.
my appendix ruptured inside my body.
How are you still alive?
I don't know. I'm so tired. I don't know. I'm just exhausted by it all.
Picture this. You're home alone when suddenly the worst happens. You have no one to run to, no one to yell to. You're all alone. This could have been easily avoided with the Meat Canyon Patreon.
From the same hospital that has lost a piece of a man's skull and then charged him thousands of dollars for it. Imagine you lose a piece of your fucking skull that you've had it your whole, you grew it yourself, and someone loses it, and then all of a sudden they're just like, that's gonna be like $3,000. Which this man had to wait 2 weeks for a synthetic implant to be manufactured, and after the procedure, the man was charged $147,000, which included the price of the synthetic implant and extra time waiting in the hospital. Imagine you go in, you're like, I'm hitting my head, I don't know, and they're just like, we lost it. Maybe weeks go by because you're like, well, my brain is exposed, and they're like, hey, by the way, half of your house's payment is what you owe, so good luck paying that back, asshole. That's not a piece of his fucking skull. That's half of his skull, Nick. He's losing half of his cap. It's like going to Lids and like they don't have the bill of the cap on the hat, dude. It's like that. It's not just a piece of the hat. You're missing the whole bill. God damn. Poor son of a bitch.
He was suing them.
Yeah, good. I hope he wins.
Well, the funny thing is they said that typically what they do, because he went in and they had to cut his head open, is that they tag and label the skull and they put it in a refrigerator.
You have to keep a skull chilled?
I guess.
That's a legitimate question. I don't know. If you cut out someone's skull, they're just like, put this on ice. I don't fucking know.
But the funny thing is, so when they went to go like look for it, they're like, huh, where is it? There's all these other skulls that are mislabeled, but it doesn't fit. Someone stole a piece of his skull.
It's 100% some guy just being like, I mean, why? Look how many we have. If I just give him another one. Yeah, I'd be pissed too if half my skull was fake. And I'm like, because you lost the last one. I had a perfectly good skull. You lost it. Or we could talk about a nurse that was filming for flatlining patients. This is, you ready to go to the hospital? You ready to get that big surgery done, buddy? The doctor's gonna be in a moment. I hate when fucking people say that. I had this one guy when I had my appendectomy, whatever, thing blew up like a goddamn hand grenade in my stomach. And he's like, ooh, yeah, you in pain, buddy? And I'm like, yes. And he's like, all right, well, the doctor's gonna be right in to see you, okay? Talk about my ick, that's a ick for me. The doctor will be right in. And then hours pass. Gonna be right in. He's right outside. I see him. He's probably walking to your door right now. Okay, bye. I can't stand it. Next time I go to the hospital, I'm just gonna be like, put a bullet in my head, dude. Fucking put the bullet in my head. Anyways, we could talk about a nurse who was filming flatlining patients. In 2024, a Filipino content creator named Juliana Villafuerte. I need to get a Rosetta Stone.
Is it for English or for Spanish?
I think for just the entire world at this point. I can't even pronounce English names. I can't pronounce thing. A Filipino content creator can't say Juliana. She posted a video online in which she was enjoying her coffee on the job before being interrupted by a patient's cardiac monitor flatlining. Which, according to Juliana, she says, and I quote, the patient's family members came to the ER weeping, and that's when it hit me. How life is just so short. What does that mean?
She was like basically saying like, you know, this patient dying and flatlining made me realize that life is short.
Oh, so she was like, this guy died and you saw me try, but I just couldn't do anything. She also filmed herself crying and discussing how hard her job is before doing an unboxing video. What was she unboxing? Thermometers? There's people online where it's like you set up your camera and you cry on camera. It feels a bit unprofessional, does it not, for a nurse to set up her camera and she's like, oh.
You're working.
Yeah, you don't know how hard my job is. Dude, that's the job you chose. That's also just like, why don't you fucking get off the phone and get in there and help some people? How many other people are flatlining right now? You only can get a good reaction if somebody else is filming you from far away. That's the best way to do it. Like that one woman at the Trump rally, whatever, who was like,
ah! The United States of America
Donald. It's one of my favorite emotional moments online ever. People were infuriated that she was using the death of a patient for her own personal life lesson. Oh shit, dude. What the Juliana, you're not Shakespeare, dude. In response to the backlash, she issued an apology statement only for someone to confirm that it was 100% created by AI. She couldn't muster the courage to write it herself. She had to use AI. Her university made an official statement about the incident, and she was given a slap on the wrist. God damn it, Juliana. Get back in there. Because of the incident, she has been given the title of Flatline Queen. You know, we were talking about life and death stuff, people stealing skulls and people doing dances and writing poetry while you're flatlining and dying. Now let's talk about a nurse who steals jewelry from dementia patients. It's the perfect crime. They'll never remember. Where'd it go? I always love when nurses talk to old people because it's like as if you have to talk to them like they're toddlers. I know there's gonna be some nurses too, being like, you don't realize the trenches you're in. Oh, I have to bathe for 17 old fucks all day.
We're making a lot of enemies.
Every video, I feel like people are just like, this motherfucker hates. He hates nurses. I hate the nurses that steal jewelry from dementia patients, dude. I like to joke about them complaining about having to watch old people. Fuck you. I don't. You. Anyways, in 2024, 54-year-old nurse Stephanie Phillips Sawiak was charged with 3 counts of neglect, abuse, and exploitation of an elderly, as well as 3 counts of robbery and aggravated assaults. 54 years old, dude. Fucking friendly fire. She's just like, I gotta get you before they get me. It's nothing personal, Gladys. A woman called the Wellstar North Fulton Medical Center reporting that her 95-year-old mother lost her $1,000 gold chain link bracelet after being taken to the hospital in an ambulance. They didn't waste any time on that, did they? When's the last time you've seen a sharp 95-year-old dude? Also with our sleep schedule, we're gone, dude.
I'm gone at 60.
It's gonna be a medical anomaly. If I make it to 60 and I don't die of a heart attack, I'm gonna become legally blind somehow. But they're like his eyes work, but somehow he's blind.
Can't see. I can't see.
In the investigation, it was revealed that Stephanie has a penchant for stealing jewelry off of defenseless patients in the hospital. Once again, easy crime. What are you gonna do about it? Another victim, an 84-year-old dementia patient named Patricia Gaskins, was wearing several rings the day that she was admitted to the Fulton Medical Center after a painful fall. It's always such a fun way for old people to go down. Oh, they just fall down. I can't. And they just fall. Steffi admitted to using hand sanitizer to help her slip the jewelry off her fingers. Are you my son? Later, when Gaskins was discharged, she discovered that she dislocated her finger. God damn! Over some fucking JCPenney rings? Holy hell, dude. Doctors also found a crack in the bone from how aggressively Stephanie tried to squeeze the rings off. In total, 4 rings were stolen from Gaskins. And Gaskins' daughter was infuriated, stating, and I quote, I can't explain the feeling that came over me from horror, nausea, and wanting to scream. You lose faith in humanity at that moment. That this happened in a place where someone is supposed to be cared for. Stephanie was ultimately booked in the Fulton County Jail on a $140,000 bail and was told by the judge to no longer work as a nurse or come in contact with anyone over the age of 75. If you even look at somebody over the age of 75, we will come down on you, Stephanie. Do you understand? Sure. Or we could talk about a nurse who breaks babies' bones. Maybe for fun? I don't know. Let's find out. A nurse from Virginia named Erin Elizabeth Ann Strautman was charged with 1 count of felony child neglect after horrific actions taken against NICU patients at Henrico Doctors Hospital, which NICU means Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, which is a hospital ward that tends to premature newborn babies, whatever. So preemie babies, dude. They have to have their little CPAP machines to stay alive. You get it. During Christmas Eve of 2024, god damn, dude, recent. 7 weeks ago? Man, good lord. 7 weeks ago, hospital employees found out that several NICU babies suffered fractures. This was not the first time it had happened, as employees were met with a similar situation from the summer of 2023. How did that just get swept under the rug? They're fragile, I don't know. In one instance, the Hackey family recalls admitting their premature infant in September of 2023, only to find that it had a broken leg 7 days later. Would you not raise hell? But then there probably someone's coming, it's normal. It's fine, he's a baby.
He's fine. See, it's happy. He's a preemie baby.
With 7 cases of NICU injuries, an investigation began, which led to the arrest of 26-year-old Erin Strautman. No mugshot's flattering, but that one right there, I don't know why, but I think it's a Pink Panther theme song. I don't know why. Yeah, I think of that. In court, Dominique Hackey broke down. He stated, "My son was one of her first victims. My son's first emotion was pain. And as a father," that's actually tragic to think about. How do you not go over, you just don't beat the shit out of these people? I want to tell you, can we always say something? Just fucking... that kind of thing. That's what I'd want to do, dude. Dominique and his wife had already experienced 2 miscarriages before their first child was assaulted. Our next video is going to be how to have a happy day, is what it's going to be called. Strotman now faces up to 10 years in prison and 20 more for malicious wounding charges. She is only formally charged for one of these cases, but she is a suspect in 7 other cases. I'm going to go on a limb and say the crazy bitch that's breaking preemie babies' legs is probably the one that's doing the other ones. And if that's the case, can we not just take a sledgehammer and every day you just re-break her bones every day for the rest of her life, and you shave her fucking head, razor it down to be like a baby. Her bones are forever broken until she comes back like the fucking Elephant Man. Or we could talk about nurse bangs patient left to die of heart attack. Okay, first off, we need to be better about writing these titles. They sound like those magazine covers. It's like a newspaper. Nurse bangs patient left to die of heart attack. Can we not make it a bit more human? In Wrexham, Wales, a 42-year-old nurse named Penelope Williams was contacted by a long-term dialysis patient, saying he was feeling unwell. Penelope visited the man in his car and spoke to him for about 35 to 40 minutes before he suddenly died while they were talking. You think whenever this thing happens, I don't know, I'm sure somebody in the comments will know. If you're sitting there talking in the car, is there any point where you're just like, I feel horrible? Or is it just something where you're just like talking and you're just like, you get hit?
Well, I think in this case, since they were banging, he was probably got too excited.
In a panic, she began calling colleagues in tears and asking for help. She was told to call emergency dispatch, a request that she strangely ignored even after being begged to. After investigating, it was discovered that Penelope had been having an affair with her husband with this patient for over a year behind her employees' backs. Wow. They would sneak off to have sex with each other, the last time being in his car. Get in the fucking Volvo. Let's rump in the Volvo. During the act, the patient died of a heart attack and was left by the nurse with his trousers down for the emergency units to discover. At least button the guy back up, dude. Because also, if you die like that, he's just gotta have a stiffy forever, right? After initially lying about her reasons for meeting up, she eventually came clean. Today, she can no longer work as a nurse. I always hate these comments where they're just like, oh, all the good nurses get fired. You know what I mean? It's the same kind of shit when it's like a hot teacher and they fuck like a 14-year-old kid and they're just like, where was she when I was younger? Look how creepy that is. It's so creepy. Let's change gears just a little bit. We talk about a nurse who hires a hitman. In 2013, a 23-year-old Cleveland Clinic nurse offered $10,000 to an ER patient to act as his personal hitman. Andrew Martin was enraged over a lengthy dispute with an elderly female that happened to be a former patient at the hospital he worked at. Andrew planned to forcefully take ownership of her home, which belonged to her deceased brother. To do this, he began by sifting through her medical records at the hospital and passed them on to his associate that worked in residence property repair and rehabilitation. This man used the documents to assert that he was in a relationship with the patient, going as far as to make a fake deed to claim ownership of the house. After a long battle in probate court, Martin had lost. This only infuriated him more. He believed this 70-year-old lady was trying to mess up his life, attempting to take her out of the picture permanently. Martin began speaking to the patient about potential hitman job, asking if he'd ever hurt or killed someone before. And after discovering the patient had shot someone in the leg once, he decided to offer him $10,000 to kill the elderly former patient. Like he's just like, you're perfect. I'm gonna give you $10,000. I want you to kill this old woman. It was an accident. I shot him in the leg. He then told the man to, quote, put 4 in her head and make it look like a robbery. What a guy. Shocked at such an insane offer, the patient immediately spoke to the police and had Andrew Martin arrested. Yeah, like I was just like, yeah, this guy came in and I told him about a hunting accident I had once and he offered me to kill somebody. What a fucking dumbass. He eventually pleaded guilty as the evidence was stacked against him. In court, he had to pretend that the wiretap phone call of him talking to the potential hitman was in fact not his voice. It's pretty funny. Him just be like, yeah, I want you to shoot her once in the head. No, shoot her twice. No, 3 times. In the end, he was sentenced to 12 years in prison. Actually, he gets out this year. Hey, welcome back, buddy. One thing is people in these fields stealing other people's medication. There's so many hard drugs that happen, and this is a case of a nurse stealing fentanyl for herself. Danny Marie Schofield, a nurse from Oregon, was accused of drug diversion at Asante Rogue Regional Hospital starting in 2022. During her time there, it was discovered that she had been stealing liquid fentanyl from the patients she was treating in the intensive care unit. In return, she would replace the IV bags with tap water. What Schofield didn't realize is that sending tap water directly into someone's someone's veins can lead to central line infections. Cases like this started to rise rapidly, specifically throughout the ICU. An investigation spanning 7 months had begun. Schofield was no longer working at the hospital at the time, but voluntarily agreed to suspend her license as the case was being looked into. There was enough evidence after conducting numerous interviews to indict the former nurse of 44 counts of second-degree assault. How much goddamn fentanyl do you need? I guess at that point she's probably selling it. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, fentanyl. You can't roll the dice too many times on that one before you slip up, you know what I mean? One of the victims happened to be a 65-year-old named Horace Wilson that suffered severe injuries after falling off a ladder. While admitted, the tap water Schofield put into his system led to an infection that ultimately killed him. Because of this, she's also being cited in a wrongful death lawsuit as well. Yeah, dude. Murderer. Is that not murder?
Yeah.
Lastly, we're going to talk about 3 nurses from North Carolina accused of starting a fight club at an elderly home. While that does sound funny, and I did chuckle, that is extremely messed up. In 2019, Marilyn McKee, Tanisha Tyson, and Tanisha Jordan faced assault charges for instigating a brawl between 2 senior citizens. It started with 2 of them filming McKee as she shoved an older woman into her room, turned off her lights, and forced her to go to bed.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Over time, their physical abuse would escalate. Later, according to the court documents, 3 of them convinced and encouraged a 73-year-old woman and another 7-year-old to fight each other, both of which had dementia and other cognitive disabilities. I'm laughing, but that's just because that's insane. And dementia patients slapping the shit out of each other. Once again, the thought is funny, but that is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The older victim pleaded for the other woman to let her go. To defend herself, she began choking the younger woman until her face went completely red. The entire fight was later uploaded to social media. And eventually, a supervisor came to break things up. All 3 staff members were fired, and a police investigation led to each of them being charged for assaulting an individual with a disability. I feel like there should be more punishment for that. You're messing with someone who has basically no mind. Where's the humanity there? Once again, on paper, you read that at a glance, I'm laughing. I'm sorry. It's crazy. I have to fucking preface this stuff now because we keep getting all this heat from all these different communities of people. Cyclists are on my back. Trading card people are on my back. World of Warcraft people on my back. You know, we talk about these videos and it doesn't mean I'm lumping in every nurse as a horrible person. I'm saying that there are always cases in every facet of life where there is going to be somebody who is a bad egg in a batch, right? It happens. A nurse doing something to maliciously affect you is such a horrifying concept when you're in a hospital or someplace where you are obviously very vulnerable and you're looking at these people to take care of you. It's fucking terrifying. Today, I mean, it started off, of course, with somebody twerking on a disabled dude's head and giving him pills, and all of a sudden we end up in a fight club. I'm just saying that the world is a dark and dangerous place. And for all the nurses who don't do this, male and female alike, I just gotta say thank you so much. Appreciate you for helping us out. All the nurses I had were great. I mean, everybody has a bad experience with a nurse. It's just because you want to get out of the place. I don't think it's really the nurse's fault. All I gotta say is thank you to all the nurses out there who don't start fight clubs with elderly people or my grandma, or they don't twerk on my head when I'm high on fentanyl or something like that. I appreciate you so much. For all the unsung heroes in the hospitals, just know you are appreciated and we love you very, very much. Until next time, everybody. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Today we're going to be drawing some nice, you know. I think I'm going to draw Kratos, I'm going to draw Sonic, and then I don't know. We'll see. All I know is that Kratos is an old man, and as I've been playing the newest game, God of War Ragnarok, this definitely isn't sponsored. Kratos acts like a big mommy, so I think I'm going to give him some nice mother's hips and some nice mama zitties, dude. You know what I'm talking about? There's a lot going on with him. I'm gonna simplify a lot of this. All I know is I want the chains that he used to have for the Chaos Blades. I think I want to wrap those around his wrist, make his boobies wrap around his wrist, and he's gonna hold like that, and he's gonna be milking himself for his boy.
For his boy.
So much muscle definition. You're so big and strong, Daddy.
Thank you, boy.
I would have made his head like really wide, if that would look good. What have y'all thought about God of War Ragnarok so far. I feel like I hate Atreus. A nice healthy set of abs. Just a nice little casual scar up the middle. No big deal. I saw a woman at Walmart that had thighs like, had the ass where it looks like a shelf in the back. So he could have big juicy ass like that. Would it be as good of a God of War game if the whole game was about Kratos trying to get Atreus to latch?
Come on, boy, you have to feed.
No, I don't think I will, Daddy.
See, I want his tit to hang down like it's the chains, you know what I mean? For the Chaos Blades. Draw Elon Musk. How about you stop telling me what the fuck to do, dude? And then maybe I will do it, because I'm a pushover. Today's video is sponsored by Adam and Eve, the nation's largest retailer of adult products for over 50 years. If it's getting hot and heavy and you need it, they got it. Tell them Papa sent you and head on over to adamandeve.com and use promo code PAPAMEAT to get 50% off your first item and free shipping in the United States and Canada. Thank you to Adam and Eve, and now on to the video. He could fling these guys around, he could fling it into Atreus' mouth, he could be fed. Very well fed. Just a nice big old fucking nice just sluggish titty just in his hand. Kratos looking like he'd be TikTok. Also, this would be ferocious to see him battle, dude. I'm just gonna draw Atreus. This is just gonna be Atreus. That's Atreus. I feel like his eyes gotta be way smaller in the game. I feel like I can never see his eyes in the game. Make him eyeless. I can probably do that, actually.
Oh, I have to find my boy.
There's our Kratos. He's beautiful. He looks so fucking old, dude.
Boy.
Can I do my, let me see. Can I do the, how does his voice get?
Boy. I have killed the gods of Olympus. Boy.
I can't fucking get in that register very well.
Boy.
Bro so old he calls people honey at the checkout desk. He says sweetheart. He says sweetheart to all the Waffle House waitresses. The breakfast was absolutely phenomenal, sweetheart.
Where's Kelly at? Where's she supposed to be?
Oh, she's gone today, huh? Tell her I miss her. I always hate when I hear old people say that kind of shit. Tell her I said hi, I miss her. Oh, God. That head looks pretty good. I'm actually kind of happy about the head. She took off work today to avoid you, and that's usually the deal. Huh? She knew you were coming in, so she took the day off. And all the old people were always like, that better not be true. And you're like, is that an odd threat? That feels oddly like a threat. Hell yeah, dude. This Kratos is looking mad good. That's gonna be my new catchphrase. I used to have a friend in college that was like, this is a very odd segue into conversation, but I'm just looking at these giant milkers, these mommy milkers, and I'm thinking to myself, I used to have a friend who would he could only get off to pregnant women. But my buddy, he was also my roommate, and the amount of pregnant women that were like dating and that dated him, pretty crazy.
Boy.
You should make his fat mommy milkers pulsate and puss up every time he says boy. Let's color Kratos up, how about we? Got in a tight spot, yeah. Us in a game of pool. I heard David yell across the room, hey buddy, how about a helping hand? Truly, wow, I like whistled when I said truly. This really is a god of war. Like fucking whistled. You know, for a nice little Kratos, I'd say this isn't too bad. What do you guys think? Nice little Kratos meme. Let's do Sonic Adventures just came out. Let's do that. How do we actually make Sonic appealing though to people in general? What if we gave him a better face? Who's sexy right now? Who's a sexy person? Sonic, but we gave him Timothy Chalamet's face. And then I think to make him extra sexy, all of his tendrils are just gonna be cocks. Uncircumcised cocks. Sonic's body is literally just this. And his fucking legs. Should he keep the Sonic eyes though? I feel like that would just be so fucked. Looks like a fucking alien, dude. Looks like a goddamn alien. But we gotta keep the sexy, cause see, Timothy Chalamet has really nice eyelashes, so we'll keep the eyelashes though. Hi, I'm Sonic. I I definitely want to make the tendrils uncircumcised dicks. Like his sack is just kind of like... His sack is kind of attached to all these uncircumcised penises, you know? Does this look like Timothy Chalamet's face? But I kept Sonic's eyes? No. What? It doesn't?
Doesn't look like him at all. Made it too swoop.
I...
Plus the eyes, it's hard to, you know.
Well, I mean, his eyes aren't that far off from... God, that unsupportive bitch. You never believe me! Alright, hold on. I'm fucking up, dude. I'm fucking up. This looks shitty. God! Alright, this is looking fucking shitty. Just hold on.
Oh, I'm Timothy Chalamet. This is my Sonic.
This looks... this looks so stupid. I'm trying to make a more appealing Sonic for everybody here. And I'll be honest, I don't think I'm nailing the mark at all. It looks so bad! No matter what, this next one's gonna be it, dude. I can't fucking take all day drawing this stupid-ass fucking guy. Alright, whatever. So that's the fucking base of him. Is he wearing a diaper? No, it's just like his skin folds, dude. Okay, so we got at least a cheek structure here. Sonic already looking better. Not looking terrible. Nice little foundation on his cheeks here. Not bad. Not bad. So stupid. I mean, if you saw a Sonic in this... If you saw a Sonic look like this, would you be stoked? Imagine Sonic rolls up in the new game, he's like, hey, I'm Sonic. Would you guys be stoked on this design of him? He looks nothing like Timothy Chalamet, but I'm just gonna stick with it, and I'm just gonna make this more fucked up, so... Let's pretend that I didn't even use Timothy Chalamet as reference. I'm gonna put fucking balls at the end of all these little deals. For anybody who doesn't have testicles that's in the chat, let me tell you something. Balls are very oddly shaped. So you kind of got to get that lumpy mess. It's kind of like every ball kind of feels almost like a russet potato of some kind, like a small bee-sized potato. A Yukon Gold, as they say. I'm coming to get you, Eggman! I feel like the balls hanging over the uncircumcised cock things are looking pretty good. Would that deter his speed, though, is the real question. Would that mess with his speed if he was rolling around? Would he be constantly in pain? Possibly. Possibly. I am not sure. Old boy's got, I think he's got a fucking taste of the consumption here or something, because old boy looks sick, dude. He's drooling all sorts of stuff. We have to make it abstract enough, though, so we can let it slide by. Not bad, dude. Pretty good Sonic. Not gonna lie.
Let us drop some color! Yes! You're too slow.
Every time he rolls, though, he pinches his balls, so he's like,
You're too slow! I'm gonna go collect some rings. Ow. Ow.
Rolling around.
Mommy, I want Sonic for my birthday.
Gets beat relentlessly. I'd like to think that Sonic he does a nice little hardcore two-step, dude. You know? He does the little... Alright, there we go. There's our Sonic. Yay. Why is the coom greenish? It's not that. This is not... Nope. It's nothing that is inappropriate. So that is Sonic milk. He produces milk from that area. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down, because today we're going to be talking about the most powerful subculture in the world, K-pop stands.
K-pop!
We all know that K-pop artists are essentially treated like gods in South Korea. Let's be honest, the majority of the world at this point, with the success of K-pop Demon Hunters and also Gangnam Style. I will say, that motherfucker Psy, he brought it in. That came out of nowhere. Gangnam Style, I have no idea. You have no idea the cultural impact that had.
What is he up to now?
Dude, he's still selling out stadiums. It's insane. Every time I see a vertical video of a Psy concert, I want to go. They shoot that motherfucker up on the stage, and I'm like, it's a sold-out arena. What I wouldn't give. I don't want to go to one in the States, though. Take me to Korea. Well, a certain part of Korea.
Yeah, the
It's southernmost part of Korea, I'll go. If we venture up to the middle a bit, I'm going to be like, I'm not going any further. Yeah.
I'd like to visit the middle.
No. We all know that K-pop artists are essentially treated like gods in South Korea, meaning those that criticize them are often the subject of some pretty insane and toxic treatments online. I mean, it's very similar to any extreme subculture, I would say from personal experience, the Swifties or whatever, but I'm wondering, do you think K-pop, at least used to be, K-pop stans were the biggest butt of the joke on the internet? Now I feel like it might be Swifties now. Like, do you think K-pop stans are as prevalent like Swiftie hate now? I feel like
Swiftie hate's taken over. K-pop was like...
I also feel like K-pop, now that it's become so normalized as well, that it's like accepted.
People understand they've taken the K-pill.
Yeah, well now it's like people just being like, actually I will flick my bean to this guy, or like, you're like, oh my god, they're so hot. That thing, you know, versus now other people who are like, what is this music? This is like, why are you so attached to these people, blah, blah. Journalists often have to walk on eggshells facing death threats and potential doxing for daring to cover these pop stars in a way fans deem unfavorable. It doesn't matter if they're critical or giving praise, there will always be a group of fans boiling with rage over their coverage. Even in the world of politics, their strength in numbers can do legitimate damage to those that get on their bad side. I mean, in 2020, K-pop communities banded together to anger Donald Trump by RSVPing to his Tulsa rally, only to not show up day of. This resulted in a staggeringly low turnout with only 6,000 attendees seated in the 20,000 capacity venue. Look at that ghost town. Should not have upset our great leaders. But you know what? That's the side. That's the double-edged sword, though, right? When you're kind of starting out, you want to be on YouTube or you want to do anything in entertainment where you want fans or you would like some kind of praise, right? You desperately want an audience. I want an audience, right? And the bigger you get, the worse they are. Too parasocial. Also, the younger they are. Gotta watch out. But the more where it's also like when you tap into that rabid like 12-year-old fans, that's cataclysm. End of days. Yeah. I mean, look at it. Every large fan base that is in that realm, they'll cannibalize the thing they love. Why is that? Why is that? Is that just because it's gone so far out of like the realm of the creator to them and it's like such a personal identified thing to themselves that they no longer, it's more the fans than it is the creators?
I think it's entitlement. They're so young and they're going through puberty and stuff they don't understand. They have very strong emotions towards things. So when they love something, they love it, and then when they get disappointed, they're going to tear it apart because
why'd you kill this thing I love?
Yeah, there's no filter for them too.
Like there's no middle. It's extremes on both sides. That's usually also why you see a lot of discourse anyways with like, this is the best episode I've ever seen in my life, or that's the worst thing ever. Why would you do that? There's never a thing where it's like, oh, okay. Even K-pop artists themselves are at the mercy of their fans, often being brutally targeted by the people that obsess over them most. When K-pop stans mobilize, there's no telling what kind of hell is coming your way. I'm here to make the case that you don't ever want to fuck with K-pop stans. If you're new to the K-pop chaos and are curious about just how powerful these fans are, look no further than K-pop Demon Hunters. That was one of the main reasons we wanted to make this video. Was I had my nieces and nephews come over and those kids watched K-pop Demon Hunters. I think it was 4 times in a row. And I want to preface that I was not watching them. It was like a little family gathering. And every time I'd come in, I'd be like, didn't you guys just watch this? Oh yeah, we put it back on. Walk out of the room, come back, hear that golden song four times, you're just like... This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Fume is a flavored air device that's designed to help people quit vaping and smoking by breaking the hand-to-mouth pattern. Cravings can come in when you least expect them. You have to find a way to fight the urge and not return to your old ways, and breaking bad habits can be hard. So don't handle it alone, let Fume help. Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. By keeping Fume close by, you can have it as your natural replacement while you're working on improving your habits. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and never any toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device that with great flavor. Feel the rush of crisp mint or tangy raspberry as you say goodbye to your cravings.
I keep my fume device here at my desk so it's close by in case I'm feeling anxious or a bad habit wants to distract me from my work. Better to play with fume at my desk than go back to a bad craving. If you're ready to break the habit, now's a great time to try fume. Right now, when you grab a journey pack, you'll get a free fume topper just for using my code PAPAMEAT. Over 1 million people have already used fume to quit differently. The only question is whether you're ready to take the first step. Addiction is really good at saying later, don't let it. Grab this offer while it's available. So head to tryfume.com/PapaMeat. That's TRYFUM.com and use code PAPAMEAT to get your free fume topper with your first purchase today. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring the video. Now back to the video.
This animated musical released last year, quickly becoming the most viewed film of Netflix of all time. Many people, even some between the ages of 30 and 40, have admitted to watching the movie repeatedly during the weeks following its release. During the sing-along theater showing of the movie, people were losing their minds during any scene that included characters from the fictional boy band, the Saja Boys. It didn't take long for K-pop fans, new and old, to obsess over the film. One fanfiction site, Archive of Your Own, reported nearly 4,000 K-pop Demon Hunter posts were made less than a month after its release. And the insane commercial success led to an endless sea of Demon Hunter branded products flying off the shelves and into consumer hands, just like the Chicken McNugget sauce at McDonald's.
God, that second picture is disgusting.
All right, let's not shame the person for eating a little K-pop Demon Hunter sandwich. Looks delicious. At one point, McDonald's collaborated with Netflix to create both the Saja Boys breakfast meal and the Hunter X meal. The Hunter X meal. Huntrix meal. Is that what it's called?
That's their band, the girls.
Oh, the Huntrix meal. Okay, the girls' band. The latter of which comes with a putrid-looking purple-colored demon sauce that is now flooding eBay for obnoxious prices. We saw something similar with the Szechuan sauce, the Rick and Morty fame.
I take a Rick!
If anybody wants to pretend they don't remember that. To collect the shiny and rare photo cards that come inside these meals, grown adults are buying them nonstop and choking down the food, even though they're sick of eating them. At least that's what they say. Oh, I hate eating this. Just gorge themselves. Other fans going to events like Anime Expos have created shrines in honor of Jinnu, a character that dies at the end of the film. Spoiled,
Yeah,
sorry.
spoiler. What the fuck? I haven't seen this yet.
Yeah, sorry. Oops. Hope he didn't. Uh-oh. The shrine includes a marriage certificate.
Someone married him. I know that was a big discourse. Everyone was just like, why did he have to die?
Wasn't he? Aren't they evil? Aren't they demons?
Yeah, he was a demon. But so is the main girl. She's part demon. That's her whole
But
thing.
she's Blade. She's Blade.
Exactly. But she's got like the tattoos.
But she's Blade.
Everyone's like, they wish they had a happy ending and had babies and yada, yada, yada.
Oh, so they wanted the Blade woman and the demon guy to...
they were meant for each other.
Oh, but does she kill him?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. He either sacrifices himself or because the demon dies, he dies.
I've heard good things! Any fandom is gonna have its fair share of gooners, and K-pop Demon Hunters is no different. Entire subsections of the community that have been made that focus on asking the big questions, things like, you're locked in a room with Rumi. What would you do? Or, what are the Huntrix girls' favorite sex positions? Things that you'd wish would stay private, but yet leak into the public world. With any kind of gooner content we always make, you're always just like, it could have just been kept to yourself. You know? One of the most depraved things we're seeing with Demon Hunter phenomenon is the birth of pregnancy content. And let me tell you, friends, this is not anything new, but it's interesting. It really is that quote of, for those who don't if you don't know history, then history is doomed to repeat itself, kind of thing. And with vor and pregnancy content, it seems that history is forgotten far too often. Similar to the Elsa Gate controversy that emerged around a decade ago, people are making strange and vaguely sexual content. While tons of YouTubers have made videos about characters from the movie being pregnant, they're often just standard skit or challenge videos, which I still don't understand why you need that. You could have the K-pop thing, I get that, because these are all like the kid-centric. For people that don't remember Elsa Gate 2, it was Spider-Man and Elsa. They were made by Prank, that Prank channel. They were popular. It's like Ethan Bradbury?
Ethan Bradbury?
Pretty sure it's them. It was the thing where it was like kids content, but it would be like vaguely sexual. It was huge though, like gigantic. This is before also the whole COPPA Act came into YouTube and all the like, before there was like a YouTube Kids and that, blah, blah, blah. But now we're seeing that, and I'm always wondering, and why is it that the fetishization goes towards children's content in this way? What is the appeal there? Because I know that they present it in a way where it's innocent and silly, but the subtext around it is...
I just don't know why kids are watching it. Maybe there's a fascination kids have with it.
Well, because it's definitely younger than 12. It feels like it's for younger than 12,
yeah,
right?
Like 4-year-olds.
Clicking into the Shorts tab, however, you'll find all sorts of bizarre AI slop content that have insane amount of views, with many revolving around pregnancy. One, for example, shows the members of the Soulja Boys trying out a pregnancy simulator at the mall, only to lead into a montage of them being legitimately distraught over the pains of bearing a child. 4-year-olds are gonna love this. The K-pop Demon Hunters craze isn't going anywhere. That's great for K-pop fans, right? Wrong! The truest fans actually resent the movie's soundtrack for surpassing their favorite idols on the charts. How dare they?
Actually, that's a big thing. A lot of people say it's not even K-pop, it's English.
Yeah, exactly.
Some Korean sprinkled in.
Yeah, they have a little dash of Korean. Actually, that's the fucking smart thing that K-pop does. It's all Korean, and then all they have to do is just say like 2 English words, and that's how you connect.
Or you're like songs in English, and then the chorus is in English. So you get like that.
So you have the earworm part in English.
Like, oh.
Exactly.
It also helps that it's either beautiful women or beautiful men singing it.
Well, it does help that it's these doll-like people singing at me. I remember I was also fascinated in this subject for a video because I kept on my Instagram reels for some reason. I keep getting fed. It's like all these people will be on a stage and it'll be in front of a live audience, and then the guys will be sitting there and the camera will zoom in on one of their faces and they'll be like, and then the crowd will go, oh, very nice, and it'll cut to the next guy. Oh, and I think it's supposed to be like, they're so cute. It reminds me a lot of like the Ed Sullivan Show with the Beatles. Like it feels that archaic and old, where it's just like, aren't they handsome ladies? And the girls like lose their minds. Having a passionate, devoted fan base can be great in many ways, but things get much more bleak when you delve into the life of a K-pop idol. The process of becoming an idol is a grueling one that takes up years of your life. This can be quite alarming when you take into account that many idols debut at as young as 14 years old. And that's them debuting. Those motherfuckers are getting plucked up off the streets. Young, you know, that's the weird thing. The weird thing is like, which it might be the same in America. It probably is the same in America, but it's I guess it's, you know, the Justin Bieber effect too. But it's like an agency will literally look at like an 11-year-old and be like, you know what, you're a cute kid. I think that you want to be a K-pop idol. And they're like, of course. And then you basically live on a fucking compound, and you're basically crafted into this star that they're like, we're gonna make this many albums. You're gonna be in this group, whatever. It's very odd, but it does feel almost like like literally like in Korea. It's like, hey, come here. You want to be a K-pop idol? It feels like that, almost that secretive.
I bet it's the parents too. Take my son.
Yeah, dude, it's the same. Exactly. Exactly. At the end of the day, you have to look at the parents and be like, what the hell is this?
You wouldn't sell your child to become a K-pop
Of course I would, Nick. Of course I would, but I have to pretend I wouldn't. Agencies tend to prioritize the most youthful looking people, believing they attract the largest audience while also being the easiest to mold into the perfect talent. Children who set their sight on this kind of stardom basically end up deprived of a normal childhood, opting to focus on rigorous training rather than socializing with their friends. But to those that do want to sacrifice this precious time, becoming a K-pop idol is basically like winning the goddamn lottery. The first step is becoming a trainee, which means beating out hundreds of thousands of auditioners who are working tirelessly to stand out amongst the rest, right? And once you become a trainee, you enter an exhausting process meant to prepare you for your eventual debut as an artist. This means long days, training choreography, vocal skills, language skills, modeling skills, acting skills, all alongside hefty media training. Idols have admitted that you eventually start moving without any sleep over time. That's fun. Every aspect of your life becomes managed by the entertainment company, including your physical appearance, and one trainee admitted feeling that the program ruined her life and caused her to develop an eating disorder after only 8 months. Yeah, dude. You kidding me?
Yeah, there's a huge eating disorder problem in South Korea.
100%. There's a lot of content too online that focuses on these trainees, I believe, that are doing like smaller gigs, and they have like smaller fandoms so far and stuff, but there's so many. It's insane when you think about actually the amount, which I guess that's the same with any other musician on earth, but just like the amount of groups or idols that are trying to be out there, it's crazy.
You know, that was the one criticism I saw a lot of K-pop, or in the Demon Hunter movie, they're eating too much food. They're like, if this was a real K-pop band, they would eat nothing.
Oh, don't worry, the managers would cut that shit off very quickly. Yeah, but it's cute anime, and you have to do that,
they
right?
eat the ramen noodles like this, and they make the little cat face. Meow.
I also like ramen. Yeah, that's my engorged fat ass watches. She looks just like me. Depending on your contract, leaving because of the harsh conditions can put you in a nightmarish amount of debt. Whether they successfully debut or you quit the program, many artists are forced to pay back the money a K-pop agency pours into their training, which is so fucked up. It's so fucked up to just be like, you should get this surgery. We're gonna do X, Y, and Z. Also, you like live with us. They're probably charging like rent to where if you do leave, it's like, hey, here's the bill for all the money that we put into you.
It's like in the United Arab Nation. What's the big tower in the Middle East?
Dubai?
Dubai. There you go. They would go to like India and they'd get people to hop on a train, be like, we'll come and, you know, you'll make X amount a week or whatever. Not letting them know that like the boarding's not free and that weekly allowance is actually like their lodging and food. So then they get stuck in these huge contracts and they're like 100 miles away from their home and they're just trapped in Dubai. And then once they're done with their project, they're just homeless. So.
I always thought that the people do that because then, one, it makes you reliant on the company to where then they probably get like super cheap labor of like, okay, well, I'll pay off my thing. So then you can hire them back and you get super cheap labor. Or in this case, it's a cult-like mentality for K-pop idols where it's like, well, you could do that and be dead, or you could just kind of go through with the idol thing and try to make it big. Because all the K-pop like record labels and stuff, all they want to do is like hedge their bets.
Exactly.
It's the sea turtle method. You make a bunch of sea turtles hoping that they get to the ocean. If not, there might be a couple that drop along the way, but you can at least exhaust it to no end and monetize it until you can't anymore.
And you squeeze them for every penny they have.
Exactly. I mean, like I said, you monetize it until there is absolutely no drops left. One artist admits that a majority of her time was spent throwing her paychecks at an absurd $150,000 debt that she had cured. This all means to say that the life of an aspiring K-pop idol is wrought with grueling health risks, financial troubles, and endless criticism. And that's before we even consider the toll it takes on your mental health. Also, you gotta watch out for falling monitors.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody forgot that video. Holy shit. I remember when I saw that, that fucked me up. That is a crystal clear video. Well, whatever ended up happening to him.
I think he got paralyzed.
That's horrible. But even after dealing with those toxic agencies, you may arrive on the other side just to realize that your new adoring fans are just as, if not even more predatory than the fucking people who made you. And there's a lot of passionate stans out there, and left unchecked, this passion can quickly turn into a unhealthy obsession. The companies that run these idol groups actively feed their fans creepy obsessions. Members of the group God, for example, were pushed to sell merchandise infused with their own DNA. A DNA necklace became incredibly popular with the fans, proving that every aspect of an idol's life had the potential to be monetized. Literally, it's the thing. Do you want my blood? Yes.
What do you think? People were thinking like, oh, it's that DNA.
Maybe. There could probably, you could decipher that your own way, but I bet a lot of people were like, I bet it's cum.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Or just their spit. I take their spit.
I bet it's anything. I bet you anything. People were like, you would have some fucking people being like, I want to clone them. I'm gonna clone and make my own, and then I can do whatever I want to it. And you're like, huh? You ever hear somebody say something like that? Oh, if I had their DNA, like, no, not necessarily this, but like, oh, I wish I had a clone of them. And you're like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Abuse them.
Well, that's what I mean. I just be like, I'm gonna hit them around and just do whatever I want to them.
But they had no conscience, so it was morally, you know, there's no ethics.
It's what makes it even worse. It's like this just this vacant life, like it's just a vacant living thing.
But he loves me. He gives me kisses and does.
You love me, right? She's like moving his jaw.
Yes, I love you.
Do they still perform the K-pop dances perfectly?
On strings.
On strings.
You can get it. You can get a pulley system that does it all for you. She's in the back, like pulling this rope, and it's just like.
I think if it doesn't have a soul, you're fine to do whatever you want with it.
Okay, serious fans don't just want to watch their favorite idols. They want to talk to them and be their friend. I'm still just getting over the soul line. There's like a very creepy religious subtext to that too. Well, if they don't have a soul, then you can do whatever. This, however, is likely to never happen, so they've created an app to capitalize on this desire. It's called Bubble and allows fans to have one-on-one conversations with chatbots of their favorite idols. Basically monetizing AI bots to just be like, I love your music. After downloading the app, you get tickets that allow you to start a conversation with an idol of your choice. Once you choose an idol, they'll send you a personal message to start the conversation. And after the chat started, the bot will occasionally send their message about their day or song recommendations, making sure to use your name throughout the conversation.
I read that in a book. It's how to win friends and influence people.
You read that book?
Yeah.
Why?
I wanted to learn how to meet friends.
Okay. Well, that's that's a fair, I guess, answer to that. I don't know why it sounded manipulative at first.
Well, it's a business book.
Okay.
One of the tricks is like when you introduce yourself, repeat their name and make sure to say their name.
Tyler, nice to meet you, man. I'm Nick.
Yeah. Hey, Tyler, what do you do? Like keep repeating your name.
Yeah, Tyler, that is an awesome idea. I love that. Yeah.
Because then they feel like, oh, this guy really cares about me. Yeah.
Man, said my name like 70 times.
And then at the end of it, it's be like, hey, good talking to you, Tyler. We'll stay in touch. And they'll be like, We will stay Dutch.
That book did wonder for you, man. You're like, yeah, I read it like 4 times. On rare occasions, the idol will send quick voice memos or discuss their mental struggles with fame.
I felt ugly. I felt gay.
I don't know if I want that. Sarah, get me out. Too soon.
See, I feel like I'm like their therapist. I feel special. I'm like, no, you got to keep going. I know.
Oh my God!
I know.
If a K-pop idol was just like, I'm in pain, in misery, please help me, you'd be like, no.
I said, you got to keep going, babe.
Stop it! You're doing so great. Okay, and he'd be like, send me a picture of your panties.
I will say you are gaining a bit of weight.
Ooh, stop eating. No, N-O-E-A-T-I-N-G. Thank you.
When you're jumping around, I can see your belly fat kind of jiggling.
And it makes me want to throw up. But the app isn't flawless. The frequency of these messages differs from idol to idol, as some will send multiple in one day, while others only send one message per month. And on the off chance that the idols do text back, they rarely ever give a proper response. Fans will tell the bot that they are excited for the new upcoming album, only for the idol to reply that they haven't eaten anything that day.
How do we know these aren't real?
How do we know that they're like, oh, it's a chat bot? It's like, it sounds like these are the real people.
I'm hungry.
Hey, I'm really excited for the album. Please feed me. Send Apple to this address. However, despite this ruining immersion, it seems that fans don't really mind. One person states,
I often ask my idol, what did you have for lunch? On Bubble. Typically, his replies are totally unrelated to my question. But once he replied, I had pasta. I guess many other fans asked about it too, but who cares? That moment, I just felt so happy thinking that he responded to me. That's sad. For both parties. The chatbot.
I do. The one time I almost sympathized with a clanker.
I am hungry. Feed me. I want pasta.
For some fans, talking to an AI version of their favorite singer isn't enough. A select group will go to any length necessary to get close to the real deal. Shortly after BTS singer Jin finished his mandatory military service, he hosted a Hugathon where he would sing and give select fans a chance to hug him. I have a feeling that was not his idea.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that was definitely the people being like, now you're gonna hug thousands of people.
I'm hungry.
Pasta. A woman from Japan traveled all the way to Seoul, South Korea to see her idol, but she wasn't going home empty-handed. Once it was her turn, she ran up to Jin and kissed him on the cheek before running away. Following the event, the woman would post on her blog saying she kissed him on the neck and his skin was very soft. This fucking outraged fans so much that one filed a criminal complaint with the South Korean police, and now a joint investigation is being opened with the Japanese police to find and arrest the woman for sexual harassment. Nick, open up the floor because I know you have something to say. Do you think that a simple peck on the cheek during a hugathon is worth sexual harassment charges?
Oh, is it worth it? Yes. That's still sexual harassment.
Dude, if you're, and I don't think, and nobody should be open to anyone physically touching them in a way that they don't want, obviously. But if you have a hugathon, so it does, it runs off.
You develop cold sores the next day.
Exactly. Or you put a box around your head. Then everyone can kiss the box.
Or you have a dummy of yourself. You kiss the dummy.
Yeah, he's holding the dummy while they hug him.
Yeah. Kiss the dummy, hug me.
Obsessive fans come in all shapes and sizes, and for every K-pop fan hopelessly obsessed with an idol, there's a fan that absolutely despises them. These people are referred to as anti-fans. Most anti-fans conduct themselves online by criticizing and harassing K-pop artists. For example, Seattle-born artist J-Bomb from K-pop group 2PM was hit with a petition titled J-Bomb Should Commit Suicide. It had over 3,000 signatures, along with various vitriolic comments from anti-fans. And this came after a controversy regarding unearthed posts from his MySpace made during the trainee days. The post read things like, Korea is gay. I hate Koreans. I want to go back to the States again. Korea's whack. But everyone thinks I'm the illest rapper when I suck nuts at rapping. Granted, I don't think that warrants 3,000 people to suggest the man should kill himself, but that's just me. I don't know. The life of a K-pop star is never easy. On one end, you have fans who are clawing for your attention, and on the other, you have people who want to see you on your deathbed. Believe it or not, there are people out there that are far more intense than anti-fans. So much so that they have their own name. A sasang is the final tier of obsessed fans. These people are stalking their idols' every move and going way beyond parasocial boundaries to appease their lust for their favorite singers. A big part of stalking K-pop stars is not just knowing their personal location, but also owning an item connected to them. In 2019, the group NCT 127 was traveling the US and playing in Houston when some stalkers got into their tour bus.
We're inside the NCT tour bus and we're making their beds.
They didn't break in. They simply asked the bus driver if they could go inside, and he let them in. Hello? Once in the bus, they rummaged through their personal belongings, crawled into their beds, and stole their tissues from their trash. One of the stalkers even stayed at the same hotel as the group and followed them in the streets. In one case, a fan broke into an idol's dorm and stole his piss.
What?
I gotta have it. A fan of the group, EXO, had somehow located where the group was staying and broke into one of the members' rooms. After finding nothing of value, they saw an unflushed toilet filled with urine and bottled it up before leaving. When they got home, they froze the pee so it wouldn't spoil and got on Twitter and tried to start selling it. Also, do you believe that? Or is it just his piss? Unless there was a video of him like breaking in and being like, shh. At what point, how many times are they just like, I have a piece of their hair? Like gimmicky shit, they're like, oh yeah, these obsessive fans will buy anything. The fan also appeared to have drunk some of the urine, having described it as slightly sour. Okay. Sometimes if people can't get a hold of personal items, they try to take the K-pop stars for themselves. The singer of Girls' Generation, Taeyoon, was performing at the Angel Price Music Festival when, out of nowhere, a man ran onto the stage and grabbed her. He took her by the arm and began nonchalantly dragging her off stage before security and fellow group members pulled her away and removed the stalker. What did he expect to happen? All right, come on.
Yeah.
She's like, okay, sorry, bye. Despite being a traumatic event, the K-pop star decided not to press charges. She said that he was just a passionate fan, so she wanted him to be sent to ponder his wrongful actions. It's not just your average Joe who becomes a K-pop stan. Even government officials can catch the bug. After touring Kazakhstan, the group VIX arrived at the airport and were getting ready to leave when the bus took off and drove them to the first-class lounge. Oh. What the hell is this? The managers had already stopped off the bus, so the group members were not aware of what was going on. They were then escorted to the lounge by security and greeted by one young fan. As it turns out, the president of Kazakhstan kidnapped the group and forced them to do a private meet and greet with his daughter because she was a big fan. Which also could have just asked us. You could have just been like, hey, do you mind meeting my daughter?
No, that's a surprise. Meet my daughter.
Yeah,
She
that's
loves
a
you.
fun surprise. Thank you. The worst thing that could happen to any K-pop star is having their address leaked and spread through the stan forums. BTS member Jungkook has been suffering for years as stalkers regularly come to his home. Fans have left letters underneath his door and even sent him food. This led to him once going on a live stream to beg his fans to stop sending him food. No more! However, this is pretty tame compared to what other stalkers have done. Park Yoo-chun, or of JYJ, was mortified to learn that fans have figured out where he lived and installed hidden security cameras to watch his every move. Oh my fucking god, dude. That is, ugh. Hours of footage were posted to forums of him walking from his car to his residence. Even compared to all of these nightmare stories, singer Taekyeon might still have the worst fan interaction of all time. The female superfan discovered his address and sent him a letter professing her love. Probably gets that a lot, or, you know, not out of the blue. K-pop idols receive hundreds of love letters a day, but this one was special. The person who sent it wrote the message out in their menstrual blood and sprinkled pubic hair throughout the page. Don't know if we can show the post, but those pictures are pretty gnarly. Many fans of the star didn't believe that the letter was real, so the woman posted a picture of a bloody pad that she used as an inkwell to write the fucking letter.
That's a good one to end it on.
Yeah, we'll end it there. There's something about K-pop artists that sends people of all ages into an absolute frenzy. It's terrifying to see just how far an obsessive fan will go to be noticed by any idol that they adore. Becoming an idol can be incredibly lucrative and can come with a lot of life-changing opportunities, but it's hard to argue that it's worth the irreparable damage it can do to a person's mental state. If you're a fan of a public figure, for the love of God, just act like a normal person! Beyond the celebrity, they're just normal people who want to take a smoke break without the fear of a crazy fan is gonna come yank their hair off or fucking try to throw acid in their face or steal them for themselves, right? Just enjoy the thing and move on, right?
Be a fan from a distance.
Also, watch K-pop Demon Hunters. It's streaming on Netflix and it's really good. And I might be a huge K-pop stan myself. So, until next time, guys, we will see you then. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and settle down because today we're talking about prison. Social media has made it very accessible to kind of get the ins and outs of what happens in a prison. Maybe you see a prisoner, maybe he makes a love doll out of pillows and he squeezes its ass and its titties and, you know, you're like, that's romantic. Or maybe you watch people smoking weed or maybe stabbing someone to death. Prison has never been more accessible to the common man. With prisoners getting cell phones and all kinds of different weird things happening, it just made me want to make a video talking about all the weird things that happen in everyday prison life. And it seems that every person who has been to prison has an interesting story or some kind of perspective that we from the outsiders, us safe, law-abiding citizens, find scary or fascinating. Have you seen that guy that talks about like, it's like a prisoner who has a social media channel. It's just about how he got addicted to like having sex with men, like getting obsessed with like men's asses.
I'm talking about this motherfucker's ass was so fat. It was like your baby mama. That motherfucker's ass was fat. Ungodly fat, right?
So let's take a look at some of these absolutely wild stories and see what life's like inside the clink. Is that the right word? Verbiage?
Brink?
The clink.
I've never heard of clink.
I'm almost positive clink is a clink. I'm slang a generic term for prison or jail. Okay, the clink. Just making sure. You know, when people think of prison, what do they think? They don't say butts. And pedophiles and murderers. And if you're thinking of a movie, what do you think? You're probably thinking of sneaking in contraband. Right. Some of the best stories come from people trying to smuggle things into prison. Prisoners have to constantly find more creative ways to bring things in, whether it be cell phones or drugs, all that kind of stuff. And they have to get creative. You know, back in the day, it was just your butt. I feel like the butt's a dead meme.
Well, that's the first place they look.
Well, it's the whole thing. They have you like, squat and cough.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's, you get naked and they're like squat and cough. So you squat and you do, you're supposed to immediately just shit out everything. There's no way you're pushing like a box of ibuprofen up that deep, you know what I mean? Our first little subject today, which is an attorney smuggling K2 soaked court documents. First off, just want to say, great prison pick. He looks lovable, but he also looks like he could just kill me with his bare hands. In the gay community, he'd be called a bear. Just kind of cool. In 2025, this year, this happened this year, 2025. 37-year-old Nathan Williams got the help of his other inmates to come up with a unique way to smuggle in drugs to Duval County Jail. Oh God, you see that Jacksonville Jaguar thing? Duval. He took an assortment of their legal paperwork and had them soaked in K2, a synthetic form of marijuana that is illegal.
It's illegal now?
I guess it is illegal. Okay, well, I think it's a synthetic form of marijuana. It's like rat poison. If it was marijuana, people would be like, I don't give a fuck. But they're like, no, this is bleach and Tide Pods. That's gonna get you hot. I smoked it once. I know I've told you this story, but I was playing World of Warcraft with my buddy like way back in the day, hitting some shit off of like a Monster energy can pipe, and we were just gaming. All of a sudden, I was like, I had this horrible panic attack, and I'm like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I thought that I was having a heart attack. I'm like, dude, I'm having a panic attack. So now I can't smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed since I was 16 years old.
Try it again. It's been 32 years.
I don't want to. I'm sticking to healthy stuff like Jack Daniels and whiskey and rum, dude. That's why I have this. That's why I have this body. He was successfully transporting the drugs for financial gain for a while, but an increase in drug overdoses led to an investigation that resulted in him being caught and arrested. He now faces 8 third-degree felonies. So, you know, starting it off light, you know, they have this year, a little K2, soaked in rat poison, shove it up your bum, and then now people are ODing on doo-doo pills. I don't know how I'd feel about if I'm trying to get high. It's like, this is up my ass. I guess if you're in the clink, it doesn't matter.
You throw a condom around it.
I like to think that it was just like bare fist, just like covered in the K2 oil, and he just like, he wants to get high too, and he's like, oh. Well, I guess if it wasn't covered, it would just dissolve in his body, and he would probably just OD himself.
Or he did the saw method and dipped it in wax and swallowed it.
Yeah. Well, I want to get more eccentric with it, so that's why I'm going to switch to pigeons smuggling in phones. Did Dr. Doolittle get arrested? What the f***? How did that happen? In 2017, a pigeon was found trying to enter a Brazilian prison with a cell phone attached to it. Guards noticed that an inmate was frantically trying to capture the moving bird, so they intervened and lured it down with pieces of food. Dig in their asshole and grab out some like a cupcake or something. Hi. Further investigation revealed that it was wearing some sort of vest designed to help it carry contraband over prison walls. Pigeons had supposedly been bred and raised by inmates with the purpose of having them smuggled out and given contraband, so that they could be released and use their instincts to return home.
Bred them in the prison.
He's like, no, give him time. They must make love. Only if they make love is his home. That's a pretty devious way of bringing in some stuff, though, huh? Training pigeons?
How'd they get the first pigeons?
Probably sweet treats or something. Probably plantains or some shit like that. Or we could talk about an updated pigeon, a drone, delivering and drugs to inmates. Well, that makes more sense. You can be pretty far from a drone to control it.
Some of them, yeah. Or you get like a little extender.
Yeah, with a giant metal rod. In 2016, it was discovered that drones were being utilized to smuggle copious amounts of contraband, like drugs, cell phones, and films.
Where they watch these films.
I was also just like, doesn't the cell phone just do that for you? Like, I need magazines, DVDs. It's like, so I have to bring a portable DVD player too. Yeah. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts, that's a great name for a prisoner. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts had been released from prison, he came up with a scheme to efficiently deliver products to those inside. He would make up to $6,000 per drop-off. Not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You're not doing daily deliveries though. There's no way that the guards are like, what is that thing? Drones are so loud. Can you imagine? He's like, it's multi-drops a day. I'm making $700,000 a month. The operation was shut down after Shorts was caught near the facility with a brand new truck he had purchased from his earnings. The vehicle was filled with drugs, DVDs, and other packages alongside a drone. I like the idea that he immediately got out and he's just like, I'm gonna buy a $150,000 Ford Raptor. Dropping off Twinkies and to inmates inside, dude. Apparently he was so proud of the scheme he orchestrated that he told the investigators everything they wanted to know. He told them he was using the money to create a new customized drone that could carry larger quantities of supplies. He definitely saw Catch Me If You Can. They're gonna be so impressed with this evil scheme that I'm doing that the government's gonna hire me. Shorts was convicted yet again, prompting prison management to become more aware of how new tech could be utilized to smuggle stuff into prisoners.
Look at that drone.
The picture of this drone is obnoxious. I think DJI drones have 4 propellers. This has, I think it's 8 propellers. If you've never been around a drone, it is not a quiet affair. I don't know how the guards didn't realize this was happening. Also, like, look at all these windows. Is everyone just like... Today's video is sponsored by GamerSupps. Our dearest friends at GamerSupps make amazing energy drinks and non-caffeinated drinks for you to enjoy throughout your day. They're gluten-free, keto-friendly, and goddammit, they're good. And we have an amazing flavor, raw meat, right now that you can try and enjoy. It's basically summer in a cup. It's unbelievable. They also just released their V-Card game. So if you like card games, I would check that out as well. And use promo code PAPAMeat and you get 10% off whatever you order from GamerSupps. It's amazing drinks, amazing quality. These guys fucking rule. They're one of the most supportive brands that we ever have on this channel, so please go check them out. Check out the drinks, the shakers, and also check out their new card game because it's a lot of fun. Thank you GamerSupps for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. Gotta go back to the attorneys though, dude. Those are the real evil motherfuckers out there in the world. An attorney smuggles fentanyl-laced weed to a dominatrix in prison. It's like if you're an attorney, they're just like, no matter what, there has to be some kind of marijuana in my ass. You have to pay me, and you also have to give me a chapstick tube. In 2023, a Russian dominatrix named Victoria Nostrova began convincing her attorney Christopher Hoyt to smuggle in bags of fentanyl-laced marijuana into the prison for her. She was definitely like silver tonguing that motherfucker. Do you want me to whip you? He's like, yes. Yeah, could I whip you? She's like, if you want. He's like, I'm afraid. Do not be afraid of things you do not understand, Mr. Attorney. He would do this regularly before being caught with a loose bag of drugs in her shoes, leading to the lawyer being arrested and replaced. Oh. Thank God we put the replace thing. Being arrested. Well, was he still in the case? As it turns out, the reason for Victoria's imprisonment is absolutely banana nut crazy. In 2014, she was caught on a traffic camera propping up her recently murdered neighbor in the passenger seat of her car. And according to the victim's daughter, quote, all that was left basically was his skull and bones, no legs, no left hand. I couldn't believe it. She's like, I don't prefer people have left hand. Her goal was to steal money and valuables from the neighbor, but instead became an international fugitive running from the law to escape Russian prison. And by 2016, she started working as a dominatrix while regularly visiting a salon in Queens. It was there that she met Olga Tisk, a stylist that bore a striking resemblance to Victoria. She decided this was her ticket to freedom. Victoria wanted to have Olga killed so that she could take her identity and live out her new life in Queens. God, Victoria's kind of a baddie though, huh?
I'm not a killer. I'm woman. Only woman.
Also, they don't look that similar. I think the only similarity is they kind of have a cold Russian stare. Like they're just like, how are you doing? Victoria begged Olga for an eyebrow touch-up that she could perform at her home. There, she brought out a cheesecake as a thank you gift. Olga ate a slice of the cheesecake and found herself vomiting 20 minutes later before passing out. The cheesecake had been laced with phenazepam, an intense tranquilizer that could lead to death if dosed high enough.
I walked over to the waste paper basket, and right there was this plastic container with what appeared to be the remnants of pastry, something that looked good.
Olga was alive, but spent the entire night feeling sick. To finish the job, Victoria visited her to deliver some chicken soup, again laced with more of the drug, which sent Olga into a coma. She's just like, oh, you're sick from cheesecake I gave you? She's like, yes, her stomach bad. She's like, don't worry, brought you green chicken noodle soup. You have to drink quick though, drink what hot, drink it. Oh. Olga. Oreo, your food is no sit right with Olga. Victoria then ransacked her place for valuable jewelry, a passport, and an employment authorization card before leaving. When she woke up, there were pills surrounding her in what seemed to be a staged Urukai. In 2018, the New York Police Department finally found Victoria with her boyfriend buying a 50-inch TV, where she was eventually imprisoned for murder as well as a slew of other crimes that emerged after her arrest. We just want to talk about Victoria. It's an interesting story. I like how they catch her outside of a Best Buy. She's like, I wanted to buy OLED TV. The picture better for me, Olga. They're like, you're Victoria. Are you sure? But, I mean, you know, yeah, we could talk about smuggling stuff all day, but I want to get to the juicy shit. Prisoners of TikTok. Huh? Prison TikTokers, dude. That's where the money's at. Speaking of smuggling, the birth of social media sites like TikTok has given inmates a new hobby to indulge in with the cell phones they smuggle into the cells. That's right. Prisoners have started posting TikToks, giving us a glimpse into life on the inside.
Look how nasty this cell is, man. They just put me in here. I asked for the cleaning supply, they told me no. Look, the light don't even work. I ain't got no light. This the light.
So all you guys, when everyone was complaining about, oh, TikTok's gonna go away. Ooh, this is unconstitutional. Look at some of these TikToks, dude.
2025, we got niggas sleeping in a mat. Out this bitch. Hey, bro. Are you all right in there? Yeah. All right.
If we get rid of TikTok, then we don't know what the prisoners are doing on the inside. Inmates would post videos of themselves creating do-it-yourself projects, messing around with other inmates, and most importantly, food videos, baby. Many inmates would post detailed videos showing how they would rig their living space to make food that was less depressing than the slop that they would receive on a daily basis. A lot of people making some, I mean, horrendous concoctions with various ramen packs and everything else.
This is what set it off. The pickle placement.
Also, some of them, dude, I eat a lot of these recipes that they're doing. One of the bigger prison influencers has made a name for himself as a very prominent TikTok prison chef. Said shelf for a second. His name is Untiktolard, the prison chef. Did I say that right? Untiktolard?
Untiktolard.
Whose name translates to a TikTok convict. In French, whatever, was he eating snails, dude? Has over 400,000 followers on his account where he posts videos of his personal prison recipes as well as other types of educational, amusing content. Let's show some of it. How quirky. The French sure are fun, aren't they? You know, who gives a fuck about TikTok, right? I shouldn't have even led you down that road, because the thing that connects us human beings is love, relationships, physical affection. So let's talk about prison dating and relationships. Let's roll that shit. I want to first talk about a murderer rapper who impregnates two jail workers. Impressive. In 2024, Darius Tyson was accused of getting 2 employees at Durham County Jail pregnant. You dirty dog. Darius, the highest ranking blood member from North Carolina, was imprisoned due to murder charges for kidnapping, burglary, and conspiracy to commit murder. They thought if you take a prison photo, you have to like look at the camera. Maybe he was looking at a big fat ass of that woman. He's just like, that one's gonna be mine. While in prison, it was discovered that he had intercourse with both a contracted nurse as well as a detention sergeant within the facility, both of which became pregnant. And the shocker here is one of them's a man. Can you imagine? Oh, Darius, what the hell?
Do you think they got upset when they knew?
Yeah, dude. Like, I risked my job and everything to do, you know what I mean? Or maybe they're just like poly. Or if they're poly couples. In on it. You never know. He had also used his charm and influence to get another detention sergeant to provide him a phone, which he used to orchestrate illegal drug deals from inside his cell. He was delivered other contraband as well, including a vape pen. But I bet you Darius didn't even consider getting a few. What you want to think today's? No kidding. I just want to know what kind of silver-tongued devil this is, dude. Jesus. Nick just did. That's all he has to do. The girl's like, ooh. Just as, come on. Come on. Darius, no. Come on. If you ever want to try and be like, I want to take you out sometime, the girl's just like, oh, no, I'm good. I have a boyfriend. Come on. Huh? Is that a silver tongue thing to do?
I'm going to try it.
Are you? I legitimately want you to try. Come on. Come on. You can do it at different speeds. Come on. Come on. Come on! In court, he claimed that he was sexually assaulted. Word? Seeing as a detainee by law cannot consent, according to his attorney. Oh, Darius. Playing the system now. He is still in prison and awaiting a trial for his previous charges. Damn! Do you think he kind of did that? He's like, oh, I sex with them, and then I'm gonna impregnate them, to then they can come back and be like,
they get pregnant. Everybody know.
Darius is a smooth talking man. He got his chops licked. All right, I get it. Let's talk about an OnlyFans prison guard who bangs another prisoner and then goes to jail herself. OnlyFans people, man, they do anything to get that content, won't they?
And it works.
Oh, trust me, the video is very good. Come on. In 2024, a 30-year-old female prison officer went viral online after a video was released where she was seen having sex with an inmate from a London prison. That's just literally a man giving her back shots right there. Do I look pretty? The inmate's friend, who was smoking weed while he was filming the sex tape, saying, "Guys, we made history. This is what I'm telling you." People discovered that the woman, Linda de Souza Abreu,
Linda de Souza Abreu.
Whatever, Linda, is also an OnlyFans model and a married swinger. Oh, wait, is it still open? Can I still donate? Pretty sick. Apparently, this was not the first time where Linda engaged in sexual activity with a man in the video. There was another instance which was easily found because she was still wearing her prison body cam at the time. She was ultimately jailed for 15 months for a crime and no longer works in the prison. She's like, oh.
It's a crime to have sex with inmates?
Yeah. Come on. That's all she had to do. So what, I can't bang I'm gonna lose my job at the prison and not be able to have sex with the inmates anymore? They're like, no. Come on. Or in her case, come on. Charlie XCX is my favorite. I think the apple's rotten right to the core. He's like, would you shut the up? It's a brat summer. You know, prison guards, they're little dirty devils. I mean, this next one we're talking about is prison guards having a jacuzzi orgy. Are there jacuzzis in a prison?
I guess at this one.
Sometimes when people talk about the amenities that prisons have, it makes me just be like, why the f am I out here, dude? I'm paying for that. If I'm paying for a jacuzzi in a prison, I'd be pissed. In Lanton Prison in Belgium, good waffles, it was discovered that 10 prison guards were consistently hosting orgies outside of work. Is that a crime, dude?
No.
I think that's fucking awesome. One of the male guards would bring everyone over to his house to throw parties inside of his jacuzzi, where they would each draw colored bracelets in order to decide on who their sexual partners were going to be with.
Do you think they drew Magic the Gathering land cards?
Yeah, did they play Magic while they were doing it? No, I like to think that instead of even the beads, after a while they do that thing that kids do in school where it's just like 3, 4, 5, 6. Red or blue? Red. All right, you're Jared. Wouldn't that be fun? I'd like that. One employee identified as S was a nymphomaniac that literally refused to work until she had sex. In the morning at 6 a.m., she would relay this to her colleagues, and a senior prison official began granting her access to his office to have intercourse with whoever agreed to at that day. So basically, he'd just be like, my room's a fuck pit. She's like, I want to have sex with Tony. Tony Soprano. All right, fine, I want to have sex with Ash today. Come on. Fuck off, Carmel. I'm busy. This information was given by an anonymous source that revealed that S was hardly qualified to be a security officer. What? Really? It was originally just a visitor who would come to Lanton to see her inmate brother that was charged for murder. The prison guards were shocked to see that she became a prison officer seemingly overnight. She probably just immediately sucked and fucked one of them, right? The man in charge of hosting sex parties was found to be engaging sexually with female inmates as well, which resulted in him being banned from a women's wing of the prison, and S, however, was banned from the men's wing, as they believed that this would help her calm her sexual urges. A thorough investigation had to be conducted to see who else was participating in the bizarre sexual behavior. That's the end of that. They still work there. Me and our work staff, we're all consenting adults. We like to go to jacuzzis, drink Mai Tais, and bang each other out. Off company time. Are we not talking about the pit in the office? Makes you think the guys making the rules are just like, we're not going to take away that, are we? If you're talking about prison, the first thing you think of is what? Prison escape stories.
That's not what I was thinking.
Really? What were you thinking? We got to move past the sexual assault, man. I guess I'm thinking of like Alcatraz, dude. Work with me here, Nick. God damn. What about prisoners who've just simply had enough? Yeah, like they're just like, I'm tired of this. I want to go home. Some prisoners spend years waiting for the right moment to break free from their cells using complex and coordinated plans. Everyone thinks of Shawshank Redemption, dude. We get it. Crawls through, you see the paper, they look in the stupid hole, and he emerges out from the shit pipe. Ugh! Whatever. We get it. Let's look at some real life stories, all right? Like our first one, an inmate who used peanut butter to trick the guards. Bet you didn't think of that, did you? You ever think about treating security guards like dogs? Might not have to dig for 7 years with a metal spoon. Maybe you can just get out some Peter Pan peanut butter, dude. In 2017, 12 prisoners escaped from an Alabama jail using only peanut butter. Okay, first off, it's Alabama. That's the first thing. They have a monkey working the key system like in Pirates of the Caribbean. Come on, Jim, you want this? Come on, get it. During meals, the prisoners were regularly served peanut butter sandwiches. To enact their plan, they had slowly been stocking up loose peanut butter in the cell for a long period of time. I'm guessing they're just taking the thing out and they're just like scraping it out and like just keeping peanut butter. But where? Like just put it in the corner. It's a huge like mound of peanut butter. Look at that. Damn. There's also gotta be a guy with like a peanut allergy who's like down the block like, calm down, Jerry. We'll be out soon. He's like, let me set the stage. It was 6:30 p.m. at night. With a hefty dollop of peanut butter in one hand, one inmate was able to cover up a number on their cell so it matched the number of a door that led outside. So they're just saying that if it was like 610 and the door that led outside is 810, that they're just like, it's like, that's 810. He's like, I guess this is 810 even though the 8 is made of peanut butter. It waited until an inexperienced prison guard went searching for the exit door, mistakenly opening their cell instead. All at once, they rushed past him and headed for freedom. Are you saying that he was like, does this lead outside and he is looking into a cell? This looks weird, but I guess is where I'm supposed to, gentlemen. Using a stack of blankets they brought with them, they covered the razor wire on the fence and were able to climb over them. Some were prepared with cars to pick them up and others simply ran on foot. While the majority of them were caught in less than an hour, 24-year-old Bradley Kilpatrick was nowhere to be found. Using helicopters, they searched everywhere they could, guaranteeing $500 to anyone who could give them useful information. Alabama, dude. Goddamn, what a fucking hellhole. I will give anybody 500, count it, $500. That's right. See, his eye, he knows. $500 to anybody who can give us some useful information. And I'll tell you, if anybody wants to pass forward that right there, the jiffy. Come on. He was eventually captured after being spotted in Tequesta, Florida. And in a press conference, a sheriff, James Underwood, stated, quote, escapes happen. We've got some evil people down here, and they scheme all the time to con us and our employees out of the jail. You've got to stay on your toes. This one time we slipped up. I'm not going to make any excuses.
Some of the inmates been pretty smart on what their plan was. Changing some numbers on the door with peanut butter. That may sound crazy, but these people are crazy like a fox.
I'd be like, maybe fire the guy who looked at the peanut butter sign and thought that the inside of a building led to outside of the prison. I don't know. That's just me. Or we can talk about Casey White's prison escape. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison. Seriously, Alabama, you guys suck. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison with the help of a corrections officer in 2022. The officer, Vicky White, oh dude, he's silver-tongued this girl who's just like, no one really dated. I never went to prom. He's like, darling, I'll take you dancing tonight.
Are you serious? Will you really?
The officer, Vicky White, began giving Casey special treatment after she found herself developing romantic feelings for him. As a relationship developed, she began using a burner phone to contact him from home. 1,100 phone calls were discovered on record. 1,100. She's like, so I just had to call you. He's like, God damn, dude. What? Hey, Vicky. It's just good to hear your voice. You left 30 minutes ago. Vicky was incredibly well respected and had been working there for 25 years. Because she was a supervisor, she had a lot of power. So, you know, that probably was. She probably just didn't get her raise. She's like, I'm going to get mine, dude. I'm trying to jump on the pogo stick. I'm ready to bounce, girl. She started to plan out a way for Casey to leave with her so they could live the rest of their lives together. Before enacting their escape, Vicky began purchasing an assortment of camping gear and firearms. She had sold her home, then announced her retirement with only 1 day's notice. Hey, I'm leaving. They're like, oh, wait, what? Vicky, what? I'm gone. Their plan was to organize a, quote, mental health evaluation at a local courthouse, during which Vicky would walk him out of the jail and leave in a corrections patrol vehicle. It worked flawlessly. And soon a search began. They were tracked for a long time, constantly swapping vehicles and keeping the police off their scent. After 11 days, they finally caught them hiding out in a motel after receiving an anonymous tip. When the two of them got in the car to leave, the police engaged in a high-speed chase and rammed them into a nearby ditch. A vicious firefight broke out, in which Vicky accidentally shot herself and collapsed. Casey was outgunned and surrendered so that the police could quickly tend to the woman he now claimed was his wife. In the end, Vicky died from her injuries. That one got ran over quick. Casey was sent back to prison and is eligible for parole in 2081. I'm gonna wear if he was eligible, because he definitely got time added onto his sentence because of that. Come on, Vicky. She's like, I don't know. Come on. How long you been here, girl? How much you make? Oh, hell. They get you a raise. I got a raise for you right here, Vicky. She's like, then she shoots herself apparently in the heart. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, he's like, just take me back, dude. She's like, it's like Bonnie and Clyde. He's like, take me back. Is it Chicken Tuesday? Take me back. No way the Vicky snuff is that good too. You know what I mean?
Look at her.
Well, both of them. First off, he's got those big ass fucking monkey ears. She kind of looks like a vampire a bit. She's got that hair lip where her mouth goes up in a V.
She looks dead inside. 25
years as a prison guard. Yeah, dude, I'd be dead inside as well. Prison life is a truly fascinating thing. We got to learn about people smuggling in marijuana up their bum, people prisoners falling in love with guards falling in love with prisoners, technology bringing drugs from the skies, evolution of birds bringing contraband into Brazilian inmates. It's a fascinating time. And I'm so glad I get to live in a time where technology lets me know about every single aspect of it. I could have done without the OnlyFans thing, if I'm being honest. I don't know. Honestly, I was just like, I'd rather hear a love story like Vicky's than the old, Charlie XCX. I can't believe I got me bum rammed in the prison cell.
I thought that video was fake.
Yeah, when it was making its rounds on Twitter, I was like, this is a set or whatever. It did not feel real. And to find out it's real, it's just so stupid. What are you doing? I don't know.
Women are the biggest gooners. Have you seen them waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Women are waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Huge line.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just want to see him.
It's like Beatlemania over a guy who murdered somebody. I guess Luigi's a good-looking guy, isn't he?
And he's a hero.
Did he do it? Do we know for a fact that he did it?
Yeah. They found his manifesto.
Oh, so he was just like, yeah, I did it. Maybe we'll get Luigi banging one of the guards. If Luigi meets Darius in the clink, you better believe Luigi's getting a little pussy before he heads off to the big man upstairs. That's all I gotta say. Until next time, stay out of prison. Appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Excuse me, Mr. Maul.
Yo, man, you know what it is.
Can I have a honey glaze sandwich on rye?
Yeah, here you go. Here goes the honey.
Honey glaze, extra honey.
Extra honey.
On rye.
On rye.
Please.
Please.
To go.
To go.
The chips and the drink.
We got it. We got it.
The day after Thanksgiving. This is our lunch.
This is the day after Thanksgiving.
I told you we don't eat trays. This is all.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. I am talking to you today about Velma. If you've been living under a rock, or if you haven't been on Twitter, God bless your soul, then you might have missed the tsunami, the absolute tidal wave that has been the first reception of the new Scooby-Doo spin-off show, Velma. I don't know why I decided to wait till basically 3 in the morning. It's 4 o'clock now, and I watched the first 2 episodes, but I don't know why I waited till this time to watch it. But, I was just thinking to myself, is it as bad as people say? Is this show as bad as the public wants you to believe? 1.6 right now. The rating system out of 10. That's a big stinky, that's a full diaper. That's a big stinker. So I decided, you know what, why not now? I'm staying up anyway, so I thought I would just give my quick thoughts and ask the question, is Velma as bad as they say?
And in today's overcrowded market, in pop culture,
on TV shows,
every teen show ever,
in teen movies,
minorities on TV,
television actors, so help me Shonda Rhimes.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's hard to not get caught up in the whirlwind of hate when our show comes out. You have things like Callisto Protocol, where it's like I've bought that game, but since it was released, I haven't even touched it because I lost interest in the show because of how bad the reception was of it, right? Same thing with you remember that show Thundercats Roar? Everybody was pissed off because it was in Cal Art style. That's another thing. I've never checked it out. I probably wouldn't have checked it out anyways, but still, it's just another thing where it's like you hear it's hated, so it's dead. It's dead in the water. But I wanted to take time to be like, you know what? This is kind of an interesting idea. I like Scooby-Doo. Who doesn't like fucking Scooby-Doo? Are you kidding me? Come on. And it's like HBO. It's supposed to be for an older audience. We're attacking more serious things, and we got rid of this talking dog. This is like a true crime person's wet dream. Velma's thick pussy walking around with Daphne's thick pussy and Thread's big old not even Shaggy, this new guy named Donnie or Norville. So I thought I'd give it a try, and it's my God. First off, I guess I just want to say the positives very quickly because it's kind of a shorter list. The visuals. The show is animated beautifully. I think the style of the show is very fun. It has a very, oddly enough, it kind of reminds me of a Harry Partridge cartoon. If you guys like Harry Partridge, it kind of gives me similar human designs to that. Beautiful animation with horror sequences and stuff, and just visually, it's very nice. All the artists that worked on it should be very proud because they did a lot with, I mean, just very simple Scooby-Doo setup. Just wanted to take time and say, artist, I see you out there. I appreciate you. You guys rule. I'm sorry that the next part is pretty much bad. It's all bad after this. Which leads into basically the writing. And the thing about this show is that we follow Velma, right? It's the name of the show. You know, we're not going to follow fucking Norville. We're not going to get people asses in seats over Norville. Should just call the show Not Shaggy. What? That was terrible. I'm very tired. Basically, the biggest conflict and the biggest, like, draw to the show, I would say, is that Velma, who historically has loved to solve mysteries, in this show, she still loves solving mysteries, except it plagues her. You know, her mother started giving her mysteries when she was a kid. That's how they bonded, but her mother is gone now, and it's the biggest mystery of all because Velma's solved the mystery of where her Christmas presents were, and then her mommy left and never came back. So she has like a Christmas gift that her mom left in the car, and it reads a lot like that scene in 8 Crazy Nights, that Adam Sandler animated movie, where Adam Sandler's character feels horrible about his parents' death and he never opens up a Christmas card from them. And I thought that was weird. I was like, this is like some 8 Crazy Nights shit. I don't know. Because of her mother's disappearance, every time she wants to solve a mystery, she has a heart like failing panic attack and she hallucinates all this horror stuff. And it's done very well. Like, I think that's like the funnest part of the show. And in the first episode, you get a little bit of it. And then the second episode, I think it happens like 1 or 2 times. And I was like, why don't we do more of that? That's fun. But that's the biggest conflict is, you know, she has all these mysteries that she has to solve, but they might kill her. That's a fun conflict. I like that as a setup. You could run with that and make some very interesting, you know, choices in a series. Why not? But the show is so suffocated by its poor joke telling. It's almost as if they did their absolute hardest to make Velma the most unlikable character that I've seen in a long time. I would say to me, and I hate to put this out there, but this show feels like it's on par with Hoops. If you haven't seen Hoops and you want to feel like, if you want to experience what Side is like, watch Hoops. If you want to know what it's like to really like have a near-death experience, try sitting through the first season of Hoops. That's about as close as you'll get to meeting Death himself. He's right at your door. They're doing this thing where it's a lot of meta humor, and it feels like just the industry standard right now, no matter what, especially a lot of people who aren't in animation will copy what's just the most popular thing, which is Rick and Morty right now. So Rick and Morty was very much meta humor, but it kind of served a purpose where it was like, oh, Rick's a huge narcissist. He's like talking down to the characters in the show, and he's talking down to the audience. It does make sense. As much as you want to like slam your fucking desk and be like, Rick and Morty, it has purpose. You know, you can bitch about the formula you want, but it's pretty good. It's good stuff. They're copying, it feels like they're trying to do like a Rick and Morty thing where everybody just feels very pretentious and very like, you like that? Well, what are you, an idiot? You're such a stupid idiot for liking that. Also, Steve Harvey, and they throw in pop culture references. So like, oh, white people are, Fred's gonna do this because he's a white rich guy, just like, and you're like, you just feel like you just got blindsided. And it's weird because I see a lot of people online saying it's like, oh, this is woke comedy at its worst. But the weird thing is, I don't even think that the show's trying to be woke. I just think it's really, really bad writing. It's bad writing because I feel like they're trying to say a message, or maybe they're attempting to be woke, but they're not really saying anything of value. There's rehashing things that we've heard in like the 2015 presidential election type stuff. I mean, there's a hashtag joke.
I'm also hashtag the owner of Spooners.
In 2023, there's a what? Did a 73-year-old woman write this? Which, if that was the case, that'd be hilarious. Because then it's like, oh, it's funny because all the jokes are untimely. And that would be very interesting, but it's not. It's from people, it's from Mindy... What's her name? It's not Mindy Lewis. Kisling or like Keeling or something like that. Mindy, whatever. Put their fucking name up on the screen. I don't give a shit. It's Kelly from The Office. She was a big writer on that show. That's like one of the most, that's probably like the most successful show of all time. And it just feels so odd that it's like, did you learn nothing from that show? Like, it just feels so oddly tone deaf and like weird and not funny. And the weird thing too is like, you know, comedy is subjective. You can sit there and have the strongest opinion about something, but at the end of the day, your opinion doesn't matter. You're just a regular fucking person
person just like everybody else watching something. So if you like something, right on, cool. If you don't like something, whatever. You can bitch online, do whatever you want. But with this stuff, it was just like, it was like I was at like a 9-year-old stand-up comedy special. Like if a bunch of 9-year-olds came up and they were decided to do stand-up comedy. It was just kind of like very basic stuff like that. It was just, it's odd. Like Norville, who's Shaggy in this, he doesn't do drugs, and they make a point to have him say,
"It has something to do with drugs, which I hate."
Isn't that hilarious that he doesn't like drugs? Isn't that so funny? And then also he talks about weed humor. You know, I've never been into weed humor, but if I was, whatever. And then Velma is just like, oh, well, the only people who like that are
adults who still watch cartoons.
Which it's like, you're a cartoon and you want people to watch it, so are you shitting on people who are watching your show? Like, it's like a bully in school who is like, I don't know, by their parent. I can't probably say that. It's like a bully in school who's just like, what are you, a fucking loser? Dude, I'm just joking. You know what I mean? He pushes you in a locker, he like breaks your back and throws you into the locker. She's like, dude, I'm just joking around. That's how the show feels. It's just like Velma's just constantly shitting on everybody and like learning nothing along the way. It was very obvious that they're trying, like I said, they're trying to do like a Rick Sanchez thing. But even in Rick and Morty, Rick is the biggest douche ever. He's an asshole, he's selfish, whatever. But even if they don't show in the episodes, there are key moments in the show where you see Rick and he's like miserable. He's not a happy person. No one is like, I want to be Rick. And if you are saying that, you're 9 and you don't understand the emotional complexities of like narcissism and depression and all these kind of things that, you know, Dan Harmon and Justin Roiland have propped up in the show. And it's like the same reason why it's just like a little list. It's like Larry David and Curb Your Enthusiasm. Nobody is watching Curb Your Enthusiasm and being like, you know, this Larry guy's got his head on straight. He's insufferable. He's annoying. The biggest one that I feel is comparable is Kenny Powers, Eastbound and Down. Kenny Powers is a lot like Velma. He's abrasive. He thinks everybody else is stupid. He only looks out after himself. But there's moments in the show that cause Danny to be human. He gets humiliated. You feel sympathetic for him because you can tell that he's like, you know, he's just a guy who's trying to find acceptance and respect from all these people. There's these just little human moments with other characters in the show that so far, and I know we're only on 2 episodes in, but it's like you haven't had one little nugget of like, oh, maybe I need to change as a person. Right? And there's a moment in the second episode where we find out Fred hasn't hit puberty or something, and his dad's like, oh, if people find out, you'll make fun of you. And it's like, who cares? I don't know, dude. Like, hey, sorry, I can't control how fucking fast my balls and hair come in. You know, like, I don't know. It's just weird. But it's like obviously like a very shaky issue. And then she kind of just like spoils it for everybody. And she like insults him so much in the court. But it's prefaced in a way where she was like,
unfortunately, I was wrong about Fred.
And it's like, oh, this is a character moment where she's going to admit that she judges people too much, and she just kind of states all the facts that Fred says and insults him so much that Fred puts himself in a position to where he like looks like a maniac that's gonna kill somebody, and then he goes to prison, and that's how the episode ends. And you're just kind of like, what? Huh? Why? It's odd. Another thing that's kind of a glaring issue as well is the voice acting in the show. Glenn Howerton, who's Dennis Reynolds, is like an amazing actor, but it's like they chose so many bad takes from him. And I think they like put a little high pass filter on his voice, so it sounds really weird on Fred. But there's just some spots where it just sounds very emotionless, but I would say Mindy is the worst. Like Velma just...
Oh God, my heart!
Is so one note, and she doesn't, it's like she's incapable of going over this register, so there's like no real emotional resonance when she's yelling and she's being like, I'm not the killer! It'd be like, I'm not the killer! Imagine that. You're being framed for murder, and my response would be like, murder? I didn't fucking murder anybody! I didn't murder anybody! And then Velma, it's kind of like, what? I didn't murder anybody. Don't put my dog down! Yeah, he bites people, but please, he's my best friend! Don't put my dog down. Please, he's my best friend. I don't know. It's just my opinion, but I'd rather have maybe some professional voice actors in there. That's just me. But I will say that, you know, I'm also biased because I did make a little scene for the show. They asked me last year, they saw my tunes and stuff, and they were like, and this is real. This is real. I did have a very small stint with HBO Max, and they asked me to come in. They asked me to like write this scene, and it was in the second episode that it aired, and they didn't, you know, obviously I pulled my name from the show, but it's after the scene when Daphne kisses Velma. Oh yeah, they're gay, by the way.
I wanted to have a scene after that where Velma comes back to Daphne's house. So I'm just going to show it here since it's technically mine. So.
Daphne, I'm gonna cut to the chase. I feel a panic attack coming on, baby, and I think the only medicine is a taste of that stinky jinkies. You know what I'm saying, baby? Come on. Wait, hold on. Just wait. I mean, that kiss earlier today, it's got me thinking all kinds of crazy things. Things I'm a bit nervous to say. Like how I bet your bean is bigger than a Scooby snack. You know, little beanie baby down there, huh? Bet it looks like a middle-aged man's thumb. Come on, give me a hand. Oops! Oh, man, I'm so clumsy. Like what you see? Bet you're wondering if I got an Arby's beef and cheddar between my legs, huh? Well, there's only one way to find out. I know that tongue's as flat as an old hound dog. Use the tools you got to solve this mystery for the both of us, huh? Wait, hold on, come on! You know, I don't need my glasses to see that you and me, we're a great pair. So why don't you drop this attitude and let me get a peek at Vernon Troyer's head down there? Come on, but the panic attacks! Yeah, that's cool. I got mysteries to solve anyways. But if I had to put money on it, I bet it's as bare as a silverback's belly. I'll find out, baby. Just you wait. Just you wait.
And there it is. You know, I was really upset when they said that they weren't going to use it, and I think creatively, I was just like, we're going to have to split ways, because this is just not going to work. The only thing that could break Velma's cold heart is Asian Daphne's power of love. My sworn nemesis is actually somebody that I want to bang. That's gonna stop my panic attacks. So I don't know, you know, in conclusion, I guess I just wanted to come and talk about the show because it's like, I don't know, man. Sometimes shows are just so, it's just subjective. Like, if you like the show, like the show. Don't let the mob mentality totally skew things that you like. You could watch this and be like, I love the humor. That's fine. I just wanted to give you my opinion on it. The biggest thing is, like, I'm very curious to see where it goes. I will be watching the rest of the season to see if it gets any better because they've already renewed it for a second season, which is insane after the backlash that they've gotten so far. Because usually that shit happens, they will cut that shit quick. You know, I want to check in again after the season is over to see how it is, but, you know, I can't even really recommend the show. I feel like a lot of the watches people are getting is just the curiosity of, like, is it as bad as people say and people are just hate watching it, you know? It's just odd. But I just wanted to come and, I guess, give my 2 cents about it. I really wish there was a scene where Velma, I hope there's a scene where Velma eats Daphne's pussy, for sure. Wait, how old are they? I'm going to retract my statement of wanting Velma to eat Daphne's pussy on camera. So there it is. Velma, season 1, episode 1 and 2. I give it a 4 out of 10. I'm tired. I'm going to go to bed. I'll probably rewatch them again too, and it might be lower. 4 out of 10 is very generous. I'm mostly giving it a 4 out of 10 because the art's very good. And the people who worked on that show should be very proud. And it's unfortunate whenever writers of shows fuck up this bad and they fuck up. They fuck it all up. And then everybody says, oh, that show sucks, and nobody can appreciate the small little things of even how the show probably took a year and a half to film and millions of dollars. It's a shame. So, you know, watch it or don't. I don't give a shit. Goodbye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're diving back into Goosebumps. Oh, you know I love me some Goosebumps episodes. And coincidentally, we're talking about the Goosebumps icon himself, Slappy. That guy. The dummy. The big one back in the day. And you know, what's weird is that I believe that in the book series there's 3. There's 3 Slappy books. Could be more. From what I remember, it was 3. Night of the Living Dummy 1, Night of the Living Dummy 2, and Night of the Living Dummy 3. That's hard to say fast. That's hard for me to say in general. When I was younger, I had Night of the Living Dummy 3 on VHS, and this was one of the ones where it was one of the Goosebumps specials where R.L. Stine comes out at the beginning. Hello, I'm R.L. Stine. And it was sick, and this scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. I used to have a friend that would come over, and I put this on, he'd be like, I want to go home. And I'd be like, pussy. Can't sit through Night of the Living Dummy 2 or 3. What are you, an idiot? Today I wanted to talk about this staple one because we've talked about Stay Out of the Basement, we've talked about Werewolf Fever Swamp, we've done our own little tier list before, but I just want to dive into this one because when rewatching it, it's a pretty funny one. And also it stars Hayden Christensen. You can see the effects of the acting.
I don't like sand.
I hate dummies.
You could smell the Star Wars kind of oozing out of him. Does anyone remember the movie Jumper?
I do.
No, you don't, dude.
It's one of my favorites. Hayden Christensen. Oh, what a hunk.
One of your favorite movies is Jumper?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. All I know is that this is some grade A Goosebumps. They also did Night of the Living Dummy 2 as a single episode. So Night of the Living Dummy 3 is, it's broken up into 2 episodes, and this is just 1 episode. And then they never even f***ed with the first one. If you're wondering what they did with the first one, I have no idea. I have to look on the internet. Actually, because this video is going to be about Night of the Living Dummy 3, but I'll just go over Night of the Living Dummy 2 real quick. This one. It's very, very, very fast. And I want to say that I think that the Slappy Dummy, I think it looks rad. Night of the Living Dummy, it has like elements of, there's that Twilight Zone episode that people say R.L. Stine ripped off, whatever. There's also Child's Play.
You stupid bitch!
I mean, like, the idea that, like, dolls or things come to life and plague people is fine. But the way that they go about it in Goosebumps is, like, you read Latin on a card and it, like, brings this dummy to life. It's so fucking weird. And what I love about Night of the Living Dummy 2 is that since it's 1 episode, they really have to, like, get going and finish it. So pretty much we follow a girl named Amy, and I'm pretty sure her family's Mormon. They're doing a talent show. Her talent is ventriloquism.
No, worse, termites. You've heard of the Terminator. Well, we had to call it the Exterminator.
The younger the ventriloquist, the creepier and more psychopathic, okay? Can we all agree with that? If there's any people in my comment section that say that they're ventriloquists, I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. The whole thing is that she is a ventriloquist, and if you're that young and you're into puppets and stuff, it just feels odd to me. Whenever you're able, if you're just like, I want to be a ventriloquist when I'm older, to me, I'm like, I don't know. Which I like practical effects. I think practical effects in movies are still king, but still, with me, I'm like, I don't know. Ventriloquist, I don't think it just doesn't flow with me right.
Yeah, I hate puppets. They're dumb. They don't look very good on screen.
I don't agree with anything he just said, but that's just me. The puppet, its head ejects off. And the dad's like, well, Amy, I bought you a new puppet. And it's Slappy. And she grabs it and immediately just reads the Latin on the card.
Caru, Mary, Donna, Roma, Molyneux, Carano?
As a kid, would you not just be like, what language is, what is this? What the hell is on this card? And she just grabs it and she's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And immediately Slappy just starts coming to life and terrorizing the family. But the only really discernible thing I remember about Night of the Living Dummy 2 is that the amount of talent shows they show in the episode with this family, and there is a pretty funny where Slappy roasts the family and the Mormons are just like, what the hell, Amy? What's going on? And she's like, it's not me. And it's like so clearly not her voice.
And how about that mother of yours? She went to a store and asked the clerk if he had anything her size, and he told her to try the freight elevator.
Amy, that's not very nice.
But it's not me, it's him.
But pretty much the whole episode accumulates to find out very quickly that the people believe her, that the dummy is alive, right? It starts terrorizing the kids, they run around. It accumulates to an ending when Amy finds out that, oh, I can just overpower the dummy because I'm a living being and this is a wooden puppet. Slappy gets thrown against a wall and his face explodes and he queefs out some green dust. It turns out that like her puppet before did it, and he has like a goofy voice. He's like, gosh, well, I guess that you're fucking dead. You're gonna die. Today's video is sponsored by Z-Biotics. Let me tell you, if there's a surefire way to wake up very refreshed after a night of drinking, it's with Z-Biotics. Z-Biotics pre-alcohol probiotic drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for your rough next day. Z-Biotics produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Oh, what? That's awesome!
awesome. But just remember to make Z-Biotics your first drink of the night. Drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. Which, I'll be honest, I was on the fence about Z-Biotics at first, okay? But I brought some friends over.
Drinks were flowing.
But thank God I reached for Z-Biotics first, and I woke up the next morning and I felt great. Try it for yourself and go to zbiotics.com/papameat to get 15% off your first order when you use Papa Meat at checkout. Z-Biotics is backed with 100% money-back guarantee, so if you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Remember to head to zbiotics.com/papameat and use the code PAPAMEAT at checkout for 15% off. Thank you to Z-Biotics for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Night of the Living Dummy 3. It really steps up the fucking bar. All new characters. It follows our protagonists, Trina, Daniel, and their cousin Zane, which, yes, Hayden Christensen is Zane. So there you go. It's pretty good. But it opens with R.L. Stine talking to a dummy of himself, and it's unsettling. They even get the mole right and everything.
Hello, I'm R.L. Stine. I write the Goosebumps books.
I love the R.L. Stine intros. It's like a fucking big nostalgia blanket that's just draped over my fat body. It feels so right, and it feels like I'm just a little child again. It's amazing. The story begins. And the episode starts with the girl sleeping as a man drags a giant box up the stairs. There's some nice little creepy wind chime shots here. But I mean, to be fair, they set up it's a nice framing of a man just dragging a big box up some stairs. Which, you know, we've seen the box before in Night of the Living Dummy 2. We know that it's Slappy's box, but still as a kid, it's a bit frightening. It's a bit scary, especially to put yourself in the shoes of the girl, and she's just waking up like, what is that sound? What's happening? And the girl goes and investigates the attic, and she pulls a sheet off to reveal a dumb-looking dummy. I would use an R word, not a hard R. I would just use an R word. She basically is like going around. She's like, Daniel, I know it's you. Just stop it, okay? And then her brother comes up and just says a pretty good line. I heard someone talking up here, so I decided to come up and check it out. What's going on? I'm your brother, Daniel.
I heard some bumping in the hallway. Was that you?
She's like, wait, if you're here, then what's... And it ends up being their dad pops out from the back, and you find out that the dad's a ventriloquist.
Oh, yeah? I can still do it. Can I throw my voice or what?
I think that the dad has to be the smallest actor alive. I thought Elijah Wood was small. This man is petite, is how I would say. But the dad is a bow tie wearing ventriloquist. I was like, how the f did this guy get pussy and have a couple kids? How did this happen? The dad then pulls out Slappy and glues his eye back on because his face is still broken in from Night of the Living Dummy 2. As he's gluing it, he tells them that cousin Zane is coming over. Zane? Is that a real name?
Zayn Malik from One Direction.
Oh, the One Direction dude. I forgot about that. Daniel and Trina basically bully the shit out of Zane all the time, to an excessive degree. And they're like, oh yeah, we have to deal with our big pussy cousin Zane. I hate when he comes over, dude. And they pranked him by moving his bed outside and putting him by a cow, and that like scarred him for life. Which even as a kid, I was just like, would I be that mad? I mean, like the inconvenience of having to like walk up to the house, but I'm like, it's not like the cow's gonna bite you or anything. It will do nothing. So I don't know. I kind of wish that they would like, I don't know, they made him like piss his pants or something like that, made him shit himself. Trina then sees that there's like a little note on the chair. She reads the Latin again, and then Slappy's face like jolts off. Like it's obviously they have a wire and they just like pull the wire off and off. The dad's like, what the hell? What is this? Well, needless to say, they don't really give a shit about it. The dad plops the face back on with the glue, and they all head downstairs all happy, knowing that everything's safe and fine. It was just their creepy ventriloquist dad in the attic messing around and purchasing and bringing home a puppet at 3 in the morning? Where did he get the puppet? I was just going out shopping. I would definitely be like, are you cheating on mom, or we're not gonna have to live in separate homes, are we? Where the f do you buy a ventriloquist dummy at 3 in the morning? I don't know.
The black market.
The black market. Kids, don't worry, I bought this puppet on the black market. Wouldn't you also I'd be like, why is the puppet on the black market? Well, thank God it comes with this Latin spell card that I should probably read out loud. But as they're heading downstairs, Slappy's face magically seals shut. And I remember as a kid, I was like, I don't know if my autistic monkey brain basically got scratched or what, but I remember I used to like rewind the part with the glowing green going around and sealing up his face. I thought it was very satisfying. I was becoming an HGTV viewer right then and there. I was like, look at him get fixed in such elegance and style. We cut back to the morning and Trina's coming down. She's looking all fucking pissed off, and it's kind of funny because she sits down at the table and she's like, Daniel, will you hand me the cereal? Daniel. And it's like over the cereal, you can see a plaster
head of red hair. Is that what you think the top of your brother's head looks like? Hello? And she moves the box and oh, it's Slappy. And then the dad and brother come in, but the dad does like a really like millennial core kind of like cringy, like, we thought that you might want a friend for breakfast.
We thought you'd like some company at breakfast.
And they're like playing a joke on her. I just have to, once again, reiterate the size difference between the mom and the dad. It's staggering. I really would love to see that situation. Like, I wish there was a Pornhub video of them fucking just so I could see how it's simply done because it's that fascinating. It wouldn't even be for pleasure, Nick. It would be like Nat Geo. It'd be for learning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not you, Winslow, fuck off.
Oh.
Shut up. So she sees Slappy there, and Trina's like, oh, Dad, you glued his eye on perfectly. It is a seamless fix. If I was a kid, I'd be like, how did you magically put that back on his face? But I just thought that, even as a kid, I was like, motherfucker, put his face back on perfectly. And people are just like, hey, good job.
You did a good job of gluing him back.
As if like, I don't know, he folded laundry or did something like that minute. I'd be like, that is impressive. Then the dad, of course, he's cutting some bread. He does, ow, oh, oh. And we zoom in on Slappy's maniacal face, and then the dad does like a nice thumb trick. This is the second practical joke, and it's 7:45 in the morning. I would be exhausted. Luckily, Zane arrives and spices up the whole situation. He arrives, and basically, he's talking to his dad. He's just like,
If you wanted to torture me, couldn't you just find something a bit more humane?
If you wanted to torture me, why don't you just send me to Guantanamo Bay and have them break my thumbs? Why don't you whip my back, Dad? I would rather have you whip my back until I bled raw.
The casting of Zane's dad could not have been more perfect. That's what dads need to look like in movies. I'm tired of all these sexy twink dads where everybody just wants to f the dad the whole time, like a Pedro Pascal kind of guy. Give me that guy as the dad, dude. And we get a really awkward interaction between Zane and Daniel and Trina, and they have like a really awkward small talk.
So.
And you can just tell the kids don't like each other. Grabs his camera, he says, oh, did you know I'm a photographer now? He's taking pictures of Trina, but it's just like really weird, cringy lines. Like, you're happening, you're here, look at you.
Oh, beautiful, you're happening, you're here. Oh, great stuff.
Like kind of like New York fashion talk, and he's snapping pictures of him. I can't tell why they did that for this child to say that. The 90s were a crazy time. Daniel sees Zane has a book that says Conquering Your Fears, and Daniel starts to mock him because apparently, I love child cruelty in media. Zane is holding onto a book just titled Conquering Your Fears, and Daniel's just like, oh my God, what are you afraid? Pussy? Of what? And then to ease his fears of dummies, because he's like, oh my God, a puppet. You can tell that Zane's a skittish kid, right? The dad's like, oh, well here, let me show you some of this stuff about the puppets and you'll get used to them. And Zane's like, oh, okay. And the dad just like takes Slappy and just starts making fun of him.
His name is Zane.
Well, I guess that's better than being Zane.
And the whole family is laughing at him. I'm like, this is exactly why he was perfectly fit to be a mass murderer as Darth Vader. This should have been Anakin's arc, is getting completely belittled by this Canadian family. But we cut to the night and Zane's spazzing out. Everyone's wondering what's going on. He comes in and he starts beating basically like a puppet wearing like a hockey mask, kind of Friday the 13th style, hitting it, and the amount of feathers in the room. I mean, he's basically blowing a metaphorical whistle. I mean, he's like, help me, he's gonna get me,
Help me, no, help me.
Even I was like, God damn, someone help this kid. Trina comes down and the family's like, what the hell? And it kind of seems like the kids are playing a prank on Zane. And they're like, wow, why the f did Daniel do this? But even Daniel comes in and he's like, oh, snow, cool.
Hey, cool. Snow. All right.
You find out that the puppet in the room is their dad's puppet, Rocky, and it's like a mob looking like an Al Capone era mobster. Zane's like, oh, they hate me.
They hate me.
And it's like, no shit, dude, you're annoying as You come in and you have a Conquering Your Fears book in your waistband, you're taking pictures like a New York photographer, of course. Why would these kids vibe with that? The dad tells his wife Patty to give Zane some ice cream, and the other two kids are gonna be punished. They have to clean up the room. Now Daniel and Trina are just like, they're a little betrayed by each other. Well, I wish you wouldn't have done that, because now we're both in trouble. We don't know who did it exactly yet. We haven't been revealed that. It's very Alfred Hitchcock-esque, I would say. You show the bomb under the table, who's gonna ignite it?
Which movie's that?
No, it's not like a movie. It's just it's a thing. It's a situation that he had. You know, it's like it's all about suspense and tension. You want to rise the tension. It's better to see a bomb under a table and know that there's the people that are at the table don't know it's there. It's a classic thing from film school.
Yeah, what movie?
Okay, well, it's not a... I'm just going to keep going. We cut to the morning, and they confront Zane, and he pretty much is just like, well, it actually was a pretty funny joke.
In a twisted sort of way.
I'm going to show you how I process my pictures. I took some pussy pics of your mom, Aunt Patty. You guys want to come see? And the kids are like, yeah, I want to see Mom's beef. So they go upstairs, and they start developing the pictures. And as he's developing the pictures, it's like the photos he was taking outside, but then there's like puppet versions of it. So this little motherfucker can't catch a break, and he's like, "Why are you doing this?" And he just like, runs downstairs again. Like, the dad's like, "I know what's gonna help this kid. I'm gonna show him the puppet again that I belittled him with earlier." The mom's like, "Are you sure about this?" And the size difference between these two people is unbelievable. I can't get past it. It's a roadblock, I swear to God. He starts talking to him, and Slappy kicks Zane.
He kicked me.
And even the dad's just like, "What are you talking about? This kid's a psycho." He gets kicked by Slappy, and it's like, even the dad's like, "Well, I didn't do that." So I think you're being a little over dramatic. I feel like I would like probably pull my kids over to the side and be like, he's a bit of a... He's only here for like 2 days. Don't even look at him. Look at the ground. When you walk by him, just look at the ground. I'm gonna have my kids get re-indoctrinated into society, or like, you know, have to deal with troubled people. If you see somebody who's different than you, look to the ground and don't look at them.
It's funny too, because Aunt Patty's like, "What are you doing?"
Exactly. The Aunt Patty, she's just like, "Why would you do that?" And the dad's like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "Well, why don't we just have dinner? I made this dinner." And you go into the dinner, and it's like all trashed by dummies.
Oh no!
The mom and dad are livid because I think Daniel and Trina did it. Zane keeps doing this thing where he like runs away and screams every time, and it's the same kind of frequency and pitch each time. And it almost feels like they did it in post-production. It's always like, "Wah!" Which the dad then is just like, "Well, I don't think that you guys are gonna go to summer camp because you guys are being f***ing nuisances." And they're like, "That's not fair, Dad. That's bullshit." And he's like, "Whatever." They're getting the ultimate punishment by not being able to go to summer camp because it's the 90s and that's all you have. Cut to night and the sister is sleeping. She hears something and goes upstairs to find Daniel hiding behind a couch. And they start sitting there and they're like, he's like, "I knew it, you did it." And she's like, "No, I knew you did it." And they're both sitting there talking to each other. And then Zane comes upstairs and he's just like saying his whole plan out loud.
I think we'll put you in the shower and we'll hang you outside my bedroom window. After this trip, Trina and Daniel will never mess with me again.
I can't believe people thought I was afraid of this stuff.
And they thought I was afraid of you?
No one's gonna mess with me again. I am actually not afraid. I have been doing these plans. Everybody is stupid and I am Zane. Trina does like a really cringy, even as a kid, I used to cringe really hard because she does, "Zane's been a naughty boy."
Looks like Zane's been a naughty boy. What?
I used to hate that shit. Drive me insane. But you pretty much find out that Zane has been faking this the whole time. It's a good twist, I'll be honest. It's a good character twist. You think he's a pussy, turns out he's the guy doing it the whole time. Even as a kid, I was like, is it Slappy doing this? You know what I mean? But no, it ends up being Zane. And they run downstairs and they're gonna go tell their parents. And he's like, "No, come on guys, please, please." And as they do that, we get our first problem. We have Slappy walk towards him. He's like, "So you wanna be a wise guy, Zane?" But it's just either a child or a little person in a very bad mask that does not match the puppet that well. And also, I couldn't unsee it as well, is that it's even human hands, but they're just doing this the whole time. So he's like, "So you want to be a wise guy, Zane? So you want to be a wise guy?" And you know the editing is gonna get real wonky really fast.
You can also see his face under the mask.
I forgot about that. You can actually kind of see his face under the mask. It's like, it just looks so, you see part of their bottom lip and their tongue, but the eyes like don't blink and they're really flat. Like at least with this one, there's some dimension, right? His forehead has the nice, it's three-dimensional. This one, it's like very clearly just like a straight ahead thing and his eyes are just like wide open. Slappy pretty much breathes some green queef smoke into Rocky, and I guess it assumes that he's like gonna possess him or something. Because he comes to life and he's like, "Are you ready to have some fun?" And then Rocky sounds like kind of like he has some kind of mental illness or that he was hit in the head with a shovel as a youth. Because he says, "Yeah, sure, boss. Yeah."
Are you ready to have some real fun?
Sure. Whatever you
say, boss.
But the next morning, Zane is mowing the lawn. You can tell he's being punished. Trina and Daniel come out with some nice big glasses of lemonade to rejoice in their victory last night. And Zane's pretty much like, your parents probably hate me.
Suppose your mom and dad hate me just as much as you guys do now, don't they?
And they're like, yeah, Zane. They're gonna beat the shit out of you tonight. No, I'm kidding. They are like, no, they don't hate you. They're just surprised that you did that. They have some camaraderie out in the yard about how they tricked each other and they're gonna become friends now. And even the parents see it. And the little munchkin dad's just like, can I eat your pussy from the back tonight in our Volvo when we drive into town? And the mom's like, you know it. And then you see the dummies like carrying things in the background down the hallway. I feel like it's pretty in line with the mom's peripheral. Like, I'm really surprised no one didn't see it there, but well, what are you supposed to do? So we cut tonight, and pretty much almost immediately we can get to see the dad munching on the mom's pussy as they drive away. But what's weird during this part is that it's a still image, yet they use the version of it that's the mask and not just the puppet. So I was really confused by that. It almost looks like a new character in the window. When I was watching it, I was like, wait, who is that? Oh, it's Slappy, okay. And the kids are upstairs and they're playing like some old person game. And they're saying they're gonna stay up all night and watch movies. But when Trina goes downstairs, she finds some dolls that are swinging on some fans and a doll that's in the cooler. And she calls down Zane and she says, Zane! Zane! And the kids come downstairs and Zane's like, this isn't even physically possible to put the doll in the cooler. While they're talking about that, you hear a little rustle. They turn back around. Guess who's on the table? Slappy. But what's kind of weird is we start getting into the editing problem. Because when you first see it, it's definitely the person trying to be still. They're kind of slightly moving with the mask. And then every time they do a cut in, it's the actual puppet. You almost think there's like an additional character in the scene because they keep cutting back and forth between each other.
Do you think it would be better if they just had the kid in the costume?
That you have to, I think you either have to go one way or the other, right? Like, it feels weird to keep cutting back and forth, or just use the kid for like running shots and never show the front of him. The editing is so jarring though. The amount of cuts you do and the amount of like drastically stylized changes makes it super, super jarring. So Hayden Christensen's like, here, look, I'll see if he wants to kick him, and he just immediately goes down and like shows his ass to Slappy. He's like, kick me, Slappy, buddy old pal, and he's like,
I dare ya.
And Slappy does. Slappy kicks him in the ass, and he starts chasing the kids around. He trips them on a rug, but they just tackle him because, once again, in this series, children forget that they can overpower a toy or a hollow puppet. They roll him up in a rug and shove some like panties in his mouth. They put him in his chest and throw him down the well.
Quiet.
And they're like, well, crisis averted. And they kind of awkwardly go back inside.
So, I guess we should just go to bed, right? Right.
All right, good night.
So, I guess nobody wants to watch the monster movie marathon anymore.
Well, you guys aren't gonna like talk about how weird it is that a puppet came to life. Like, is no one curious?
Guess not.
What's crazy to me is that in these Goosebumps things, no one ever tries to reach out to anybody. Like even 911. Or anything. These also work well because you don't have cell phones and stuff like that. Also, kids are pretty dumb. Usually, even back in the day, my mom would be like, hey, I left a phone number on the fridge if you need to call anybody. It's never that. They're just like, well, that happened. Okay, good night. You're not, that's it. Okay, I guess period to the night. See you guys. Like, it just feels so fucking weird. Slappy does get out of the well. And like while the sister's sleeping, she wakes up and Slappy like throws up a frog and he says, a frog in my throat! Ah! Trina starts screaming. Daniel comes in with a bat. Slappy's gone, and you see that he's going into the air vent. He goes into Zane's room. He says some creepy shit. He's like, so you want to take pictures of Aunt Patty's pussy? Upload them to the newly found interwebs, do you, Zane? So then he crawls into, which even I gotta say, it was kind of graphic if I'm being honest, crawls onto the bed with Zane, like mounts over him, it starts like queefing in his face, and like it goes into the kid's nostrils. I mean, the greatest guy was like, this is kind of explicit. This is, well, you know, I felt a little uncomfy watching it for a second. So the kids are like, Zane! Oh my God, he's in Zane's room! And they run into Zane's room, and Slappy's in there, and he turns Zane around, and Zane has been transformed into a puppet. It's pretty horrifying, actually, if you think about it. You're like, oh my God, I don't know how you would process that. And he like turns him around, he says a joke.
Hey, did you hear the one about the 3 kids that tried to outsmart that dummy?
Hayden Christensen in the vocal booth. No, Slappy, tell me all about it. They don't. Ah! and they laugh, and then the kids run off, because in all these books and a lot of the Goosebumps stuff, the kids can just run away and like kind of reevaluate and reassess, and the evil entities just kind of hang out in the house, and they're just like, nah. They go back to the well, and they are like, oh, let's get the card and we'll say the spell again, and that will exorcise him out of the doll's body, I guess. The chest they pull out of the well is completely dry, even though earlier we hear it hit water. I know that I'm being nitpicky, but they even open it and there's no water inside the chest. It's bone dry. It doesn't matter. I just want to say I was complaining about that. They're like, well, Slappy probably still has it on him. They go back in the house and climb up the attic, and all the dolls are sitting there. I can't remember. I think Daniel says, I think they're sleeping.
Do dummies sleep?
It's like they're puppets. They're puppets and all their eyes are open. Why would you just assume that? Just because they're sitting quietly? Do you not think that this is a trap, Daniel, you idiot? But they see the card. The Slappy wakes up, the girl slaps the shit out of him. Which, once again, it's like they tussle, and you find out that, yes, a human child can overpower a puppet.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
We keep coming to this conclusion, and they don't just, like, rush him, kick his ass. Which also, it's like, even if he did do the queef dust in your face, I feel like you could just, like, hold your breath, or just, like, run away from it for a second, and then come back and scissor kick him. They tussle around for a bit, and she grabs the card, and she reads the curse again, and Slappy does, ah, and falls to the floor. Rocky does kind of like a weird, like, oh, and falls to the floor as well, but it's like a couple seconds afterward, so it feels very obvious that even he didn't know what was going on there. He's like, oh, I should probably fall down too. Oh, no. So they're sitting there and they're defeated, and they're like, it worked. Oh, nope, psych. They get back up, and they're just like, haha, we were just tricking you. That was acting. And this is another thing that Slappy says too. He says it in the second book, is Night of the Living Dummy 2. He says, you all are my slaves.
You are my slaves.
He's very interested in making sure that the children know that you all are my slaves. Meh. Rocky starts to laugh with Slappy, and he goes, quiet, you. Who said you could laugh? I'm in charge here. Meh. And the girl's basically like, hey, Rocky, you know that you're my dad's favorite puppet, right? He used to take you everywhere.
Rocky, you don't need to be anybody's slave.
And Rocky looks around. He looks like he's experiencing life for the first time, which makes sense since he's a puppet, but it just, there's like not a thought going on behind those eyes. Like, and with his voice, it just makes him seem so mentally unwell. But anyways, he's like, you're right. And he starts tussling with Slappy. And he keeps saying shit like, never disrespect the family.
Never go against the family.
And there's a lot of interesting sound effects too. He's like, all right, tackling him and stuff. And they drape what is pretty much a weightless puppet over his shoulder. Throws him out the window, and Slappy holds onto the gutter, right? He's holding onto the gutter outside the house on this roof. It's so epic. Oh God, it's so good. He leans back up with the regular puppet. He does.
Don't you get it? I'm invincible!
A bolt of lightning doesn't hit Slappy, all right? It hits the house. A metal point on the tip of the house travels all the way down the gutter system, and then it gets to Slappy, and he explodes. And his scream is like reverberated and echoed, so he's like, ah! And he gets some like cool like MTV Headbangers Ball, like his face is burning on the ground. He's like, ugh. It cuts to the next day. The parents, I don't even think, know what happened. We really actually liked having you around. We thought you were a pussy idiot, but actually we like you a lot. He's like, oh, well, maybe next time you can come to my house.
Maybe next time you could come over to my house.
Yeah, we'd like that. See you, Zane. And as he's walking in, his head does a full 180, and he does,
I'll be seeing you real soon, cousins.
The dad is right there. So I feel like, why would you be like, his head! His head! And the dad would be like, oh my God, Zane! No, the dad's just like, everything's normal here. And his head turns back around and gets in. Which, to be fair, that being the ending, and then it cuts, and it's an interesting little wind chimes again, like, the terror still continues. It's pretty rad. And of course, you cut back to R.L. Stine. Did you like that? Well, I hope you have a good resty evening, everybody. And then his hands go up, and then a voice goes, have a spooky evening. His little puppet does like a very pedophile kind of laugh. I had no other way of describing it. And that's the story. It's weird to think that he is the face of the franchise. I still think that like the Haunted Mask is probably the best one in terms of like stories. I mean, you know me, dude. Stay out of the basement. That's my game. Werewolf of Fever Swamp. That's my jam. Haunted Mask, probably legitimately the creepiest one with the best story. But even this one has its own charm. It's interesting to think that he is like the spokesperson. He is the face of the series. Even in like remakes and adaptations, he's always like kind of a central figure in all of them, which is just kind of odd. I don't know. It's a very simple idea, but remember just being very afraid of this episode as a kid. Even the set, like the giant house and everything, the well, it's just all these little intricacies that are very nice. And I really don't think that you can beat the practicals of it too. Just like the puppets and stuff, and even their extremely pathetic attempt of like making him more mobile. Night of the Living Dummy 2, where he was very stationary and it was kind of awkward because he never really seemed that threatening. But at least in this one, they had a child or a little person running around as him, and they gave it a good college try. So for a 90s piece of schlock and a little piece of nostalgia, I think it's fun. It kind of takes me back to like the Scholastic Book Fair and stuff, so it's always a good time. I love Goosebumps, dude. I'll never stop talking about Goosebumps. I can love it. We'll have to do the Haunted Mask sometime.
What about the new 2023 series on Hulu?
It was terrible.
Oh.
With Justin Long. I remember they kept using all those promotional commercials with Justin Long, and he keeps like looking up like with a Kubrick stare smile. So cringy. And I forgot what song they played with it. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
I get the goosebumps every time.
Oh my God, that's what it was. It was the Travis. You're right. It was the Travis Scott one. I get those goosebumps every time. What does he say? I hit the high, man. Is that what he says? I hit the. Why did I say like? I hit the high, man. That's what I do, dude. When I'm getting balls deep, I hit the high, man. Whatever, dude. All right, bye, everybody.
No thanks, I'm allergic to monster blood. Oh, sweet. Oh, well, that would make a lovely centerpiece. Oh, nothing like rats and sauerkraut. No, I usually don't kiss giant hamsters on the first date.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down. Today we are talking about something that is rather trendy. I cannot believe it. I simply can't believe it. J. Cole, one of the quintessential, dare I say, one of the most prolific rappers of our time, sampled Wabbit Season. Stinks. That feels odd to me to say, actually. It's insane how this fucking cartoon just keeps coming back and coming back. It's absolutely insane. I haven't fully listened to it yet. It's very early in the morning right now. We're recording and it's like midnight-ish or whatever. Like I just had this come out. So before I listen to it, I just want to say I found out about this by people blowing up all of my DMs and people tagging me on like Twitter and Instagram and stuff like that. So I haven't listened to it yet, but I just want to say that like I have seen people basically be like, why the fuck is J. Cole sampling a Meat Canyon video? I think I know which lines he's gonna do, but I'm kind of curious to see which ones. But yes, I know, and now I'm gonna listen to the song, I swear. I wanted to listen to it and get your guys' my first reaction to it. It's pretty crazy. And since my voice is in it, I'm sure I'm gonna be able to play the song for you guys. I'm sure it works that way, so let's get into it.
Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting wabbits.
To hear Brock's voice do the Elmer Fudd thing at the beginning to that is just it's so crazy. God damn. God damn. That actually being used there is so fucking good. It flows in. Why did that hit so hard? Why does it hit so hard? God damn. God damn. It is kind of crazy hearing this shit go into it. I have J. Cole on my playlist with like, Sir, Nicholas F. and other shit like that. And selfishly, yes, I did. I put the song on my playlist because I'm a narcissistic piece of shit. Let's keep going.
He keeps killing us, Father. He keeps taking and taking.
Oh, you think he actually knows? You think he's actually seen this video? Because I will say, just full transparency, a producer did hit me up being like, hey, do you care if we use this? And I was like, I don't give a shit, dude. You can do whatever the fuck you want. And, they were like, we could pay you or we do whatever. And I was like, nah, it's a fucking deleted YouTube video. Like, it's a YouTube cartoon. I don't give a shit. I wonder how much J. Cole, Jermaine, I wonder how much he actually, if he's a big fan. I'd like to think he's a huge fan. Jermaine Lamar Cole. I don't know. Dude, let me know.
Look at you, son. Look at what you've become.
That's how it is.
Having Rice Pirates deal there. Look at you, son. Look what you've become. That's so fucking sick there, too. Dude, wouldn't it have been fucking sick if J. Cole would have used the...
You got a tight little man pussy on you, don't you? Oh, it stinks. Nice and good.
That would have been so sick. Not really sure where he would have thrown it into the song to keep it this nice, serious tone, but it's nice, dude. Even just like,
God damn.
I'm glad he got that in, dude. But man, I hate to say it, dude, but best song off the album? Anyone? I think so.
Song of the year.
Song of the year? I don't know. It's crazy because I've heard some stuff before with stuff from iTunes mixed in with songs before, and I always think it's rad. I mean, like, dude, people who do reaction content and other kinds of shit people take from this stuff all the time, but it's cool to see it actually be implemented in a creative and fun way, mixed in with somebody else's art, so that's always fucking sick. But it's insane, man. I mean, I'm kind of blown away by a major musical artist including that shit to something that, like, years ago, which a little lesson, dude, a little history lesson for people who don't know. I made a tune called Wabbit Season back in 2020. It was like, I don't know, like lightning in a bottle. It's fucking odd. It was something that was just the right joke, the right time, the right whatever. I know back then too, everybody said like animation was dead on YouTube and parody stuff was dead. And then, I don't know. I mean, that was like the defining cartoon that kind of like made my career. And then it was taken from me. It was copyright struck by Warner Brothers, which I know it's funny. I know I can't actually listen to this track because it's a big conglomerate record company type thing. I see the irony there, I guess is what I'm saying, but it's fine. But I remember how devastated I was whenever that thing got taken down. It was very reminiscent of, I had this other cartoon called It's Hard to Convince Anakin Skywalker, and I remember seeing that video on iFunny. Someone's like, it's blowing up on iFunny right now, and I was like, really? And I went to go look at it, and it had like over 1 million views on iFunny with no credit to me or anything, so I didn't get any of that kind of, none of that came back to me in any way, and I was like, oh fuck, my one time's over. And I say that because I remember whenever Warner Brothers did that to me as well, I remember I had this extreme gut feeling of like, I actually thought I was like, it was so early on in my YouTube career kind of thing that I remember feeling like I had this like one big meme hit. Like all of the people that have preceded before me have had these one things that are kind of these like these giant obelisks or these idols that you get to look back on. And even if people don't like their memes anymore, it's still something cool that it's like a big temple that you could go back and be like, I remember that. I think that's cool. Like, I mean, I'm thinking of like Wingardium Leviosa with Oni and all the fucking memes he did. Ego Raptor with the Pokemon videos that he did, you know, Psychic Pebbles even with his Skyrim video. Like all of these things where my predecessors did that, and then my little cultural thing that I put there was stripped down like the goddamn Parthenon or whatever back in the day. So making that YouTube funeral video for it and kind of making this meme or trying to like make a meme being like it's canon now. Like if they think this is like their property and Bugs is this kind of character, then fucking let them have it. I don't know, man. It's just fucking cool. It's cool to see people still culturally or even artistically still vibe with it, or it still resonates with them in some kind of way. Even if it wasn't J. Cole specifically, it's cool that even just the producer thought that much of it or something. It's cool. Even like fucking dude, like what? The fucking regular show tune? I don't know what the fuck it is with Latin American people in my content, but there was the fucking, what was it? The Mr. Beast crew? What the fuck was that meme? I'll put it here. It was, that one blew up, but then like, goddamn, dude, the regular show one, Como Ten Muchachos, whatever, that one is blowing up too. And even if it doesn't come back to me, it's just cool that it influenced whatever group of people to make something fun that people got to like collectively bond over. That was like the only reason I ever wanted to make cartoons, was just like the way cartoons bring people together is insane. For me back in the day, it was like people show up to school early and talking about the newest Family Guy episode or the newest South Park episode. And it really didn't matter which one it was just like funny or it was interesting or cool or whatever. And to see that happen, like come full circle, it does feel like a, I don't know, man. It feels very rewarding. Like it feels like very real. Because it's one thing for people to do it on the internet or like your commenters and you have a fan base, but to pierce something like a J. Cole album or an entire group of people that don't even speak your language, take it and move on with it in this other kind of way. I don't know any other way that something couldn't come absolutely full circle. So it feels awesome. If you're wondering how I feel about it, it feels fucking great. I know a couple people are asking, like I said, he did ask permission to use the audio, which is just extremely respectful and cool. And I just thought that was just nice to even have the conversation for that. So I don't know, all in all, I mean, it's fucking weird, man. It's wild. And also, dude, guys, thanks for even watching the fucking videos to get it to a place where it would be culturally relevant to be on a huge album like this. So very, very, very humbling. I appreciate y'all so much for watching and sticking with me through these years. And also, people are probably gonna be wondering one big thing: J. Cole or Kendrick? Yes, I know that J. Cole on this album dissed Kendrick Lamar. which yes, I do have some Kendrick Lamar songs on my playlist as well. And I think that Sir, even I know I said that Sir was in my playlist with J. Cole. Pretty sure Sir is on Kendrick Lamar's record label. I don't know if that's a thing. If I'm wrong, then completely cut that from the video. If I'm right, be sure to put it in and make me look really smart. But who do I think is the better rapper? Who do I think came on top? I gotta go with my boy J. Cole. Not because he sampled me, and I feel more connected to him spiritually and physically now. But that's pretty much, that's the reason why. It's not the healthiest reason, but it's a reason nonetheless. And I know that you guys were going to be barking about it in the comments. So if I guess if I've said a thing that's correct, give me a nice bark in the comments. I don't know, the boys barking. A little fucking woof woof in the comments, huh, for your boy?
Come on, guys. I mean, J. Cole sampled me. If you're a fan of mine, then you're a fan of him. Come on.
Fuck Kendrick? Well, see, now if Kendrick came back with a sample from another tune, then there would be a real conversation. But at this point in time, J. Cole, I mean, to me, is just the obvious winner. He's the person coming out on top. So like I said before as well, fuck Kendrick.
The ball's in your court. Make your move how you want.
That's my thoughts. That's my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. Get the fuck out of here. Leave me alone. Kick the beehive now.
What are you doing?
If you didn't see, I did a little Taylor Swift fan cringe video. I thought it was fun because also it was kind of in tandem with the cartoon I was making, Taylor Swift's breakup song, which this is part of the song here. I made that song, or actually, I don't want to take credit because my sound mixer, Justin Gregor, he made the song and I got to just sing on it. So, you know, it was fun.
Let's start again.
I really didn't get a lot of bad reception, honestly. I thought that people kind of liked it. I mean, it's a very average tune. It was fun. I'm not discrediting it, but it's not like, you know, the craziest thing in the world. But all in all, I remember whenever I was making it, people were like, watch out for the Swifties. They're coming. Don't fuck with the Swifties, man. The up, and it never happened. So I was like, oh, you know, whatever. Except today, I did see, which we're recording it now, and it's Monday the 13th, the day after the tune came out, and I just go on Twitter just to kind of see what's up, and I get this quote tweet, which is, I can't imagine being such a f***ing loser, which, you know, pretty funny. And what I like about this also is that almost all of the accounts we're going to talk about have Taylor Swift as a thumbnail, which I responded, trust me, sweetie, it's pretty fucking bleak. Which I thought was funny because it's, you know, I mean, it's like talking shit on myself. It's not good being me. I don't blame you. And the rabbit hole just kind of began to open there. And I could tell almost immediately that this was going to be, it's going to be one of those days. Which the person responding here, before I go into any more,
some psycho fucking Swiftie, I don't know.
Her big claim to fame in her life on her timeline that I got to see was that Taylor Swift liked one of her posts. And that was, you know, Heaven's Gate opening, that one of Taylor's PR people clicked like on one of her. But then she responded to me though with my cute little thing. I thought that she might be like, ha ha ha, yeah, I know, but f you, the Taylor thing, and it'd be it. But no, she says, don't call me sweetie, please. You're a misogynist who makes fun of women for having fun and enjoying themselves and simply liking an artist that you dislike solely because she's a woman. Make an entire manifesto video about Taylor breaking up with someone is weird as hell. Which when I read this, I laughed pretty hard because it was a big stretch. The misogyny and the women hating thing, just kind of funny. I said, my video says I hate Taylor. I am a misogynist. You are, you are very perceptive, honey. And she says, doubling down on nickname calling is weird, by the way. The reason your video is misogynistic is because you made a fucking manifesto hoping she breaks up with someone and imply that because her fans are usually women, we're all crazy. Which just goes to show immediately that, you didn't watch the video. And a lot of the people that were commenting on the post did not watch the video, which makes it all so much funnier. The hive mind mentality that I put in my video, it just makes it so much more true. I've seen so many people today be like, what is this conversation going on about? What people are mad about this? And they come back and they're like, oh my God, he's so right. Oh my God, it's like a prophecy. So then the floodgates started to open. I really started noticing that this thing was getting retweeted. It's not the most viral thing, but it was just the war was coming. I could hear the elephants braying in the background and like the stampede of soldiers coming. And I knew I had to get ready. But there was a couple things that I noticed was a big trend. One, Tay Voodoo always gets them, which didn't mean a lot now, but the voodoo thing will come back. Very fun. Then I got another one that I thought was pretty funny.
Today's video is sponsored by Factor. Factor makes everything easier with dietitian-approved meals delivered right to your door. This holiday season, skip the stress of meal prepping with Factor. Take your pick from more than 35 different delicious dishes each week, and then you're ready to heat and eat within 2 minutes. God damn. The best part about Factor is that it's got you covered for every part of the day. They have breakfast options like apple cinnamon pancakes and bacon and cheddar egg bites. And it comes in clutch during lunch when you need a quick meal at the office. And you can use gourmet plus meal options to make a healthy, savory dinner, saving you time and saving you from the fast food line. If you're looking for meals to keep you within a certain diet, look for the calorie smart, carb conscious, and keto tags to find what you need to maintain your goals. I like Factor for its flexibility. It keeps you on your schedule, but you can adjust your order size, share the meals, and even pause for a week when you need to. Now, a constant for me is work. And sometimes it's hard to know when I'm supposed to stop and just fucking chow down. So having Factor in the studio with plenty of options is a big plus for me. Head to Factor75.com or click the link and use code PAPAMEAT50 to get 50% off your first Factor box. Thank you, Factor, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Then I got another one that I thought was pretty funny. Don't you have anything better to do than to criticize someone's dating history? And I quote tweeted and I said, I literally don't. I don't. I have nothing else better to do with my time. I make garbage for the internet and I get paid. I say, pay me. Pay me. Thank you. I made garbage today. I made a big stinky is what I say to that. I think that was the one that really we started seeing more and more people come in. Not only the Taylor Swift pages were coming in, basic white bitches coming in. A lot of millennial women coming in being like, whoa, what a fucking idiot. We got someone like Betty. Betty says, I'm sorry your mom breastfed you through middle school and you inherited your father's micro penis, but you don't have to hate women who would never date you as a result. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to the video, but these tweets are just so funny. Then this guy, Joey, I just thought it was weird when there was guy Taylor Swift fans.
I am going to the Taylor Swift concert. I came here by myself.
I was like, dude, what are you gonna do? Try to f her? She's my dream boat. Joey says, and he's verified he does pay for Twitter Blue. He says, another 50-plus jobless man doing what a 50-plus jobless man would be doing, which apparently a random 50, he thinks I'm over 50, which is funny too because a lot of people have never heard of him before, and then they go to Google and they see that on Wikipedia. My age is like 42 or 43, so people are like, oh, this 40-year-old fucking asshole. But I do like this guy. He says, doing what a 50-plus jobless man would be doing, making cartoons. Oh, I guess the 50-plus-year-old is gonna be doing art. Typical 50-year-old stuff, man. AARP and doing internet cartoons. For real, dog. For real. And then we started getting into people not just saying the video's stupid, but that I'm extremely fat and extremely ugly. And this is where it really started ramping up. I really got a good belly chuckles. One of my favorite ones was from Meredith. She says, worry about being an ungroomed fat piece of YouTube lard with dried up burger grease and that forest of a beard of yours while looking like if Dream was one burger and Diet Coke away from a heart attack. Please stay in your lane. Honestly, first off, I like both of these pictures of me. I look like an Asian woman in the top left one, and the other one looks like I just woke up from a little nappy. But I do like both the reference ones as well. I like that tweet a lot. That's a good one. I kept seeing all these things where people kept saying get a job or jobless, which I don't understand. It's like, you watched a cartoon though, that's the job. I see it a lot. Feels like there could be a better insult because by that time, I got a home run one with the Dream insult. And then also like just people call me fat, all this kind of stuff. It was really ramping up, but I kept getting disappointed. I kept seeing all the job stuff. I thought it was annoying. And that's whenever I got somebody coming in to do a hex that I saw a lot, which is copy pasta with the same video. With the video is just like footage from other like weird horror films that's like sped up. It's just like fucking stupid. And then it says, over the next 3 days, your hair is going to fall out. Being bald is expected within a few hours. Teeth will get decayed slowly and start falling out.
Your organs will collapse and your heart will be overloaded with blood and explode, leaving behind nothing but flesh and bones.
Which is all really funny because this is a hex. They're trying to curse me. This is some of that Tay voodoo that I've been hearing so much about. Which, first off, I just wanted to, over the next few days, your hair is going to fall out. Being bald is expected within a few hours. So it's just like your hair is going to fall out within all my body hair. And it's expected that I'm supposed to be bald in a few hours. So am I just supposed to be upset that like my asshole and my taint hair are going to fall off over the course of 3 days? Why would I care about any of my other hair? Oh my God, I'm watching my finger hair fall off in front of my eyes. It just feels stupid. Also, your teeth will get decayed slowly and start falling out. Your organs will collapse and your heart will get overloaded with blood and explode, leaving behind nothing but flesh and bones. Do you think that by like heart explosion, is my whole body gonna explode? What the fuck happened? Is like a bomb gonna manifest inside me? That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood. That's like a big boom, big boom. I'd work on the hex a little bit. But in almost all of these Twitter accounts, this is just one of the examples, but in almost all of them, it has anti-bullying advocate. It costs nothing to be kind. Oh my God, Taylor, I love you so much. You're a fat. Oh, God, I can't say that. But someone called me that today. So what am I supposed to say? But one of the best ones was the picture I did of myself, which I look like a even more of a weight Pablo Escobar, kind of with a bearded Pablo Escobar. I look like Rosie O'Donnell if she had a beard. But someone said, there are 2 types of American white men. The fat, ugly, inflamed, blistering, red pork juice dripping kind of white men who think they're as charismatic as their more attractive counterparts, yet always smell like axe and garlic, have gout, and frequent their 7-Eleven. And it's a picture with me and my donkey. There's nothing about this picture that I guess elicits that. Like, I feel like I have so many other meme pictures where they could have had the one with me and my sunglasses on, and you could have been like, oh, look at this fat fucking idiot. But instead, it's just me standing calmly petting my donkey. I really thought that was a good one. Also, that's my donkey Jelly. And she is the sweetest of all of my farm animals. So to bring her into this, I say you're a I hate women! But someone did clip a very old video of mine from a Christmas video I did way back in the day. I was skinnier here, but still fat. You get to see my big ass, and I forgot that I put every pound gain puts you one step closer to the Lord, which is true. I was glad someone referenced that. And this is where I thought it went over the fucking line though, dude. I said, these dirty dogs of women said, you're on death's door. And I said something like, I think I seem rather handsome for a man on the verge of death. And then one of these women said, define handsome. And they put my picture up next to an adorable bulldog. And I was livid. And I immediately called him out. I said, if you're telling me that dog isn't handsome, then I know you're lying. Say what you will about my ugly, stupid fucking face, dude. But you chose an adorable, that's a handsome dog. I'd say that's a cute and handsome dog right there. I don't think I've actually just sat here and looked at him before. He's very, very cute. I like his little brown eyes. He's like, hello. Did you just take a picture of me? Why do people who draw such bigoted, ugly-looking characters are always ugly themselves? I think it's projection. They're ugly. They want to make beautiful people look ugly so they feel better about themselves. Miserable, loser-ass men. That's a f***ing sweet Nighthawk profile picture, dude. Big DC head in here, dog. That's tight as shit. Which honestly, here's the thing too. I get a lot of criticism for that. There's a lot of fucking artists out there who don't like me or don't like my stuff. It's all the same. It's always gross. It's fun. I like it. It's my brand. It's how I make money. I'm projecting. I hate how beautiful everyone else is. As a Swiftie myself, I'm proud to say that I thoroughly enjoy your content. Keep it up. Hey, thanks, Angelica. I just wanted to throw that in. That's really nice. Must be obsessed with Taylor's relationship because his marriage is failing. Saving up for alimony payments with desperate content. And then the stock photo of all the business people pointing and laughing. The audacity while looking at this. Dude, why do people keep bringing in me with a white shirt petting my donkey? If anything, crop the donkey out. Leave Jelly alone. You look like a sad, fat virgin, misogynistic white man who is jealous and angry at the world. Must be hard, so you project on other people.
Yeah. Small dick energy. Oh, wait, micro. I do have an extremely tiny penis, but that doesn't mean anything, dude. Also, I can't control that, all right? My dad fucking gave it to me, okay? It's not like I went to the store and I was like, oh, shit, was I supposed to get the big one? No, I was born with this. This is just funny because actually, for people that don't know, this is kind of the second time this has ever happened in my life. Not Taylor Swift, but many, many moons ago, before even people knew, like, of Meat Canyon, there was a documentary released called Leaving Neverland, which is about Michael Jackson, you know. And I made a cute little tune. Play the tune here. Boom.
How do you respond to these allegations that you sexually harassed these innocent children?
Yeah, it's not true. The children, it's not true.
Michael, would you let go of his hand, please? Just let go of the boy's hand.
I'm not gonna let go of it. He wants it.
Michael, please.
He likes it, yeah.
I made that, and I got so many death threats from Michael Jackson fans, okay? I didn't know that he was still so popular. People love Michael Jackson still. What I thought was kind of a harmless, albeit crude joke, led to people, I don't have evidence of this, but let me just say I was in California for work stuff, going to a friend's house, and somebody took a photo of me outside of a Ralph's. Okay? I've honestly never been more afraid in my life. The Taylor Swift people, at least they're just extremely dumb 8 to 12-year-old girls, and they just call me fat. That's fine. But, you know, this is my message, all right? I was doing all of this, and I wanted to make this message for you now. You no one would listen to it, okay? Can we that? Hey, there's an objective truth. Can we get that one out there? So, you know. I hate women. No, I don't know. Whatever. I just thought this was funny. I hope you enjoyed it. Bye.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and setting down because today we're going to talk about thirst traps.
And the winner is Meat Canyon for the best art streamer.
But he hates science. He's like me. He's into Meat Canyon videos.
Ooh, do it to him. Oh, get that shit in my face. Get that shit in my face.
That was hot.
Thirst traps have been a staple of the internet for well over a decade now. People taking sexy, flirtatious photos for the purpose of gaining the admiration of their peers. Thirst is defined as desperate need for attention, especially that of sexual nature. You can even find guides online on how to make high-quality thirst traps, from lighting tips to getting the perfect angle, and even more advanced tips like using body oil to make your skin pop. We've all been on the internet long enough to see women posting thirst traps, right? Old news. Dead meme, bored. But how about male thirst traps? Now we're talking. Over time, we've seen a lot more men participating in the trend and getting their own piece of the pie. Most male thirst traps are exactly what you'd expect. An in-shape man making flirty faces and getting sexy up for the camera. Getting sexy for you at home. And that being said, there seems to be a wider range of different subcategories that I thought we would take a look at because let me tell you, it's fun. It's a good time. But first off, how did thirst traps start? Let's take a walk down memory lane. Urban Dictionary defines a thirst trap as a sexy photograph or a flirty message posted on social media for the intent of causing others to publicly profess their attraction. And early on, people would post selfies on their MySpace profile to their small circle of friends and classmates, but now it has become a way to create a massive audience of fawning viewers. Nay is the time of internet goers lifting up their shirt in their bathroom with their scene band, their verb to noun band. I had a friend who did this. It worked great for him. It was insane. I was too fat. I couldn't do it. I wish I could thirst trap. I thirst trap in a heartbeat. Okay, I'll try. This is me thirst trapping. I'm gonna do one for you now. Put it up quickly. That's all you get.
Today's episode sponsored by Gamer Subs. We have our own flavor, raw meat. Don't drink raw meat right now. Do you like summer in a glass? Then drink raw meat. Gamer Subs, zero sugar, right? Nice caffeine. Or if you don't like caffeine, they have caffeine-free options. Raw meat. Go get raw meat. Use promo code PAPAMEAT and checkout. I swear to God, you're gonna get it. You're gonna love it. Please go buy this. If everyone just got one, right, it would end world hunger. That's a fact. If everyone got one right now, if you're watching this fucking video and you go get it, world hunger's done. Ring a ding ding ding. Go drink it. Raw meat. Raw meat. That's my flavor. Raw meat. Go drink it. Thank you so much, Gamer Subs, for sponsoring this video. Go fucking get this. I'm not even joking.
The term thirst trap has been around since around, 2011. It mainly consisted of women, but around 2018, male thirst traps began to emerge on TikTok. This content featured shirtless, lip-biting, short motivational speeches, and oftentimes roleplay. But then, in 2020, the pandemic accelerated the trend as users turned to the internet for connection and validation, with users like Vinny Hacker capitalizing on this shift. Vinny, who started making thirst trap videos in high school, blew up early on, currently sitting at 15 million beautiful followers on TikTok, and over time, the thirst trap genre has evolved and morphed into a multitude of different archetypes. So, let's start with some of the more common thirst traps, like the motivational buff guys of the internet. You might see these. You'll be scrolling through, you'll see one of these big buff beauties every once in a while. Because while many influencers can go far with just good looks alone, others try a different approach. Their posts are very clearly made for the women in his audience, making him out to be the most sensitive and caring lover. I have a huge heart, right? This man here is Josh Hopkins, an influencer with hundreds of thousands of followers that post all sorts of soft boy alpha thirst traps.
He's got a heart, but he's a leader.
He's got a heart of gold,
but he's also a lion. He's the leader of the wolf pack.
Some of his posts include motivational captions like, "The real flex is how many lives you can positively impact." He's shirtless. Do you feel positively impacted? Is your wet? You hard? That's positive. I think it's positive. But he posts this alongside videos and photos of him posing on a boat.
To show that he's rich. He's got money.
He does have money. He's rich. Your life isn't as good as his. Please be wet or hard right now. Thank you. Another one reads, "If you hang with me for too long, I'll brainwash you into believing in yourself and knowing you can achieve anything."
That's hot. That, like...
I'm motivated. I am motivated.
Masculinity isn't toxic. The absence of it is. Weak men are abusive and spiteful. Strong men are protective and loving.
Like a dad.
Yeah.
Posts like these get flooded with comments from older women praising him for his positivity, as well as begging to spend time with him, which it's funny, the parallels. It's human beings being human beings, but, you know, younger women posting provocative pictures almost always has creepy older guys in the comments being like, "You are so beautiful, princess." So it's funny to see the vice versa of like older women. I tell you what, the is aggressive too. Take it off!
That's how my grandma and aunt were to my one of my friend's brother. he was like 4 or 5 years older, and every time they're like, "Ooh, we want to see him." And then one time he gained weight, and then we were like, "Ugh."
Of course, he has his fair share of overly horny posts, some of which border on excessive. Some of them, not all of them, well, a lot of them, but still. There's clearly a market for thirst trap content that focuses more on emotions than just pure sex appeal. But what about when that concept is taken into a slightly different direction? That's when you enter Calvin Reef. I feel like I'm giving these boys a nice little platform, huh?
Yeah, you gotta promoting them.
I want to say, if we talk about anybody here, I want you to go there. I want you to just say, "Zam, Zaddy." Give one of those. They burn nothing but positivity going towards them. No negativity. I don't with that. These are just handsome boys doing what handsome boys do. right? Now, Calvin Reef is a young TikToker that focuses on making relatable content. So in his own words, quote, people don't have to feel alone throughout hard times. He makes dramatically emotional POV videos, and while they aren't overly sexual, they feel like a sort of emotional thirst trap in a way, if that makes sense. He often posts stories about touchy subjects in order to get emotional responses from his audience and have his videos blow the fuck up. He even says, I try to make people cry. It's good, dude. He's like Spielberg. You gotta respect that. Why not? I mean, listen, let's get away from the emotional stuff and look at a genre of thirst traps that is an absolute peak of horniness for every. I mean, why else are we here? Why else are we here?
I'm bricked up already.
I would say by far on the internet, the biggest male thirst trap ever is the cooking thirst traps, which is just AKA it's food.
Literal food.
Okay, I want to be a cinnamon roll. They get in there too with the dough and shit. God damn, like sitting there, they're smacking stuff, smacking dough.
They're just showing you. See, that's
good advertising.
Little subliminal messaging right there.
Well, it's not even subliminal. I mean, that's just, they're just saying, this, you are dough. My finger, you're whole. At some point, attractive men who were skilled in cooking and baking had discovered a new type of viral content, one that mixes the aesthetic appeal of delicious foods with the sexual nature of thirst traps.
Gold mine.
And let me tell you, it is a gold mine. An absolute never-ending gold mine. One very well-known influencer in this realm is the man that goes by the name The Donut Daddy. He's a donut maker from Melbourne that made a large name for himself after posting increasingly horny content. And let me tell you, when I say posting increasingly, he knew what he had. He had the pickaxe and all, and he found gold. He kept digging, all right? In these videos, he's not only showing off his six-pack and his chiseled features, he's doing just about everything shy of taking his out and the food that's right in front of him. You can watch him pretend to eat out bread dough, spank the sides of stand mixers, and splatter frosting on the counter in a like fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you, I mean, even my ass, I was like, he's like looking around and shit. And I think I saw one of his videos one time when I was at an airport. I thought I was gonna get arrested. Yeah, I was like watching it, just sitting waiting for a flight. I was like scrolling through like Instagram or TikTok, and yep, there's always one person that knows that you're watching something bad. You like go down, you like look over, and there's like an old woman who's just like,
I kind of like that though, knowing someone's watching.
On several occasions, he'll purposely cover the donuts he makes for his infamous cream pie shots. You know what a cream pie is? They're delicious. In one video where he makes a key lime pie donut, he grabs the hook off the stand mixer and jerks off the dough until it comes right off. He then starts rolling the dough, only to spread it apart like a pair of cheeks and spank the hell out of it. And near the end, he starts fingering the lemon filling. Actually saying this out loud,
it's gross.
It really is gross. Like, I'm just like, oh my God. And he just like spreads it open and starts fingering the hole. You're like, God damn.
Is this gonna get us demonetized?
I don't know. Maybe. It's food. He has his own donut shop and dessert bar in Melbourne and serves handcrafted donuts, which is the primary thing he uses his content to promote. Which, you know what? That's a small business owner getting his, right? It's a donut maker trying to get people to eat donuts. What am I supposed to tell you? One of the biggest cooking thirst trap accounts on YouTube is without a doubt Cedric Lorenzen, who makes similar content for his 6.3 million followers on YouTube. It seems that people who make this kind of content are always trying to find new ways to up the ante to see how far they can take the sexual side of the content while also making it different from their competitors. You gotta reel people in with what's similar, but what makes you stand out? What makes you a little zebra amongst horses, am I right? And for some reason, Cedric's signature move is spitting on the camera.
You think he's hogging a loogie?
You better believe he's getting some phlegm from the back of his throat. Oh, especially a man eating a bunch of sugary shit like that. Oh, I bet you he's got some phlegm. In one video that feels almost too graphic for TikTok, Cedric makes an Indonesian dish called es camper, a cold and sweet dessert consisting of various fruits. In the video, cuts open a coconut, jams his finger deep inside, and fingers it aggressively. All right. Cedric aims to open his own restaurant one day, thinks of his content as a good stepping stone to that goal, which once again, if you're popular online and you can get the bag, motherfucker can open up a nice steakhouse at some point, I bet.
It kind of reminds me, like, have you seen those videos where the guys, like, they make the chocolate, like,
I see a lot
bananas,
of chocolate ones. Yeah.
And they, like, hump them in their face?
Yeah.
That's what he's gonna do.
Okay, maybe not. I don't think I.
Oh, you haven't seen that?
That last part was, I don't know.
They'll sexually like doll up like a banana, like dip it in chocolate and put sprinkles on it, and then like put it near their fucking like stand up on the table and like shove it in their mouth.
I hate that you reenacted all of that. Men have begun seeing so much success from their thirst trap content that it's starting to be seen as a smart marketing tactic for more than just individual influencers trying to make a quick buck. So let's talk about the national park thirst traps. People were shocked to see that Yellowstone National Park was seemingly posting thirst trap videos to TikTok in order to advertise their park. Big brain. Big brain material. The formula for these posts would consist of sexy men thirst trapping just before hard cutting to a landscape view from the park, which it is a beautiful view, isn't it? Isn't that nice? Other clips would stitch videos from rugged influencers like Thorin Bradley, cutting from him splitting a log in half with their bare hands to a shot of a snowy mountain. Oh,
dude, that's gotta work.
Yeah, it works. Are you kidding me? Absolutely. They should do it for both men and women. Get some men in there, get some women in there, maybe get both of them at the same time. Who knows? And guess what? Boom! You're in the forest. These videos would pop off on TikTok, and soon people realized that this was not actually the official Yellowstone TikTok page. Instead, people were making fake accounts in order to trick people into creating awareness for national parks to increase tourism due to the cuts being made at the National Park Services. But you know what? That's the community coming together. They're like, they know brain rot. Capitalizing brain rot for the better good for national parks. We need it. Yellowstone needs to step up and start doing it, dude.
They should do it for like educational videos.
Hell yeah, they should. Now let's talk about one of the most popular types of aesthetic that men on social media have utilized for their thirst traps. And it's probably, I would say this is probably my least favorite one out of all of them. I'd probably say this is the most popular. This is the one I probably see the most. This is the one that inspired the video because it was happening so much. I'd be taking a shit on Instagram. You'd scroll through and you're like, why am I getting fed these? I'm just watching them over and over again. I'm of course talking about the country boy thirst traps. Yeah. There's no shortage of men using the rugged Western country boy lifestyle as a tool for getting women to fawn after them. The amount of TikToks I see of shirtless men in blue jeans catching footballs with one hand and then slow motion turning around. Can you imagine, what if I actually just lost like 150 pounds for that thing, just for that bit? As I turn around, I had like a full chisel thing and I'm like, I think people would immediately not like me anymore. People like a nice pudgy guy.
That's true. Jonah Hill, good example.
Do people not like Jonah Hill anymore? What happened to him?
He was woke.
These videos often consist of fit men, usually wearing only pants and a cowboy hat, spending time at a farm or around their pickup truck while lip singing to country music, like stadium country music, you know what I mean? Dirt road, cold beer, blue jeans, a red pickup. What was that Bo Burnham thing, right? One of these influencers, Dalton Chandler, has multiple videos where he uses all the country boy stereotypes at once. They almost always fit the exact same format, and Dalton gets out of the pickup truck to reveal he's only wearing a blue jeans and a cowboy hat. He opens the back to reveal a cute dog, then walks off screen as if he isn't just going to turn around once they get the take. They're going to walk over, he's going to tell his dog, get in the truck. Get out of the truck. Arf, arf, arf. Get out of the truck. Slams the door on his paw. I don't know if that happens, but still. And another one of his favorite types of thirst traps is a shirtless Dalton gets thrown a football, catches it, turns around in slow motion, and smiles. He's done this more times than I could ever tell you. It's a lot. And I'll tell you what, other guys like this, they all, there's been copies of it, or he's copied it before. I don't know who the originator is of it, but there's a lot. Some other men that follow the country boy aesthetic have countless videos where they just walk towards the camera and smile. One thing I don't, what is the psychological thing you think that makes like licking your lips supposed to be attractive? You know how many times we see that? Biting your lips and then licking them or something? What do you think it is actually?
I don't know. It's just like, it just shows interest. Yeah, it's the eyes, man.
Maybe it is supposed to be like, oh, you're a snack. Oh, you're delicious. You look at her the same way that you look at like a porterhouse steak. Like a knife and a fork. My boy Danny Baker is a great example of this. He has had a ludicrous amount of videos where the only thing he does is walk forward, smile, and occasionally, not all the time, occasionally tip his hat. And occasionally with wholesome motivational quotes and Bible verses layered on top. Not a bad formula.
What's the one that you shouldn't like on your friend's belly?
There's a Bible verse that says don't on your friend's belly?
Yeah, it's like don't waste your seed on your best friend's belly.
Is that Tummy Sticks 1614? The Book of Tummy Sticks. It's It's surprising just how many types of thirst trap videos are out there. There's a category out there for everyone. For example, the police officer thirst trap. Even police officers should try to take sexy videos of themselves, often decked out in full gear, and a popular trend that police officers on TikTok take part in is the hip walk, where people film their hips as they walk in a suggestive way.
Oh, because they're brandishing their guns.
They're brandishing their gun. These boots are made for walking. But they're not the only people in uniform that participate in the thirst trap trends. There are people in the military that do this as well. Like in 2020, people in the US military started getting in trouble for poor conduct after being caught making thirst trap videos that were making the rounds on TikTok. And although people in the military are banned from using social media sites such as TikTok, people inevitably find a way to access and gain followers posting content they deem inappropriate. My boy Garrett Nolan, for example, will post videos of him making sexy faces, while influencers like John Bland take a much more revealing route, which is really funny with his name. There ain't nothing bland about John Bland. Both of them have gained massive followings, which the Pentagon views as a threat, believing that China will be able to gather important intel from the US military. Many people think this is a silly thing to be concerned about, seeing as they're just doing what most young people do and aren't hurting anyone, right? Regardless, John's TikTok seems to have completely disappeared, but remnants of them still exist in compilations posted to YouTube. Don't worry, guys, his abs are still out there. Oh, thank God, John. Where'd you go, John? We've seen enough hot, young twinks. How about sexy influencers for the older crowd? Well, look no further. Divorced dad thirst traps is my lifeblood. There's nothing. Divorced dad and divorced mom thirst trap content is so funny and just truly shows how people at an older, like, nobody really ever grows up. They just get older. Because these are the same people that would be doing the John Bland thing if they still had that kind of body. But it's the idea of like a 53-year-old guy who's just like 53 and can go all night. And he's just like, but they're like old as shit. It's so good. Some people are very honest about their lives on TikTok, too honest. Like Brian Bateau. He's a man in his mid-40s who is often using TikTok to score himself a new wife. In fact, he brings up the fact that he got divorced from his wife of nearly 20 years on a regular basis. In one video, he dances and lip sings while pleading to his audience to blow up his video to stick it to her.
Oh, that's such a good idea.
It's so desperate. He better be having some divorced rock in there. Divorced dad rock. He better have some Creed in there, some Seether, Stained, all of them. Puddle of Mud. They better all be in there.
Does Breaking Benjamin fit?
I think Breaking Benjamin probably fits into divorced dad rock now. Something's getting in the way. Lots of people in the comments end up venting about how they just recently got divorced recently as well. All the other guys are like, buddy, preaching to the choir.
So it's just an echo chamber of divorced people.
It's the divorced dads all come together. They hear they hear the It's Been a While by Stain from like 4 scrolls up. They're like, oh, I'm home. She took everything, and the text is huge because their eyes suck. That's another thing I like too. I love at games when guys are texting, it's just like, I'm going to fill you up and like spread it all over your stomach, and they like look at porn at like games. It's insane. It's just like, dude, you're around other people. In other videos, he urges people to respond to his DMs because dating in your 40s suck. Some videos have a strange vibe because he'll emotionally vent about how much he misses being married, all while looking longingly into the camera like a typical thirst trap. You know, just sitting there, he's just being like.
This picture says, loving someone you know loves you back, family gets-togethers, no longer being part of a team, guaranteed hugs after a long day.
I do miss those guaranteed hugs after a long day, bro. My boy Brian, he's spitting facts. It's been a while since I could hold my head up high. It's been a while since I first saw you. That's a good one, dude. I don't know if I like It's Been a While. That might be my favorite divorced dad rock song. Or I like that Creed song though too. My Own Prison. Should have been dead on a Sunday morning, begging my head. No time for moaning, ain't got no time.
My dad would blast that at like 6 a.m. in the morning.
Good for him, dude. Court is in session. A verdict is it. He's like doing the dishes real loud and shit. He wants people to be like, Dad, what's wrong? Nothing, go to bed. But But when all else fails, Brian will not hesitate to pull out the occasional horny post, knowing full well his children are aware of his TikTok presence, but he doesn't care. Dad's lonely. Hey, keep scrolling, sweetheart. In fact, this is a new issue that people have to confront in the age of TikTok. A 15-year-old teenage girl posted an advice page about how to handle her 53-year-old father posting thirst traps to TikToks. The father, a physically fit, bearded gym coach that occasionally works gigs as a mall Santa, decided to start posting thirst trap videos to TikTok. She was humiliated to find out that her friends discovered them and started showing them to her. In them, her father's wearing tight, revealing pants while he flexes and dances to sexual music. And according to her, quote, "You could literally see everything." That's so brutal, dude. I feel bad for her. That's brutal. She would then look at the comments to find that a bunch of women were thirsting after her father, and he was even responding to them. That old boy was getting it. He's like, "I'm eating good, sweetheart. Your dad's full." The man is not divorced and has a wife that is also very uncomfortable with him making these posts. What?
He's doing it for the attention.
I thought he was divorced. I got mixed up with Brian. He just wants the attention. You're playing with fire right there, old boy. God damn.
He's role-playing as a divorced dad.
He's a divorced dad and a mall Santa. They both want him to stop, but according to her, he would tell him that, quote, "I'm an adult and I can do what I want." What a fucking immature piece of shit, dude. The team wants nothing to do with his content, but refuses to let her block his account.
What? You better unblock me.
You unblock it and you like those posts and repost them.
He even shows them to her directly before posting them.
This seems like vindictive.
Is that not fucking torture?
Yeah, that's child cruelty.
That does feel like child cruelty. I mean, a little. I mean, at the very least, child cruelty. Dad, I don't want to see it.
You will watch me in my joggers.
And now let's get in the stranger side of male thirst traps. Whenever you think of all the ideas that have been exhausted, people will find a way to keep things fresh. For example, how about fake arrest thirst traps? I know we already talked about police a little bit, but stay with me. On TikTok, people are making videos where they pretend to get manhandled by police from the point of view of their girlfriend. The goal is to give off the bad boy aesthetic, like it's a scene out of Degrassi or like the end of a movie or something, you know, where it's like, "Don't worry, babe, I got this under control." They shove themselves against a wall and pretend their hands are being cuffed behind their back before turning towards the camera and smoldering. This is me getting arrested. Get off! Did I look like a bad boy, Nick?
You did.
Thanks, Nick. Thirst trap videos are likely here to stay for the foreseeable future. I mean, as long as people get horny, they're going to be around. Sex sells, Nick.
It's kind of like book talk.
It's exactly like book talk. But the difference between book talk and thirst trapping is it's way more feral. Book talk, people are getting all horned up, I get it, but they're just like, usually they're never like, it's a lot more vague, or it's like behind closed doors. "Oh, I'm reading this in private." That one scene in chapter 26, that kind of vibe. Versus thirst traps are just like, this is like me and I'm hard. And then people in the comments are just like, "Hey, by the way, I'm wet and hard. There's a swamp happening right here." It feels a lot more abrasive to me. No matter how bizarre and how low effort some of this may be, human beings are feral, horned up creatures that can't help but watch. To those who make fun of people posting them, who could blame them? Some of these people are making tons of money doing it, and all they have to do is be a little bit cringe and horny.
People gotta eat.
That's with anything in life, bro. All I gotta say is the shit's fucking cringy, and I guess if you stumble on it, you don't like it, buddy, just keep scrolling. Thank you so much for watching this video. We will see you all in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down, because today we're going to be looking to the smelly world of dumpster diving. Times are tough right now. As people struggle to make ends meet, the prices of everything seem to rise every day, even for the most basic necessities. Why are you so expensive? This has forced folks to get creative and come up with new ways to survive. And one of the fastest growing methods in this new, weird, money-saving extravaganza is dumpster diving. While many view digging through someone else's garbage as gross, others see it as thrown away gold mines, all for the taking. People find things like fresh food, perfectly good clothes, and even ancient relics. That's an ancient relic that you'll find in a dumpster. But of course, not everyone wants their trash to be found. Some divers have found human feces and dead bodies inside of dumpsters behind stores. So, gear up as we get ready to plunge into the world of dumpster diving. Starting with, what exactly is dumpster diving? Feels pretty self-explanatory. You're diving in dumpsters, but albeit let me just fill you in case. Dumpster diving, otherwise known as dumpstering or garbing,
I don't like that.
There's a growing trend around the globe that involves people going from dumpster to dumpster, hoping to find something valuable.
They didn't cut that one. Y'all, they didn't cut it.
Look at that. I don't know if I can get it out. Oh, man. Oh, it's got the bat away. This is all Xbox games. Come on, Xbox One. Oh, in there. Madden, in there.
Whoa! Look at all this food and drinks. Look at all those sodas.
We kind of touched on this a little bit with like the Goodwill bins in the sense as kind of dumpster diving, but to be fair, it is people donating things for someone else to get. It isn't actual trash, something that's meant to just be in a landfill. Even though some of it should be, you know, there is a difference, but there is a trend happening where people, I think, who do go to those Goodwill bins, I think that's whenever they're like, we have to get... People know what they have too much now. We need to get the people who don't know what they have, and they're throwing it away to go into a landfill. And digging through the trash isn't a new concept, but it became more socially acceptable in the late 1960s and early 70s as people became very environmentally conscious and aware of the amount of waste that they were producing. Companies like Shein and Temu are responsible for a new wave of fast fashion that is the contribution to billions of tons of waste each year from mass-producing clothing and trinkets. That make you feel good?
I'm pretty sure they also said Forever 21 when that was really big, was like a huge cause.
I could see Forever 21. If there was a reason the Earth would die or end, I think Forever 21. I would not, like if someone was like, yeah, and it's Forever 21's fault, I would be like, sure. In America alone, 80% of people throw away perfectly good food. And companies like Walmart and McDonald's waste tons of perfectly good food from predetermined expiration dates. We got it so good that we're just like, just throw it away. If it's not mint fresh, I don't want it. Today, combating environmental waste is still a huge reason why people dive. But however, it has evolved over time to fit numerous needs, right? Not all these dumpster diving warriors are for good. I just want to say that. Everybody crawling around a dumpster isn't just some eco-conscious saint, all right? For example, some people scavenge through dumpsters behind construction sites to find building materials or scrap metal that they can sell.
Or sometimes they just go in the building and steal it.
Or sometimes they just go and break into stuff and grab copper out of the wall. Copper pipes that they can sell. Others will raid college campuses for thrown out appliances and office supplies. The reason it's so popular today is that there are tons of content creators across all platforms who make a living by showing off what they have found.
And here's an overview of everything I've found, so I cleaned everything up. We've got Icy Hot, Nighttime Cold and Flu, Highlands Cold and Cough, NyQuil and DayQuil. Look at all that salt and pepper.
Yeah, we just fit everything. It was so much stuff. And this is like all the stuff that we just, you know, lined up, kind of sorted out by sections too, like
We've got our awesome haul all laid out.
So much good stuff.
We found a lot of food and snacks tonight.
But this right here is hands down my most epic score ever.
TNT confetti cannons, red, white, and blue. Multicolor confetti cannons. We've got these smoke sticks, $5 a piece. We have a mountain of sparklers.
It's crazy. They're just like, yeah, so kind of. It's the same kind of live when someone's just like, I make $20,000 a month by renting out soda pop machines. Have you seen that? Time to do the pickup of my soda pop haul. And they're like in a laundromat and they're like, $900? Okay. It's like bullshit, dude. Some of these people that are doing the dumpster diving, let's just say that you can't find something. You never know what kooky bitch is going to just throw in something like, I don't know, is this what? It's like an antique dress or something. I just don't even, I don't like looking at it. It scares me. And they throw it away. Sure. But I do have a feeling that people are like going on eBay and buying something and being like, wait, what? And like they pull it out. Oh my God, Chad. Do you see this right now? That kind of thing. Each week, more people tune in to see what's been found and to get inspired to go out and try it themselves. Mom, can I go out and dumpster dive, please? I want to find a relic from the past. One of the more controversial reasons people dumpster dive is to find their next meal. Stores across the nation toss out millions of pounds of good food simply because it's nearing its expiration date, aka it's going bad. You don't get sick if you eat it. This has led people to start staking out dumpsters, waiting for big stores to throw out their expired foods. You think the guys ever come up with like meat? They're just like put it, they're like, back! They have like a torch. Back! Which is it's not even a lot of homeless people. There's a lot of regular people out there that just do it. Why?
It's free food, or it's my hobby.
The meat's gray. It's gray. It's gray ground beef. I mean, if you could cook and put a little garlic salt on it, it'd be delicious.
I mean, how long has it been in the dumpster? 10
Well,
minutes?
I mean, in this case, 10 minutes, but if just the sheer fact of them throwing it out into a dumpster that is littered with germs.
Wait! This video is sponsored by Chime. Chime is changing the way people feel about their money, with features and tools that help you avoid the pitfalls of traditional financial institutions and help you gain peace of mind. Chime helps you get paid early, build credit, and cover unexpected expenses. And now, it's easier than ever to manage your money with no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and no overdraft fees. If you've ever had a payment bounce or your account goes negative at the worst time, Chime's got your back. Chime offers fee-free overdraft on up to $200 on debit and credit card transactions. Then, you can pay it back later. No stress, no questions asked. Most banks charge for overdraft, but Chime doesn't. Go up to $200 on your overdraft or withdrawals with absolutely no fees. Start using Chime today. Head to the link in the description to download Chime and take control of your finances right now. Thanks so much to Chime for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
There's trends of people like washing their chicken in bleach.
Is that true? Or do they think it just I mean, are they going, yeah, we call it blind chicken. Because you eat one bit of it and you're blind. I'm blind. You go legally blind for 10 minutes. That would be, I want to go to a hobo, like a homeless camp or any place where it's like somebody grabs some bleached chicken and they're making like Nashville hot chicken out of it. Oh, these blind hot chicken sandwiches are good. I just glazed over like I'm a White Walker.
If you knew it was just temporary, would you try the blind chicken?
It's kind of, I kind of want to. No, because I'd be too scared. I would be too much of a pussy.
I've woken up blind one time.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No, you have not woken up blind. Your eyes were closed. We've already talked about this.
No, okay.
It was total darkness, and you're like, but all of a sudden it came back. I'm like, you woke up and your eyes were closed. Help!
I had like a face mask that had like herb bags, like bags of herbs.
What the do you mean bags of herbs? Were you hunting a vampire? Were you trying to fend off werewolves? Are you a plague doctor? What the are you talking about?
This salesman in a mall sold my mom to it. Took him an hour to sell it to her. It's like a mask you wear, but it's like bags of herbs that go over your eyes and you throw them in the microwave, heat them up. I put them on, and when I woke up, I took it off, and I was like, I can't see.
Okay. I believe part of your story. I believe that you got conned into buying a face mask where you heat up some oregano and put it on your face. I believe that. I wholeheartedly believe that you took the mask off, your eyes were closed, and you thought you were blind. Look, it smells great, but I'm blind.
I think what happened is the mask was too tight, and the bags of herbs was putting pressure on my eyes. And for 10 hours, the pressure on my eyeballs.
Why would that cause you to go blind?
I don't know. Have you ever put pressure on your eyeballs and can't see for a bit?
No. Dumpster diving is not only an easy way to find free stuff, God. I already know too. This is so there's gonna be some guys like, he's right actually. I actually pressed my fingers in my eyes and I went blind too for a bit. Oh God. Dumpster diving is not only an easy way to find free stuff, it's also a good way to find nice stuff for free. You like that? People will search endlessly to find electronics, designer bags, and expensive makeup just to take it home and sell it online to make a profit from dumpster diving. Which, once again, parallels with the Goodwill pickers. Are they on the same line as people who go to Goodwill and search through trashy bins or even thrift store shopping? Or are they a layer below because it's simply dumpsters?
I would say a layer below. Because, like, the bins, at least it's a organized thing.
I will say for the means of survival, for getting meat to survive, I think they're parallel. But I think the people who are too cheap for the bins even...
Oh yeah, because they're getting that for free.
You know what I mean? You just gotta watch out for thrift stores now. There's no such thing as a good thrift store anymore. Everything's so expensive. I saw this amazing, we got that pool table. I saw this Dale Earnhardt Jr. or Senior, whichever one, the guy who ran into a wall. Show a clip. But it was his, the Intimidator, the best one. And it was a billiard light. But it was his car, was the hood. And I was like, holy I was like, that's awesome. It's like, God damn, look, I was like, looked at the price tag. The guy wanted $3 grand for it. What is happening? What is this? Many people make a living purely by dumpster diving, finding all sorts of valuable things thrown away. Like this beautiful woman, Melania Diaz. Melanie Diaz. Melanie Diaz was on TikTok one day when she watched a video showing a woman saving a substantial amount of money by simply digging through dumpsters. And inspired by this, she gave it a try herself and was instantly hooked. At first, it was simply a hobby she pursued while working as a full-time photographer. But eventually, she was able to quit her job and dumpster dive to get by. She purposely targeted name brand stores like TJ Maxx and Home Goods and would find clothing items, along with books and toys that still had their tags on them. She said she only spent 4 to 5 hours a day diving in these goddamn dumpsters, but it was enough to sustain herself for over 2 years. She saved more than $50,000, which let her travel and visit her family in Colombia. Okay, it's $25,000 a year, Nick, but also probably a bit more than those photos we're making. All right, full-time photographer, you pray to get those $25,000 a year. Now, Melanie has a social media following where she posts her daily hauls and uses the income from her content to buy food and other necessities. Which that's the thing too, is that there is the content side of it makes sense to me. The idea of searching for treasure. That's what it is, right? So even if you don't get it, it's just the next one. You know how many dumpsters there are in the world?
It's kind of like pack openings.
100%, exactly. Just more disgusting. I wouldn't say, you know what though? Not as demeaning. Not as demeaning. The way even myself opening up magic cards, it feels worse than probably crawling into a, I don't know, diaper-filled garbage can. And while some look to save money, others look to make money from their finds. 2 women from Pennsylvania traveled nationwide to put new items on their online shop. Veronica Taylor and Liz Wilson claim to make anywhere from $4,000 to $5,000 a month simply from items they find in dumpsters. The pair has found all sorts of expensive things, from Louis Vuitton bags to premium hygiene products. They share many of their finds on TikTok, attracting countless people to their online store. The income from their sales allows them to travel across the country, going from city to city and picking up different treasures from dumpsters. And Tiffany Butler is another woman who lives comfortably off dumpster diving. She has her own website where she sells beauty products, pet toys, and random finds, and these items range from $2 to $4, but her big ticket items are her sex toys that she finds.
I don't want to use a sex toy found at a dumpster.
They clean it though. I hate when people are well, I cleaned it. Did you?
Is it? Oh, never mind. I was gonna say there's definitely a used market.
Oh, there's definitely a used market for sex toys. Did you clean it? Yeah? No. The whole thing can act like a little scratch and sniff. If it's not Willy Wonka's like wallpaper, then they're like, all right. She has a page where you can buy dumpster and other sex toys, all discarded by a nearby sex shop. In addition to her webpage, she has multiple accounts on social media showing off her finds. Tiffany claims that she makes anywhere from $76,000 to $100,000 a year just by dumpster diving, and probably primarily on the sex toys. She also finds enough things in dumpsters that she doesn't have to buy her kids back to school clothes or supplies. She just gives them the dumpster finds that show American Pickers. They go to people's places and they look through their shit and they're like, what the hell is that? That's awesome. And they put it in like a, you know, it's like, oh, this is a vintage store. But essentially they're going through dumpster sites and stuff and grabbing things. Is it just because it's cheap items? It's people cheaping out and being like, well, these are perfectly good folders. I'm just going to use these folders. Is that the negative connotation? And is it really that wrong, Nick?
No, I don't think it's wrong.
Don't get it wrong. The kid's going to get bullied. You better not tell that anybody. Kid, if you're watching this, do not tell anybody.
I brag about dumpster diving all the time to my teachers. Like, I brag about it to everybody. They're like, ew, that sounds gross. I'm, oh yeah, I got this, I got this, I got that. I love it. I have no shame.
What the puppet in the Sesame Street? That's the garbage guy. Oscar. I'm gonna call your ass Oscar. Like, I'm not a garbage man. They're like, I'm not a garbage man. Also, don't give him bleached chicken at school. Yeah, last time we ate your mom's snacks, we went blind for like 4 minutes. That's what I mean. I guess it's a thing of like, I don't know. It's a weird, because there really is nothing wrong with it, right? I think it's just the perceived idea too that people are like, the thing I got, even like right here, I got this for my child, I got it out of a dumpster. I think it's just the face value of that. Even if it's totally normal, it's just the idea of like, you couldn't just go inside and pay for like a clean version of it.
Well, that's capitalism.
Well, listen, dumpster diving profiteers are not only in the US, but are worldwide. In the UK, a channel by the name of Dumpster Diving UK makes upwards of $100,000 from a single haul. throwing away over there? I found this gold lion. I think it belongs to the queen. I'm not sure. I don't like it. I'm just gonna sell it. The man who runs the channel creates videos that focus on how much companies like Amazon and Smith's and Irish toy chain actually waste, which, you know what, that's big brain moves. Dump it on the show that I could turn this around and make tons of money off this. What do you think British Jeff Bezos is? What's his name?
Jeff Biscuits.
Or Jim Biscuits.
My name's Jim Bit.
He's like bald still.
Oh, you better get out of my factory, hey? I'm gonna fucking give you one, eh?
While he claims to make only about 1,000 USD a week, some of his largest finds have earned him hundreds of thousands of dollars. In one haul, he found 50 boxes of nail polish, each containing 300 bottles, which he sold for $135,000. That's insane. He has also found large amounts of iPhones and hard drives that have given similar profits. The man claims that his fascination with dumpster diving started when, as a child, he found food for his family in a Tesco dumpster. And ever since then, he has been interested in the world of dumpster diving.
I used to eat and drink from dumpster, like trash cans at school. So
why even say that publicly? You don't need to. You don't need to out this man. It's all right. What are you doing now? This man's story of finding food in the trash is more common than people realize. Food waste is a big problem in the world today, and there are whole movements and cultures that exclusively eat from dumpsters. Looking at a dumpster, you probably wouldn't think it looks appetizing, but for some people, it's a whole goddamn buffet. Within the diving community, there's a subculture called freegans. These people are simply looking to avoid paying for food and to help reduce food waste by taking food out of the trash and consuming them. Freegans devote their time to scouring their cities and marking out good places to eat. Online, they have created maps of good dumpsters to eat at, as well as locations of fruit and nut trees. In Germany, it is so popular that they have opened a grocery store called The Good Food, which gets all of its produce from dumpsters. Sophia Anderson is a big supporter of eating from the trash and has made a social media career showing off her finds and how to make delicious recipes from discarded food. I'm sure that all the food she gets is just like, it's not everything is just covered in piss and shit. In my mind, that's what it keeps coming to, but it's probably like canned foods.
Got that image right there. She got a bunch of cheese and meats.
See, that's it. The cheese and meats I'd be so scared with. If my buddy hopped out and he's like, I found a fresh can of black beans out of a trash can, I'd be like, pop her open. But for some reason, the meat thing just scares me. The phrase, one man's trash is another man's treasure, could never be more true when it comes to dumpster diving. People throw out all sorts of things and don't realize how much they might be worth. And one Chinese man found a historical relic inside someone's trash. I instantly got chills as soon as I said Chinese man.
Why?
I don't know. One Chinese man. Becomes so much more exotic and like magical, doesn't it? Just don't put this in, editor. Editor, don't put all this in. Because he probably sounds actually, let's just drop it. You know, never mind. A textile worker in the 1980s was riding his tricycle around a market while looking for any valuables that might have been thrown away. While searching, a set of ornate wooden chairs caught his eye. He immediately grabbed them and took them home. Did he just steal chairs? Were they in the dumpster? It sounds like from what I've heard here, he was riding a tricycle and just saw some chairs. All right. His family would use them as everyday furniture for years, and they didn't think anything of them. However, in 2011, the grandson of the textile worker went to sell the chairs so he could buy a home. When he took them to an appraiser, it was revealed that they were 400-year-old Ming Dynasty chairs used in the royal palace. The chairs were taken to the auction and sold for 23 million yen, or $3.2 million USD. Thank God I got them appraised. I would not think, I need to buy a home. How about I sell these chairs? Not all finds are actually treasures. Most of the time, it really is just trash. And when I say most of the time, I mean almost every time. 99.9% of the times, it's gonna be trash in the trash can, all right? Or sometimes, it's even worse. Lightning. In New Mexico, the heat was coming down as 3 divers were digging through some trash when they heard a faint cry come from a bag. Thinking it was an animal, clicking to open it up, only to discover a newborn baby with the umbilical cord still attached. They contacted authorities and the child was rushed to the hospital while police searched for the person who dumped the baby.
911, where's your emergency?
We just found the baby in the trash.
Is it breathing?
Yes, ma'am. He still got his umbilical cord. He's whimpering. He was not crying, actually.
The culprit was Alexis Avila, who was caught on CCTV throwing the bag into the trash and walking away. How can you do that? Actually, scary. She claimed that she had no idea that she was pregnant, and when she gave birth to the baby in her parents' bathroom, she panicked and decided to throw it away. How do you not know you're pregnant? Fortunately, this time, the person was found alive, but most of the time, they aren't so lucky. While digging through a dumpster, a man found a pair of boots he thought were interesting, right? Those are pretty interesting boots there. After reaching out to take them, he noticed that there was a dead body of a young woman attached to them. Police were called to the scene where they identified the deceased woman as 24-year-old Sierra Woodfork. Though her cause of death wasn't identified, police believed foul play was involved. Good detective work. I mean, I'm pretty sure something happened. You think the guy was just like, do I get the boots?
Oh, I bet.
Oh, I think so. It's all right. I found the body. You can at least throw me the boots. Sometimes people find only body parts and not the whole thing. In Baltimore, a couple discovered a human foot in a bag while dumpster diving. After it was turned over to a medical examiner, no other news had been released saying who or where the foot came from. We have no idea. Over in Spain, a diver was digging near a tobacco shop when he came across a suitcase inside a bag. When he opened the suitcase, he was greeted with a pale, dissected torso. After the body was discovered, police identified an Irishman and Ukrainian traveler as suspects in the case. 3 years later, the Irishman was arrested for the murder and dismemberment of his German landlord and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. 10 years? Damn. Dissected a whole torso and put it in a goddamn briefcase. All right, 10. A decade. In 2021, Portland, Oregon was going through a massive power outage that caused a grocery store to throw away tons and tons of food. People began to gather at their bins, and police were called to break up the crowd. Police tried to tell them that the food was not safe to eat, but the crowd rejected their advice. Oh, it's fine. The dumpster eventually reached 50 people waiting to get inside. All of them were getting angrier, and police said, quote, "No subject in the crowd was willing to have an open dialogue with the officers and continue to shout insults at them and store employees." After a while, the police gave up and told the store that unless someone dies or gets hurt, they're not going to stop anyone. You know what? Just never mind. They're rude. They hurt my feelings and they're rude. In places where dumpster diving gets out of hand, stores have been known to put up razor wire or brick fences to prevent people from ever seeing the garbage bins. A big reason why companies protect their garbage so much is because of lawsuits. People can easily get hurt or even die inside their dumpsters, which leads us to the happiest part of our video, dumpster diving deaths, which honestly, we already got into the happy part with basically an abandoned baby.
Oh yeah, the baby. Well, the baby was saved.
The baby lived. The baby's gonna grow up strong.
He was eating the bleached chicken to survive.
Exactly. What is he gumming on? Dumpster diving can sometimes lead to unexpected dangers beyond spoiled food or sharp objects. Some divers go too deep and end up losing their lives. A Georgia woman was dumpster diving when a garbage truck came by and emptied the dumpster. Trapped inside the compactor, the blade slowly dug into her body as the machine compacted more and more. A worker from Chuck's package store watched as the woman fell out of the dumpster and into the back of the truck. He quickly ran up to the truck and alerted the driver before she was completely crushed. A similar situation occurred in North Carolina when 30-year-old Stephanie Cox was found deceased in a landfill after she went missing. At around midnight on January 30th, Stephanie was seen on a CCTV camera walking on the back of a Five Below, where police believe she was going to dumpster dive. An hour and a half later, the garbage truck came and emptied the bin, except Stephanie was nowhere to be seen. Later that day, store staff reported an abandoned vehicle in the parking lot, which was identified to be Stephanie's, prompting a missing persons report to be filed. Her body would be found 11 days later by crews searching a landfill 80 miles north of where she disappeared. Listen guys, dumpster diving is growing in popularity as more and more people realize that there is not only serious money to be made, but potentially free food. But what most people don't realize is that there are numerous dangers that are associated with digging through other people's trash. While it might seem like a cost-efficient way to improve your life, you can never be sure what is inside each waste bin. So the next time you go, bring a friend. It might save your life. Also, just want to say too, you know how much work would probably go into actually going in, dumpster diving, doing all that kind of stuff, sorting everything? I probably ingest things that are horrible, right? Like, you know what I mean? I mean, like, things I buy in the store are probably worse for me than some of the shit that people are digging out of these cans and eating. So there's no harm play there. I'm just saying that, guess what? You gotta do what you gotta do, but if you came up if you came up to me and he told me like, hey, I dumpster dive, whatever, I mean, I'm not gonna like judge you, but I mean, I'm probably tell you I think it's gross.
What if someone gave you like a snack and then while you're eating it, they told
I'd
you?
be pissed. If someone's like, what do you think of the Star Crunch? They're like, yeah, I got it out of the dumpster. I mean, you'd be pissed. Like if I gave you a hot dog, that was a good hot dog. Yeah, I got that in a dumpster. Would you not be like, what the what?
I'd probably start gagging.
No, you wouldn't. You put on your eyes and be like, I went blind. God. We'll see you in the next one, guys. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're going to be taking a closer look at televangelist exorcism, which I guess just televised exorcisms. We're looking at weird fucking exorcisms. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. If you recall, we put out a video a little over a year ago discussing the greed and weird behavior of TV pastors. Give them a little snippet of it here.
my God.
Ever since then, I've become fascinated about them. Recently, I've come across a video of pastors performing exorcisms on people in the middle of sermons at the church. It's insane.
You're always in the spot.
And to think that people still, it's so sad seeing the people in the crowd and stuff and giving money to these people. Have you seen the video recently of the woman that went viral where it's like the guy, she's like, all I have is 800. He's like, well,
oh yeah,
I told you we needed 1,200.
Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. If you have 1,000 plus 1,000.
Well, I'm gonna work on the other 800.
Well, that ain't what I asked you to do.
It's it's disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach.
I heard that the people in the church got mad at that pastor. for
Good.
saying that, 'cause
They
that's
should.
ridiculous. Yeah.
It is. There's also the guy who's just like, they asked, why do I need a Rolls Royce, whatever? And a guy's like, can I drive it? He's like, the Lord wouldn't want that.
None of this would be possible without y'all and God.
We celebrating tonight?
I am, just not with y'all.
But digging a little deeper, you'll find that these exorcisms aren't just a one-time thing. Thousands of people have received exorcisms, which tend to result in absolutely insane displays of demonic activity. You think these people were fighting for their lives. Either there's an epidemic of demonic possession that has been sweeping the nation for decades, or something fishy might be going on here. So, grab a Bible and a crucifix as we head to Sunday Mass and figure out what's the deal with public exorcisms.
And you'll bow to the name of Jesus. Bow to the name of Jesus.
Okay. In churches all across the United States, TV priests are healing illnesses and performing exorcisms right in the middle of these packed events. On these packed, televised events, people are actually performing real exorcisms in some kind of act to prove that they are a holy warrior or that they have some kind of magical ability to cure people of these ailments, demons and ailments and that such. AKA trying to get you to donate more. While this is going on, the crowd is usually in awe with their hands in the air, screaming and praising the Lord, adding to the overall chaos. It's a sensory nightmare. But are they really saving people from the clutches of demons, or is it all a work for the camera? Well, for those outside of mega churches, it's hard for them to believe that these exorcisms are real. More often than not, it's referred to as Christian LARPing. It's absurd the lengths participants will go in order to, make this demonic exorcism seem like it's a real thing. They will be, people there in hysterics. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a fucking light that said clap. Like an actual television audience.
Well, I was actually thinking, do you think it is a form of people know it's not real, but they just like the ceremony of it?
I don't know if people I don't think that they think it's fake, but I think that they desperately want to believe. It's the same thing as when you see a stand-up show on YouTube and you're like, that wasn't funny. If you went and saw that same person at the show, you would probably be laughing your ass off because it's the infection of the room, right? So it's just the environment. If someone else is like, oh my God, praise the Lord, you're probably so riled up that you're like, oh my, yes. And it's feeding off that. I'm telling you, it's probably way different in person where people are probably crying and being like, oh, that was a miracle. That kind of shit.
I feel like I'd fear that I would get sucked into the mob mentality.
I think you would. I think it's impossible not to. Because also, it's can you imagine the energy? And afterwards, it's this probably beaming positive energy in there. And then you're around people that desperately want to believe in that thing. To where you yourself might be like, that was awesome. I'm not going to sit here and say that I would be above it or whatever. And I know I'd be that way because I don't fuck with that. I think that, listen, I'm a sheep. I'm gonna get bought into whatever you give me. These practices also stray far from typical exorcisms. For example, in the Catholic Church, ordinary priests don't perform exorcisms. They must be officially appointed as exorcists and undergo years of training, which if you've watched any found footage horror film, you already know this, right? You have to go there. That's actually a big part of one of my favorite found footage films, The Final Prayer, or it was also called Borderlands. But essentially it's about priests that have to go and prove that this is an actual act of God, or this is an actual demon possession. You go, and same even with the Warrens. They go and they'll tell you if it's actually a real thing or not. I think that's more of the Catholicism style of officiating and being like, is this real or not?
Yeah.
Right? It's not something that just anyone can do. And usually they don't happen during a regular Sunday Mass. It is standard protocol for exorcists to perform their rituals in private, not only to protect the identity of the person afflicted, because who wants to be known as the fucking guy who was possessed? Right? But to not make it a public spectacle. Because I'm sure also if you believe in that shit too, do you think a demon's probably jacking off inside the body being like, look at all these people? They're so pissed. Whatever.
Well, wouldn't you be afraid that the demon would like
pop into another
exactly,
body?
Yeah.
Where do they go? Or
Back to hell.
Oh, they just probably banish them back to hell. Okay. This video is sponsored by Hungry Root. It's the new year, and Hungry Root makes it incredibly easy to get going on your resolution of fresh, healthy eating. Let Hungry Root be your personal shopper to avoid spending too much time and money on groceries. Hungry Root is your place for high-quality food, taking the guesswork out of it. And the bad stuff, too. Oh, that's because they screen out over 200 different additives, including high fructose corn syrup, artificial sweeteners, and preservatives. PU! And they only source the best, grabbing high quality meats and seafood. And if you have any dietary restrictions, Hungry Root has got you covered, because Hungry Root tailors items to your needs. In time, Hungry Root will fill your cart with personalized items that you're sure to love. I love how convenient and easy Hungry Root is. It gives me access to healthy meals I can put together in minutes, and good for you snacks for when I'm stuck at my desk. Oh, I'm chained. Thank God I got my yummies. Finding healthy alternatives is a breeze. From smoothies to salads and everything in between, Hungry Root has got you covered. You're going to love Hungry Root as much as I do. And for a limited time, get 40% off your first box, plus get a free item in every box for life. Click the link or go to hungryroot.com and use code PAPAMEAT. That's 40% off your first box and get a free item of your choice for life at hungryroot.com with code PAPAMEAT. Thank you, Hungry Root, for keeping my belly full and so yummy and healthy. Back to the video! Televangelists, however, are often all about spectacle. That's all they're about. Look at me. Look at how good and gracious I am. I am so powerful. I'm God. Televangelists legitimately, I believe, think that they are God.
Oh yeah, they love the power and the spectacle.
They will say, I think that they are literally referring to themselves in the fourth person. So they're like, God says this, and in the back of their mind, they're just like, yeah, God, my pants are so stiff. Most of the time, the identity of the performing exorcist is also kept secret. And since the local archbishop must approve each exorcism, there's no way that they would authorize TV pastors to do the fucking exorcism, dude. As we discussed previously, it's all about the money for TV pastors, and their exorcisms are no exception. It's just another way to bring in that sweet, sweet cabbage, that green, baby. Plus, these exorcisms get more butts in seats, which means more donations and more publicity. It just also makes you look like you're at the real church. This is the real deal. We kill demons at this church. I guess you can go to the other one. Does he do exorcisms? I doubt it. With so many different pastors claiming to do the same thing, some have to get really creative in order to hook in new believers. When you think of things needed to expel a demon, you probably refer back to popular films like The Exorcist, which depicts priests using holy water and crosses, right? Well, multiple televangelists have found new tools and methods to remove your demons. During a sermon, a woman came forward looking to be saved. Her hands were in the air, expecting the priest to bless her. Instead of being blessed or reading the Holy Scripture, the priest threw a weighted blanket at her head, which flung her to the ground and knocked her unconscious. Dude, fucking cast a net on that bitch. He did a Scooby-Doo trap out.
Oh yeah.
How good is that, dude? Your pastor Scooby-Doo's you? Now let's see who this demon really is. And they grab their fucking scalp and just scalp her. Pastor Peter Popoff, you know him already if you saw our last video. Show the clip.
Did you use the miracle? I used the miracle spring water twice, and you sent me this miracle spring water, and I followed the instructions. 2 days later, I got a check for $2,500. The following week, I got a check for $30,000.
2 checks, double portion blessing.
Douchebag. He has odd healing powers that he uses on his audience. One method he uses includes telling his audience to break free of the devil by having them throw their medications onto the stage. Ah, yes. Okay, so Tylenol. There we go. Oxycontin. Who else has that demon of Oxycontin? There it is. Okay, Hydros. All right, Hydros. Oh, perfect. These are great stuff here. All right. Who else? Just give them to me.
Could you imagine throwing your heart medication or like your lupus medication?
People probably fucking do. They're lupus. Yeah, no shit. But people probably do though, dude. It's insane. Hundreds of people do it during any given mass. They're not just throwing away their Tylenol. Some have even given up diabetes medication they needed to stay alive. However, what Peter is most known for is his healing touch. Oh. After an audience member tells Peter about his ailments, he has them stand up and places both his hands on the sides of their heads. Then he violently shakes their heads and tells the audience that Jesus has healed them. And then people clap and they're like, oh my God, and they throw the diabetes, the insulin and all that stuff up too, and there you go. Bob Larson is another televangelist priest at the Spiritual Freedom Church in Phoenix, Arizona, known for exorcising demons. Thousands of people come to him every year to rid their demons, all for the measly price of $385 per session. And you can't get it in one session. It's a game of operation. You gotta piece by piece these demons out of there. Bob claims that he does an average of about 30 exorcisms a week. God damn, holy shit. When questioned by the New York Times about the steep price of his exorcisms, he told them, listen, it's cheaper than a psychiatrist.
Is it? That's
Well, even if it is, that's a good thing. I'm gonna hear my pastor say, listen, it's cheaper than them going and babbling to a psychiatrist. I shake their fucking head. We're on with it.
Psychiatrists are evil. They're putting the woke mind virus in your head.
Yeah. Yeah, what he said. So, how does he do it? Well, Bob is a bit more traditional with his gear, using both a Bible and a crucifix to remove demons. However, a key part of his practice involves having the person restrained with their eyes closed while he strikes their abdomen with a Bible to release the evil spirits.
Probably hits them until they throw up.
The demons! I bet you that's actually so fucking true. He hits them in the stomach until they throw up, and he's just like, there you go, see, it's out. And he's just like, why'd you tell me to eat so much before I came? He's like, I know. If you can't make it to church, but are intrigued by this, you are in luck, my friend, because Bob regularly performs exorcisms over Skype for a more affordable $295 per session. You gotta save about 40 bucks. If Bob Larson is too booked up to help you, there's still hope, so don't panic. You can be visited by his daughter, Bryn, and her 2 friends. They're just there. They're good buddies. Bob trained them as exorcists, and together, they call themselves the Teenage Exorcists. She's not even an adult? Or what if she's 42 now? Like when we started with this whole weird thing, changing the LLC name, we just kept it. God, can you imagine having a teenager come over and just beat you to death with the Bible? First off, does that not just read like pedophiles are gonna call to have girls go over to the house and beat them? Down in Arlington, Texas, Pastor Ed Kitronelli is hosting people from all around the World Healing Church. Ed himself has claimed to master the spirit world and has tons of footage of him healing people, with some supposedly regaining their ability to walk. Like he's like, I mastered the spirit world. His great-granddaughter showed him Avatar: The Last Airbender. He's like, what the hell is that? What's Ong? His name's Ong? While he is similar to many other pastors that claim to have healing capabilities, he has become well known in a much more unfortunate way. One case that blew up online that he probably wished had never been filmed was a woman who frantically came to the front of his church telling him how a demon showed up at her house with his penis out and put it in her mouth. Oh, I fucking want that shit. Ah.
Wait, so how big was the demon? Was she already on her hands and knees?
Why does it matter, Nick? Wait, hold on a second. How big was the demon? Can you have her text me about that? The demon's like visiting at night. All your house is dark and you opened your door and you're just holding there with your ankles. The demon looks in. She claimed that the demon slept with her a week later, resulting in crotch being incredibly itchy all the time. Some hell syphilis? Some hell gonorrhea? That's gotta be crazy.
Oh yeah, getting fucked by a demon?
Notice how not once did she say, it was bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it was good.
I think she's just more upset. She's just like, I thought he'd come back, but I think the itchiness, I need you to clean me up so you can come back and dust out these pipes. Come on, Ed, clean me out. has like bleach and some like Clorox or whatever. He's like... To cure this woman, Ed slaps her on top of the head, causing the demon to possess the woman and flee from him. Eventually, she is stopped by the crowd and begins to gag and spit up on the floor as Ed forces the demon's sperm out of her mouth.
What?
What an odd theatric. Because obviously he's like, you're going to say that he impregnated you or whatever, and I'm going to have you spit up this. So she probably like had it. I bet you that she walked up, she's like, a demon possessed, because she's holding the sperm around. A demon possessed me, the couple mouth. And then she has fucking bukkakis on the goddamn ground.
See, I thought as she was running, she got the little syringe.
Oh, maybe she did. Oh! Whatever, maybe, I don't know. But it unfortunately doesn't stop there. He sprays holy water on her vagina and slaps her on the head and then causes her to collapse, supposedly freeing her from the demon's grasp. Spray the other side of the carriage. Ew! And it's gone! I don't think he did a little dipstick test, but I definitely think he did a...
Yeah, sniffed up. Demon stinky.
Oh, that's a stinky demon. After the exorcism, the woman came back to the stage and talked about how, while in the bathroom, a white substance left her body, which Ed claims is the demon.
I'd be grossed out.
I want to say all of that to me was excessive. I don't even like that we talked about it.
If I was a good church-going boy, I would not go to that church anymore. After that.
You don't have it. Well, how old are you in the situation?
I'm 13.
You still gotta go. Your parents are going.
I'm going to a new church.
Daddy, mommy, take me to a new church.
One time I got my parents to buy a 2-story house because the 1-story house.
This story is actually fucking insane. Tell the story.
So we were moving and my parents bought a 1-story house, and when I went to go check it out, I told them that it was too small and I was claustrophobic. And then 2 houses down the street, another house got reduced in price and it was very similar. So I told them, Mommy, instead of getting this house, can we get the big 2-story house?
What was the price difference?
It was like $50,000.
It's just $50,000, Daddy. I would feel much more safe and free in that house, Daddy. Please, $50,000.
Then they rented it out and they had to foreclose it. It was during the financial crisis, the housing collapse.
I think I legitimately hate you. I can't. If I say it's like I can't tell. I feel like I might actually hate you. It's boiling up. It's boiling to a point. A key part of these televangelical exorcisms is the theatrics. You gotta be a show pony if you're gonna be a televangelist exorcism guy, right? The more chaotic it is, the higher chance the impressionable audience will believe in the pastor's magical powers. At the Supernatural Church, Pastor Daniel Adams cures the sick and fights against demons. Can I also just say I hate how he spells supernatural? Fuck off, dude. To do this, he has his followers called Forerunners pay monthly memberships that range from $22 to $555 a month. Remember how we said it sounds like a corporation? What does it sound like? Does this church sound like? I don't know. If you decide to join, you'll enjoy seeing all sorts of holy performances. People falling over and shaking, some screaming at the top of their lungs, and even demons coming forward and speaking to Daniel. Like this one here.
Does she want you?
No.
She wants Jesus?
Yes.
Then you know what that means.
I don't care!
Thank God I paid $555 for that. That's worth the monthly subscription. Actually, to be fair, if you were a guy who's just like, I like watching crazy people do shit, is $555 worth the admission for like watching people get fake exercise? Like they believe that they're being exercised? If you're just like a people watcher, is that not fascinating?
I'd pay the $22.
If I got to see like 4 fake exorcisms
and
they believed it?
If it's a big spectacle.
It
sure.
has to be.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a big deal and people are like, oh my God. I mean, would that not be kind of fascinating one time?
What if it's the girl spitting up cum?
No, I mean, if that's not worth the price of I mean, I don't know what else is. If a guy's just like, what is that? And she's like, oh.
Actually, it would have been really cool if she actually spit up an egg. Kind of like Hillary Clinton in that video.
Yeah, she's got the Clinton egg. But to sweeten the deal, Daniel offers training to become an exorcist, along with a certificate of training for every membership tier. Kind of like Scientology, except actually more retarded. Once you're certified, you can head over to this online store and buy a Demon Sniper t-shirt to show you mean business. Wow. I feel like I have some kind of clairvoyant. I feel like I keep calling this shit. So how much more could you make it seem like this is such a stupid thing? When it's like, so when you're done, you get a Demon Sniper shirt.
You got to get the COD fan base.
You got to get the young, impressionable COD fan base in there. That's the only way to perform exorcisms, for sure. Most of these pastors get away with exaggerating their exorcisms. However, some go too far, causing people to see through their lies. Catherine Crick is a failed actress turned pastor who is now worth over $10 million. She's doing all right for herself. The self-proclaimed apostle offers a wide range of services, such as deliverance ministry training for a measly $10,000. It's easy as chump change. I'm Catherine. I'm a dickhead. Or if she has to travel somewhere, she'll probably charge you a whopping $20,000 to go to you.
I'll just take the plane ticket.
I think I'm good, actually. No, it's really worth it. I'm all right. Catherine has outright denied these claims. However, she has openly claimed to charge anywhere from $3,000 to $11,000 per session. And with the things too, when people say per session, it's never one. Yeah. They lock you into a couple for sure. Not including travel and boarding, which you have to pay for as well. Should we try to get her?
Oh my God.
Yeah. You try to have her come out?
Yeah.
People are suspicious of this and believe her $10 million net worth is the result of overcharging gullible customers. Yeah. Especially she probably gets it. She did the Joseph Smith thing. You go into these places, you get all the rich people bought in. That's probably what she's doing. She's probably sitting there and she's just like, I don't care about the fucking poor people. Give me the rich yucks.
They can afford it.
They can afford it. Well, not only can they afford it, they're like, she's like, I'm gonna bleed them dry. You know, their money is my money. My money. However, being called a scam artist is not the worst thing Catherine dealt with. Multiple articles have called her a false prophet and a heretic after catching her faking the healing capabilities used to build her media empire. If you search Catherine online, you'll find tons of clips similar to all the other pastors we have covered. People are screaming on the floor, etc. And just like the other pastors, she cures these people and the crowd erupts. It's the same old bullshit. But her special power involves waving her hand over people's heads and declaring spirits gone, as well as removing generational curses. But not everybody was so convinced, leading to her being publicly exposed. She has used the same actress, easily identified by her specific tattoo. Catherine, you dumb bitch.
Crisis actor 101.
Also, too, it's just like, dude, could you not just like pay off a random person in each town?
There's only so many people, so many good actors out there.
Well, yeah, so many good actors, and because she's a failed actress, she's probably just like, they didn't understand my mastery. She's like, you get it. You're my actual pupil.
Yeah, my disciple.
Yeah, they'll never sell it. I'll have to do it myself. Like, Catherine, we can't clone you. Of course we can't clone me yet. Not only that, but this same woman has been used in one of Ben Larson's exorcisms as well. Either this person is Lucifer herself, or she's being a paid actress of possession, right? She's probably just a fucking actor. That is not the only instance of Catherine using the same actor for her miracles. During her Deliverance Roadshow that she takes across the continent, Canada audience members noticed the same man possessed on 2 consecutive nights. I thought that you cured this one already. She even uses children in her stunts that are as young as newborn infants, claiming she can free the family of a demonic curse, which is so fucked up, dude. What kind of psychopath allows that? Here, you can use my baby, Catherine.
I've seen some where they say autism's like a curse made by demons, that they can cure autism by removing the demon.
He got in the car. I didn't ask anything. I didn't say anything. And his words to me were, "Mommy, there was something evil in my mind."
It's fucked up.
Yeah. Other miracles she performs consist of saving a man from Nazi witchcraft, which ends in him violently rolling on the stage for the crowd's reaction. Go ahead and show it here.
Praise God. Praise God.
I think the guy's probably just a racist Nazi. I don't know. She also once saved a woman from all the demons she had acquired eating cursed food. She's like, every time you ate Panda Express, you got a demon in you. She's like, oh boy, oh, I'm definitely cursing, Catherine. To this day, Catherine and all the other TV pastors are making bank off their exorcism practices, despite many of them being debunked. Watching these videos, however, here is something else on my mind. If you watch enough of these LARPing exorcisms, you'll realize that a lot of these pastors are hitting and shoving these poor people to the ground. I mean, like, they are assaulting these fucking people. Even if they're actors, you're like, God damn, dude. Eventually, someone has to get hurt. So how dangerous can these exorcisms get? Believe it or not, there's a long list of people that have been injured. What's even worse is that a lot of them were hurt by being sat on or stomped on. Yeah, they fucking curb stomped. At a small church in a remote Minnesota town, a woman was sent to the hospital after the pastor believed she was a witch. Are we Puritans? Is it the 14th century? Are we in the 14th century, Nick? Is it 15th century right now?
I don't think so.
I don't think it is either. That's weird. Reverend Stephen Heelberg was mid-sermon when Mulaney Underwood entered the church and immediately caught his gaze. I just pissed him off. So if anything, he's probably on a roll. He's probably just like doing bumps of coke and he's just like, uh-oh, witch! You know what I mean? It's probably something like that. He stopped what he was saying and rushed over to the woman, asking how she was before jumping over more chairs to get to her so he could push her to the ground. While on the ground, he called her a witch and began to shout, "Get out! Get out!" while jumping on top of her. Thankfully, she only suffered a few bruised ribs, but the issues didn't stop there. When the case went to trial, Reverend Stephen brought 350 church members to hum the song "We shall overcome in the hallways," and followed prosecution witnesses into the bathroom. In the end, Stephen was acquitted of all charges because the jury found his religious intent to be sincere. One jury stated, quote, "He was truly sincere in what he was doing. It was his feeling he was confronting a spiritual force. He felt she was susceptible to that force." There's got to be better vetting for juries, man.
A jury of your peers, and you realize like how retarded most of them are.
I would, dude. That shit's gonna. Some karma type shit's gonna come back and bite him in the ass. Stomp on some dude. Uh-oh, there's a bullet in your chest. You never know. I mean, maybe don't put that in, but still, you know what I'm saying? I bet you some people are like, I'm not gonna, like, okay, well, if that's how it is, that's how it is. Let's fucking go.
So he just picked she just walked in?
She just walked in and he was like, "Are you?" And he like was toppling over chairs. "Are you okay? Get out!" And he just pushed her to the ground and stomped on her ribs like a fucking psychopath. Cool. 4 years later, a similar incident occurred in Glendale, California, except the victim wasn't so lucky. Soon So Choi was a Bangladeshi missionary visiting a Korean church. She was approached by a family from China that claimed that a 57-year-old Kyung Cha Chung was possessed by demons, causing her to be arrogant and disobedient towards her husband. Sung called Kyung and her husband Jae Wo to his church, and once there, the two men strapped her down and began to walk and stomp on her body.
What is the? Are they trying to beat the demon?
I think it's literally them being like, I feel like it's a human brain of being like you're expelling something, so they actually just think about like smashing and things like actually expelling, right? Like I mean, it seems stupid, but I think that's people's actual like, well, you have to stomp the demon out kind of thing.
It's like using the Bible and hitting someone in the stomach.
Yeah, I don't know. They believe that with each footstep, they were forcing zeal into her body and driving out the demon they called Legion, like from the actual Exorcist movie. I am Zubulu, whatever the fuck it is. After a grueling 7-hour exorcism, 7 hours, Kyung would die from severe internal injuries, including shredded muscles and crushed organs, and 16 broken ribs. Following her death, Sung and Jo were both charged with involuntary manslaughter, and the priest received a maximum sentence of 4 years, while the husband received only 2 years.
Well, give him more. Give him more.
I'm at a point now where I'm like, what do we expect, man? Like literally, with all this, how many times have we said stuff like that? Where you're like, that's it? A woman sat there and got stomped to death, felt everything, and you get 4 years maximum, and then another guy gets 2. But it doesn't stop there. Inside the Lord's Church in New Zealand, Pastor Luke Lee gathered a small group of followers to witness him perform an exorcism on a young woman named Joanna Lee. Joanna was held down on a mattress while Luke sat and bounced on her abdomen to flush out the demons. When he was finished with that, he then strangled her until she died. After she died, her body would remain inside the church for 6 days while the congregation videotaped it, hoping to capture a resurrection. During those 6 days, Luke would lie on top of her body and blow into her mouth as a part of his resurrection ritual. He also shaved her head and had his congregation sing to her. He called in the rest of his church to witness the miracle, but when one of the followers saw Joanne's black, rotted corpse, they called the police. Luke was quickly arrested and charged with manslaughter. He was sentenced to 6 years in prison and was deported back to South Korea in 2007. Oh God, it makes my stomach fucking hurt. What's so fucked up too is that you see all of this stuff, and then like a lot of the times when I see these televangelist people doing the exorcisms, you're like, these are the only people, and these are just actors, and it's just stupid, and it's them trying to manipulate money out of people. And then you forget that there's actual cult-like people, and there's people that believe it so much that they just go and fucking murder people, and it's just like, it's insane, man.
Delusional. Yeah.
It's fucking delusional. Exorcisms are supposed to be a serious event meant to save someone's life from demonic possession. Nowadays, they are nothing more than a party trick for pastors to profit on. And if it wasn't enough that most of these TV pastors require paid entry into their church, but now they trick people into believing that their life-threatening disease are curable. They're fucking monsters. It's just another case of people in power exploiting gullible and people that are in bad situations who simply want to believe in something. And in my opinion, they're the biggest waste of fucking life on the planet. Thank you so much for watching today's video. And for the love of God, don't participate in a fucking exorcism. I don't know, right? I mean, what the fuck do we learn from this? I don't know. Run away from churches? I mean, I feel disgusting after reading those last 2 stories. Ugh. I don't know. Stay safe out there, guys. Keep the demons at bay. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to talk about end of the world predictions. Throughout time, there has always been the prevalent belief that we are living in the end times, right? We are always living in the end times, whether it's natural disasters, nationwide pandemics, or something based on religious scripture. It's always a looming fear that hangs upon many people's heads. People have predicted when the world will meet its end, even as far back as the first millennium. These predictions often resulted in a mass hysteria, with believers going to great lengths to prepare themselves physically and emotionally for their final day. The most recent iteration of this endlessly recurring phenomenon can be found on TikTok, taking shape in a specific community known as Christian Talk. The only God, the white Christian God. Jesus, blonde hair, blonde mullet, blue eyes, flip-flops, and a Dale Earnhardt tattoo. The Intimidator. Recently, there has been a ton of Christians on TikTok freaking out about the rapture that was set to take place on September 23rd and 24th. That was rapture talk grew as the movement spread and became more popular. Thousands of people were posting about how they fully believed that the end times were coming. Some were overjoyed, while others were stricken with intense grief. Oh God, we're gonna die. It's a bummer. This all began when South African pastor Joshua Mikela claimed to have a vision of Jesus telling him of his return to earth. According to Josh, he saw Jesus on a throne telling him, "I am coming soon.
I am coming soon."
Jesus then told him dates of his arrival, which were 2 weeks out from his vision. A clip of an interview with Josh talking about his vision blew up and started the whole craze, but no one could have predicted the mass hysteria that would follow. It was pretty shocking. Right out of the gate, people began to post videos of themselves preparing their houses for the people left behind.
If you're seeing this and you're still here, I'm so sorry that you didn't make it. At least you're here getting to do all the sins that you wanted to do and be naughty with your fellow sinners. I don't know. Maybe you can make the best out of it. But yeah, goodbye.
Yeah, if anybody's here after the rapture, because my ass is going up, I got a jacuzzi back there. Feel free to use it, bozo. One woman stocked up on candles and Bibles, as well as leaving behind laminated note cards of scriptures for the sinners who she believed would enter her home and probably fornicate with each other, because what else are they going to do with hell on earth?
It's true. No rules.
Like Jesus said, I am going to come in 2 weeks, and I'm going to take all of the sinners and leave them.
Do you think he meant the other come?
Yeah, what if that was the thing? What if Joshua was right and he was like, hey, by the way, Joshua, I'm going to come in 2 weeks. I cannot wait for that day.
Jesus, what?
Whoa! Other believers began quitting their jobs, selling their cars, and rumors spread that some people were even selling their homes. According to one user online, her psychiatrist permanently closed her practice because she fully believed that the rapture was coming. A psychiatrist. She completely abandoned her patients and began posting TikToks about her excitement for the end times. Her patients were left in disbelief and shared her videos showing how insane she looked for abandoning her decade-long practice and for posting about TikToks online. Wow.
Well, that's the thing. If it's just going to happen, you got a 2 week heads up. Take a 2 weeks vacation. See if
No. I'm closing it down. It's the principal, Nick. Because she's like, it doesn't matter. We're free. She's letting them know, too. She's making a statement, right? She's standing behind. She's staying on business. Listen.
You should yourself.
You should go on the tallest building. You should yourself. Jump off it, no fly. Big splat on ground.
Hey, we just want to thank today's sponsor real quick, Starforge Systems. They hooked us up with this very mint, beautiful PC, and hell, I trust them. I mean, look at it. I wish I was from here. If you're looking for a new system, be sure to check out the link in the description if you want some nice, high-quality, big gaming PCs, right? I'm able to play Crysis from 2007 with max settings on this bad boy. Yeah, I bet your computer can't do that, so thank you, Starforge, for sponsoring this video, and hey, back to the video.
Since they were not expecting to be left on Earth, people began to give away all their money to random strangers. Smart. An Uber driver posted about how they were picking up a couple after church who were crying hysterically.
And they get in my car and, they're weeping. And so I'm like, hey, is everything okay? They were like, yeah, the Lord is coming back. Jesus is coming back tomorrow. And I was like, wait, like tomorrow? They were like, yeah, I think it's like between the 23rd and the 24th. I was like, Okay.
They said they believed the rapture was coming the next day and wanted to bless their driver with the remaining money since they wouldn't need it. Oh, dude, that is a blessing in disguise. God was just like, you got it, dude. There's your tip, you know what I mean? So before they got out of the car, they handed their driver a huge roll of cash containing various dollar bills and coins from around the world.
So it's like a bundle full of cash. Now keep in mind, in this bundle, there's even coins in it because it was like in this like cup thingy or whatever. So there's even like euros, and I see some Canadian money in here. So there's dollars, there's hundreds, there's 20s, there's fives, like there's all the denominations inside of this. So I have yet to count it up. So I'm gonna count it up and come back. Hold on.
After counting it up, it totaled to over $1,900. They also said that they were getting together in their neighborhood to discuss giving away their homes and more of their money. He's like, could you give me your address? Tell me the time for that. I would love to know the exact time and place for that. Hold on, Jesus is giving me another message.
You should open up your garage door and let this man live in the basement, free of charge.
Okay, Jesus, all right, you're coming home with us. Who knows? Jesus works in mysterious ways.
I was gonna say, this sounds, okay, here's the thing. I think Jesus was pulling a prank. I think he...
Haha, Joshua, knock knock, it's me, Jesus. I was kidding the whole time. Practical joke on Joshua, but here's the thing, I didn't joke about Joshua. There he's come all over my feet and my legs, like I said that would happen 2 weeks ago.
Oh, Jesus, you're gone done pulled the prank on me. Not even Africa. It's like Jamaica. All right. Another person received a $300 tip from a woman who was overly generous for the same reason. Their coworker also received a $777 from the same woman, but after the rapture failed to happen, she came back demanding the money be returned to her. That's not very Christ-like, lady. Not every Christian believed in this, as many were trying to tell the others that this is literally stated in the Bible that only God knows when the rapture is coming. Yeah, but Jesus told Joshua,
Joshua, it's me, Jesus again. I'm being for real this time.
Lord Jesus, I am not listening to you.
Jesus, I cannot listen anymore. The people are mad. I feel like I had like a really good like African thing going at the beginning and then it slipped away. Others pointed out that people have been predicting the rapture since the 1800s and would always try and convince people to worry about the next upcoming final day, right? This one's not to just worry about the next one. However, the 23rd and 24th came and went. Nobody was called up for the pearly gates and everyone went about their day as usual. Some who believed the hoax claimed that they got the date wrong. They said it was actually next year or a few years down the road or maybe a couple more years after that. And some questioned their faith. And the pastor who made the initial prediction went live and apologized for everything. Oh God. Why did I do that? It was not even Jesus who called to me. It was my mom.
Can a brother make a mistake?
Well, let's go back in time and take a look at other historic examples like the predictions proposed by William Miller. It looks a little haunting. William, you know, if he said anything to me, I'd be like, okay, William, the world's gonna end tomorrow, face. Thank you, William. William was a clergyman that had become obsessed with the Bible after returning from fighting in the Battle of Plattsburgh in 1814. Just want to show maybe a picture of it.
No, show some footage.
Yeah, shows footage of the Battle of Plattsburgh in 1814 when cameras were definitely around. Crazy stuff. He found himself particularly fascinated with the concept of Christ's return, aka he had PTSD and he might have been a schizophrenic. After seeing people die, you know what's kind of wild? Jesus coming back, right, guys? Okay, William. He became responsible for creating the Protestant religion movement known as Millerism, aka the followers of the belief that the second coming of Christ would occur sometime between March 21st, 1843 and March 21st, 1844. In that realm, right? His movement became popular, amassing an estimated 100,000 followers that were convinced that the world was nearing its end. They were strong in their beliefs despite being ridiculed and harassed by their peers. Which, dude, for those 3 decades, you must have been living so tall. Keep it counting, boys. Oh, you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah.
This is like a common theme with all of these. They get it wrong. They're like, no, wait, it's the other date.
Because you're delusional. Because they believe it, and then they're like, oh, it was probably a mix-up. You put your whole belief system in that. It's really quite sad, Nick. During one event, William was egged by an audience member during one of his speeches, and I bet that sent him over the edge. In the span of just a few years, people prepared for this event by selling most of their belongings and turning their backs on their responsibilities. By March 21st, 1844, nothing had happened. The date would be moved to April 18th, only for it to fail once more. The last date proposed by William was October 22nd. On the day of, tons of people still believed in William. They put on their white ascension robes and climbed to the highest places available to them to await the second coming. Not only did this prove to be fruitless, but it led to a period known as the Great Disappointment, where people wept endlessly over their hopes being shattered, alongside a wave of mockery from people asking, why haven't you ascended yet? First off, as soon as if William came in, if William the dog came in, trying to eat his own face and handing out white robes, I'd be like, you gotta get out of this motherfucker.
Why? Robes are fancy.
Robes are cool, but if it's in religious context, robes are not cool. Yeah, we're just gonna put on these robes and go to the mountain. I'd be like, might have picked the wrong batch, is what I'd say.
What if you, what about jackets? Like sick, like club jackets?
If they were club jackets, or even just a nice suit, you want to get dolled up to go to heaven? Why not? Robes, really? William Miller's popularity dwindled significantly, but he held firm to the belief that the second coming was approaching until he died in 1849. Maybe that's what maybe he was predicting his own death. Might have been. I don't know. The more that we learn about space, the more terrifying the unknown becomes, right? Very Lovecraftian. Since we've started studying the stars, one of the biggest threats to our planet has been stray asteroids that could potentially hit Earth, which actually me up sometimes. Can't even think about it. There was one that they said, like, one asteroid's gonna pass by Earth, and they're like, but when it passes by in 30 years, it's supposed to come back and hit us. I think they disproved it.
Here's my thing. If an asteroid's coming, don't tell me.
I would rather just not know. What benefit do you gain of being like, hey guys, seriously, uh-oh. In movies and shit, in movies they do that to build conflict for the movie. But what would happen is, like, Elon and all those guys, they'd be like, I don't know, I'm just gonna try this spaceship out. And they'd leave and never come back. As soon as that starts happening, well, Mark Zuckerberg's building like a, he built like a giant bunker in Hawaii.
Yeah, he said, well, it's not a doomsday bunker. It's just.
And that's funny too. They're like, so what's up with the doomsday bunker? He's like, it's not really a doomsday bunker. It's just you could live there for 700 years if you wanted to.
It's a man cave.
It's like more of a man cave, and you're like, huh? Anyways, in 1910, many believed a nearby comet would end humanity. Halley's Comet, remember that one? Is visible from Earth every 72 to 80 years and has been spotted by humans dating back since 240 BC, which is crazy. I mean, go somewhere else. Hello. Scientists had predicted that 1910 would be the next time it passes Earth and observed the comet flying by using a spectrograph. This new technology allowed astronomers to view the chemical composition of the comet, and to their horror, they discovered its tail that was made of cyanogen gas, which is extremely toxic. Oh, shit. After publishing the report, a French reporter put out an article discussing their findings, but also included a line saying the gas from the comet could, quote, impregnate the atmosphere and possibly snuff out all life on the planet. Bit of creative liberty in the title there, buddy. People began to freak out over the headline, believing that their death was imminent. Before the comet could pass, companies began to sell comet pills, which claimed to fight off the effects of the toxic gas. Insurance companies offered policies of people's belongings in case they were destroyed. Farmers around the globe refused to plant crops, believing that there was no point since everyone would be dead. No more corn. I'm done with corn. Others locked themselves inside their homes, while others fled to the caves and sealed themselves deep underground, which I'm pretty sure is partially some of the inspiration for Fallout. Oh. There you go. After the comet passed and nothing happened, people were shocked to still be alive, and they moved on with the rest of their lives. I wonder what's happened with the guy who took comet pills. Well, Greg, we took those, like, look over to him, he's like having a seizure.
He's on Halley's Comet right now.
Yeah. In 1993, former sociology professor Hon Ming Chen had created a Taiwanese cult named God Salvation Church. It had also referred to itself as Chen Dao, or True Way, as well as God Saves the Earth Flying Saucer Foundation. I like that one the most. God Saves the Earth Flying Saucer Foundation. It was a belief system that was a mix of various religions and other Western cult-like beliefs, like the acceptance of alien intervention, right? You see a lot of that with Heaven's Gate. Kind of became a big thing in the 70s and kind of evolved over time. He claimed that the second coming of Christ would occur in 1999, with God revealing himself from a spaceship disguised as clouds that would take his followers up to heaven.
That'd be sick.
He claimed that he could talk to the gods and receive their wisdom through golden balls that he could see traveling across the sky. Of course, salvation was not free. It was reported that Chen charged $60,000 to join Chen Tao and another $30,000 to board their spaceship. He's like, you keep it under 100. they won't be suspicious.
Mind games.
Exactly. It's all here. He convinced 140 dedicated members to sell all their belongings and move to California in 1995 after changing his mind about where the historic event would take place. This changed after followers witnessed the numbers 007 written in the clouds, which was interpreted as a sign that they must relocate their headquarters elsewhere. AKA, there was probably a 007 convention happening around. They're like, oh, Colorado, we gotta go. Despite the fact that this was actually just a marketing stunt to advertise the 1997 James Bond movie, Tomorrow Never Dies. They slowly relocated to Garland, Texas. Apparently, this is because Chin thought saying Garland really fast sounded like Godland.
From what Master Chin says, Garland sounds like Godland, and apparently thousands of years ago, God was here and they were told to return here.
Garland. What's that sound like? Can I do that accent, or is that a problem?
I think it's fine.
All right. Chin had guaranteed on his own life that God would make his appearance in Texas, of all places. Not a bad bet. You're in good company in Texas saying that kind of shit. Where would God go first? Everyone's like, probably fucking Texas. Probably fucking Texas, all right? In total, they purchased around 30 houses on Ridgedale Avenue, soon handing out flyers to its other inhabitants on bicycles in order to thank them for tolerating their activity in the neighborhood as well as their magnanimous acceptance. Trying to win people over. It's like, more money. Garland. We kind of weird. See a ball in sky. Garland. What's that sound like to you? Like, what? Garland, what's it sound like? Rhetorical. Don't talk. I talk you don't talk back. They would wear all white outfits and cowboy hats. Awesome. That is so sick. Confusing the neighborhood as to why they suddenly become the headquarters of a strange cult. Some claim they were friendly and that their beliefs were simply amusing to them. AKA, they're like, look, they look funny. What do you guys happen? Be alien. You don't talk to them. We cowboy now. Right, oh, okay, you are phony as man. That is awesome. They claim that on the 25th, just days before, God would show himself on Channel 18 across every television set in the country, taking on Chin's exact appearance.
It's 5 minutes after 12 right now, and Hunmin Chin's not on there yet. And according to his own philosophy and preachings that we've heard, he's a phony.
He knew he had an interview coming.
I don't know. From there, God would then help people survive a nuclear apocalypse that would occur in 1999. It would bring people to a specific rendezvous point on the shores of Lake Michigan, where flying saucers would take them to heaven after potentially stopping briefly on planet Mars, of course. And people in the neighborhood feared that the group would end up committing a massacre because, you know, Heaven's Gate. March 31st rolled around and still nothing happened. Chin approached a crowd of reporters and stated that he must have misinterpreted God's message. He stated that his remaining followers would once again relocate to New York. A large majority of them gave up on Chin too entirely and began the process of moving back to Taiwan. He told everyone that he would punish himself by giving everyone in the crowd the next 10 minutes to either crucify or stone him to death, which nobody took him up on. From there, Chin Tao's numbers were severely reduced, and the group faded into obscurity by the early 2000s. Who even knows? He might even still be out there.
I hope they crucified him.
What if one guy's like, I will? He's like, wait, 1 second. The ball just like fucking gets stoned. End of the world predictions have only become more common with the advancement of technology. And it wasn't too long ago that people thought computers were going to end the world.
There still exists a general state of either denial, complacency, or even apathy about both the reality and the potential effects of Y2K.
The year is 1999. And a lot of people are getting ready to celebrate the new millennium. However, not everyone's excited. A large group of people fully believe that the world was going to end as soon as the ball dropped because the world's computers would fail.
8 to 10% of the population were fairly confident that this was going to be an apocalypse.
It was believed that the planes would crash, nuclear reactors would melt down, and systems controlling rockets would fail and be launched at random. All of this delirium stemmed from a simple misunderstanding of computers' code. Up until this point, computers' dates had worked from 00 to 99. But people believed that when the computer switched to 00, it would actually go back to 1900 and cause computer systems to fail. Oh God, run! To prepare for this upcoming event, people withdrew their cash, believing that electronic banking would fall apart and destroy them financially. Businesses like Best Buy and Radio Shack warned people to turn off their computers so they wouldn't be messed with the time switch. And others built bunkers and stocked up supplies. On New Year's Day, all the computers switched over and there were minor crashes. Various ATMs were temporarily down and stoplights occasionally stopped working and random databases went down. No major computer system failed and all seemed to be normal. Out of all the craziness, nobody died, though a 104-year-old woman was invited to join a preschool because the system believed she was 4. Isn't that cute? That's awesome. If you're watching this, chances are the most memorable end of the world prediction from your lifetime is the 2012 phenomenon. For people that don't remember this, or if you're too young or whatever, let me just tell you, when I was a kid, the 2012 thing, people were actually afraid of 2012. They were really afraid. My grandma, who has now passed, was like, we were watching the History Channel. She used to chain smoke cigarettes. We'd be watching like the History Channel. Of course, the History Channel had nothing to do with history. It was like aliens and shit. She's chain smoking cigarettes, and then we were watching this 2012 thing, and she was getting me like horrified. And I was like watching it. I'm like, oh my God, is this real? I'm like, this is like how many? This is like 10 years from now, you know, whatever. And she was like, when that year comes around, we should all stay together, and we should just get together and make sure that we're with family. And I was like, a haunting thing to say. It's like so cryptic, but everything's there. Like, you were gonna die and we should be together. It fucked me up, dude.
Was it the Nostradamus?
No, it was like, it's been so long, I can't remember. But all I know is just like the Mayan calendar's ending. Which also, even as a kid though, she's like, what the fuck do they know? And she was like, well, the Mayans. I'm like, who cares about the Mayans? The fuck, maybe they ran out of stone. You know what I mean? I mean, how far were they just like, I mean, it'll pretty much be done by then. The idea that the world would face a cataclysmic event in 2012 didn't emerge out of nowhere. In fact, people claim that it was predicted thousands of years ago during the ancient Mayan civilization. A device called the long count calendar was used to measure time at a very long cycle that counted years in large chunks. In short, a new grand cycle was said to occur after every 13 Baktuns. Each Baktun consisted of 394.26 years. And it was just so happens that the 13th one lands on December 21st, 2012. Instead of treating it similarly to the exciting beginning of a new millennium, people convinced themselves that a terrifying world-ending event would occur at the time. So much so that they even made a fucking movie about it with John Cusack. Really dumb. Not a good movie. He's in a limo and he like, whatever. Theories are ranged from disastrous fires, flooding, aliens invasions, and planetary collisions, and mass extinction. Some kids growing up around believers of this impending disaster admitted to developing serious fear and anxiety problems in their older years to their parents' endless paranoia. It was fucked up. If you have, like, the worst thing you can do is tell your kid, like, I'm really afraid. Because, like, as a kid, you're like, what? And they're like, you're fine. I'm afraid. Custom high-end doomsday bunkers saw a 700% rise during this time, as ultra-wealthy people wanted to play it safe and ensure the safety of their friends and family. Some preppers, like Tim Ralston in Arizona, would often perform doomsday dress rehearsals with the two children to make sure they were ready for the worst come December 21st. Another couple, Kathy and Bruce from New England, decided to stockpile bees instead of weapons. According to them, honey would become a valuable bartering tool in the coming apocalypse. I love that, dude. That's a badass. Over in China, Liu Xingzhe decided to go a much different route, spending his entire life savings of $160,000 to build a 70-foot by 50-foot ark-like vessel to protect himself. He feared flooding the most and believed taking his homes to the seas would be the best option. Liu offered to let other people take refuge in alongside him. My boy Liu is selfless. He's a good man. In the end, the day came and went without anything significant occurring. Here we are.
I like to think that every time these doomsday predictions, that they actually happen in an alternate universe, or the universe that keeps going on.
You like to think that? Yeah, I like that. On TikTok, a woman opened up about how she and her husband had been talking with the Sumerian demon since July of 2013.
Me and my husband have essentially been talking to something on a Ouija board that goes by the name of Seven, who has been telling us that the world is going to end May 27th, 2025.
On TikTok rules, dude. She claims that one day the couple got bored and began to use a Ouija board, and out of nowhere, it began to talk to them in reverse binary.
In the moment, we have no idea what this means. We Googled it later. This is, again, July 2013. And it turns out it's binary, but it's backwards binary. So in this way, it meant nothing, but when we reversed the numbers, it memeant hello.
Since that day, they began regularly communicating with the demon. Goddamn, they became friends with them.
Yeah, I know.
Yo, Rockschmaw, you there? Yo, Rockschmaw's funny as f, dude. The demon had told them that they are the third group he has contacted, and the first two died during the first atomic bomb dropped in World War II, and the others was when JFK was assassinated. So the demon contacted JFK. Eventually, it revealed that the world would end on May 27th, 2025, and repeatedly told them to climb the mountain or return to the mountain. in Sumerian. She said that they revealed the secret to close friends and strangers once they were drunk.
We have shared this with people. They either kind of wave it off, they're like, oh, that's cool, or they pretend, they say they're interested, but then they never really follow up.
Another person claims to have a recurring dream every 7 to 8 years where people all around the world gather to watch as the moon turns completely black. Like the eclipse? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not long after, large groups of alien ships fly out from behind it and start terrorizing Earth. People flee and pray as they try to survive. Eventually, the night sky is empty and blown apart. The person fully believes this is coming soon and that there have been warning signs all along. Yo, Rakshas, stop that shit, bro. I'm gonna pee. A lot of people claim to have aliens in their dreams. Like one person who claimed to see a biblically accurate alien enslave the Earth. Okay, first off, a biblically accurate alien. Got it. In their dream, a giant orange orb hovers over the Earth, which is pulsating with plasma energy. It doesn't have eyes or any facial features, but everyone on Earth felt like they were being watched. He described the being as God and explained that he knew without a doubt that the end of the world was imminent. The dream ended with the alien keeping people captive inside of a structure-like shopping mall and also abducting people and putting them into a giant orange orb. Sounds like he just wants to go to Orange Julius at the mall. Doesn't it? And I was super thirsty when I woke up. Rockshaw, stay away from me, man. Nobody truly knows when the world's gonna end, and that's probably a good thing. There are scientists out there who have listed numerous ways in which the Earth could end, right? Whether it's soon or within the next 1,000 years, but so far, every single prediction has been dead wrong. The next time you hear about some crazy world-ending event, take a step back and really think about what's being said. It's probably coming from someone who's chronically online or a scam artist looking to drain you of your bank account. Or, you know, pollution and all that kind of stuff will kill us too. There's a lot of fun ways the Earth's gonna end. It's gonna be sick. But hey, at least we have YouTube, am I right? Roll them credits! We'll just end it that way. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about some of the most vile people on the internet. Influencer parents. A while back, we did a video on the notorious Ruby Franke and her family vlog channel, 8 Passengers. We did it with my mom, and it was something that I found extremely fascinating, and it just made you sick to your stomach that somebody could basically prioritize content over their children. Not me and my kids. What if I told you at one time he was alive? Shit. If you don't know Ruby Franke, she made the national headlines for essentially torturing her kids behind the scenes, leave her trapped up in a house. It's fucking gruesome. There's been documentaries about it. Real fun stuff. I mean, what seemed like a happy, loving family on camera turned out to be a home filled with abuse and fear.
I'm only gonna say it one more time, and then you're gonna lose the privilege to eat dinner. Bitch.
And this story is not an isolated incident. This is something that's been reoccurring time and time again. It seems like a pattern where you cannot mix the selfish nature of content creation with raising a family, and especially whenever one relies on the other. Typically when content creation relies on idolizing your perfect life or perfect family. Doesn't mix, not healthy chemistry. So let's take a look at some of the worst family influencers out there. Starting off with Allie Ray, who, starting off fresh, home run swinging here, nearly killed her baby in the NICU because she was starving for a sandwich. Not the baby, Allison Ray. This controversial mother is a TikTok live streamer who is part of a niche online community called BegTalk.
Like and subscribe.
Smash that bell. Give me money. Which BegTalk is where they spend all day on TikTok begging for money. There's a lot of people that do it. Basically, people just being live, gassing people up to just throw money at them for virtually doing nothing besides sitting and having a camera that is live. And of course, getting pregnant gave her the perfect excuse to make content and beg for money on live streams, later revealing it wasn't an accident, but a plan to trap her 19-year-old partner. Lucky dog.
She's got like all the plays: begging, entrapment, she's family talk.
She's like King Griffey Jr. in 1997, dude. Unstoppable. There's gonna be a couple people who are like, oh. At first, she claimed it was his idea, but later admitted that it was her plan all along. But things only got worse as the pregnancy went on. At just 33 weeks pregnant, Allie went into labor and was rushed to the hospital. Not wanting to endure a long birth, she pushed to be induced early, telling doctors she couldn't afford to wait since she relied entirely on live stream donations. Doc, I gotta be back live tonight. Can we squirt this thing out quick, please and thank you?
Yeah, just shoot me up with some of that juice.
Shoot me up through my spine with some of that juice and fucking get a coat hanger and start pulling, dude. All right? And after a few days in the hospital, Allie delivered the baby, and it was immediately rushed to the NICU and put on multiple breathing machines and monitors because it was delivered so fucking early. Had to monitor it.
Well, she was live on TikTok saying like, I thought 33 weeks was when babies are born, not 38.
I don't know, maybe somebody who's educated on this can explain this to me, but like, what's the difference between delivering at 33 and 34 weeks? Because either way, the lungs are not fully developed until 37 weeks.
And her doctor was like, let's try to make 34, like really trying to push it.
Why don't we just keep threading that needle of like maybe 35, you know, that kind of thing. One would think that a new parent would be freaking out over their newborn's condition, but for Allie Ray, that was far from the truth. She was happy not to be pregnant and was live on TikTok. Thank God. She was reading comments and accepting roses and galaxies in the NICU. And people were already appalled by the behavior thus far, and she was already receiving a ton of hate for it. Nothing could have prepared viewers for what happens next. Sorry. While live streaming herself holding her daughter, Allie did the unthinkable. Since her baby daddy wasn't there to help out in the hospital room, she unplugged her baby from the breathing machine and monitors to get the attention of a nurse so they could bring her a turkey sandwich.
No, you're fine. It's not an emergency. Oh. I just was gonna see if you could bring me a turkey sandwich.
And it's so sad that this is all on video. Not even on video, it was happening in real time for viewers. Can you imagine just sitting there being like,
yeah, can you imagine the baby?
Yeah, the baby sitting there just like, Allie clearly didn't think she'd done anything wrong, so she did it again in a separate live stream. This time, asking for a drink instead. I bet that was rage baiting. He's fine.
He's thirsty, and so is mommy.
And as soon as it happened, people clipped it and she went viral. Numerous reports were made to the hospital and CPS detailing what Allie had done. And additionally, viewers who had experiences in the NICU were outraged that a mother could disregard their newborn's health like that. Allie tried to defend herself by claiming the nurses told her to unplug the machine, saying, quote, I was told that if I needed something, I should unplug it. That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Jesus Christ.
God, man, you know what's kind of do you think that she really believes that though? I do think that there's levels of narcissism that come in that you maybe perpetuate a lie so much in your head that you legitimately believe that another person said it.
They probably like, if you need anything, there's like this call button.
It was, that's what I mean. And she's just like, oh, well,
I'll just unplug.
She told me to unplug it so I could just like wheel myself over and get a 7-Up or a Squirt or a Vault. Hey, could you go down to the vending machine and get me a Vault? They're like, what year do you think it is? News articles came out on the situation, and the amount of backlash forced Allie to delete her TikTok account altogether. CPS would do an investigation, but Allie never faced any legal trouble for her actions in the hospital.
All it's gonna do is bring more traction to my page and more money in my pocket, so
happy ending.
So it's a happy ending for Allie, and I'm sure that baby's gonna be just fine as long as she has Vault and turkey sandwiches. In many of these controversial cases, the parents typically have more than 3 children. This provides a steady stream of content, and in theory, it's a good idea, but getting 5+ kids to cooperate is hard. Borderline impossible. And that's where parents lose their patience, like the case of Fantastic Adventure. I gotta say, this is a rough watch today. This is a sad one. I wouldn't say anything probably out of the ordinary. I would say as of late, a lot of weird stuff usually, but this one in particular, I don't know why. This case is so sad. In 2012, Fantastic Adventures began uploading a wide variety of children's content, ranging from scripted comedy skits to costume roleplay. The creator of the account, Michelle Hobson, would use her 3 biological children and her 7 adopted children as characters in each episode.
10 kids?
She's like, 2 more cheaper by the dozen. My favorite Steve Martin film. The channel quickly developed a loyal fan base that tuned into each upload, and at its peak, the account had over 800,000 followers and 250 million views. Hell, I'm gonna start signing up I'm gonna start adopting myself if that's the case. Can't lie, hey, the analytics don't lie. The channel went steady for 5 years until 2017, when controversy struck. Hobson's only biological daughter sent in an anonymous tip to the police for a welfare check on the home. That's a good sign. When police arrived, nobody was prepared for the horror that awaited inside the home. The first child they found was locked in a closet with no food or water in a diaper. The rest of the children were found starved and in a weakened state. According to the children, Michelle had repeatedly beaten them, forced them to take ice baths, sprayed them with pepper spray, and purposely withheld food, all because she believes that they didn't act well enough. And when we say pepper spray as well, just for the video, I don't want to be too gratuitous, but she's not spraying it into your eyes, she's spraying it in, let's just say, an inappropriate place, which just makes me think, like, what kind of sadistic do you have to be? Can't say that. What kind of sadistic fucking freak do you have to be to do that? It appalls me.
Power trip, I think.
Do you think it's just a power trip, or do you think that the person's just like, wait, I have to upload. I have to, like, going and saying, I gotta get, hey, views are down. Steven, could you come over here?
Well, it's one of those things because she's saying based on poor performance. It's like she's like a theater like person.
Well, that's what I mean. Based on poor performance, do you think she means like view-wise, or do you think that she's just like, you guys aren't trying hard enough?
I think it's you guys aren't trying hard enough.
Yeah. See, that's what happened in the Ruby Frankie thing too, when she's like, you need to smile and say this, and they're like, can I fucking do anything else right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Brutal, bro. The children were also found to be developmentally behind because they hadn't attended school in years and instead were kept at home to film and act in YouTube videos constantly. Whoa! And as soon as these conditions were discovered, the children were removed, and Michelle and her 2 older biological sons were arrested. The 2 sons were charged with failing to report the abuse since they allegedly knew what was happening in the house, but the charges were later dropped because there wasn't enough evidence to support them being a part of it.
It's kind of like Ruby Frankie's husband.
Well, I've always been confused about Ruby Frankie's husband because I'm like, what the fuck were you doing? What I don't understand is he's like, well, she kicked me out. I'm like, you didn't want to check on your kids once? He's like, well, I had my faith.
Like, seemed fine on the cameras.
It's fine. How can you watch this go by? It's just weird. Michelle was charged with 5 counts of unlawful imprisonment, 2 counts of molestation, and 7 counts of child abuse, but she never served jail time. Because after being deemed mentally incompetent, she died in a hospital in 2019, effectively bringing the Fantastic Adventure saga to an end. You're mentally unfit, she just fucking like boils in a room. The only thing keeping her alive was pointing a DSLR camera at her. She's like a fucking Japanese like yokai spirit. Just like the ghost in the ring. The nurse is just like cracking the door and looking in. Film me! Film me! Like the Wicked Witch of the West or some shit. Yeah. Most parents will go great lengths to ensure that their kids are healthy and happy. However, one Australian mom got exposed for doing the complete opposite. Let's talk about the Harris family. Alana Harris and her husband, Brock, were in a popular family TikTok account with their 1 million followers under the name The Harris Family. Scrolling through the videos, you would think that they were just another happy family sharing their vacations, pregnancies, and family events with the world. The family had 3 kids, 2 boys and a daughter, Daisy, who was diagnosed with tuberous sclerosis complex, which is a rare genetic disorder that causes non-cancerous brain tumors to form. This diagnosis was devastating for the family, and Alana regularly posted her daughter in the hospital, providing the audience with regular updates and expressing gratitude for your support. Oh my God, thank you for watching and donating. I appreciate it. And eventually, a GoFundMe was set up and raised thousands of dollars to cover the cost of Daisy's medical procedures. Yet, after countless operations, doctors noticed that Daisy wasn't getting any better and that her condition was staying the same or even worsening. So a toxicology report was conducted, and it showed that her blood content had high levels of benzodiazepines, other commonly known as Xanax or Valium. Whoa. Fun one. This obviously raised red flags for doctors as they had never prescribed any drugs like that, and doctors continued to investigate the source of the drugs. And it didn't take long to uncover that Alana had been deliberately drugging her child to keep her sick. Gypsy Rose, ladies and gentlemen. That's like a Munchausen thing, right? Yeah. Munchausen by proxy or whatever. Take the Xanax. It'll make you feel like you have wings. Well, I guess for a kid, it'd be the same shit of just like, yep, you had to take it. Just that authoritative tone, you know?
You're sick, honey.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, dude. Fucking unbelievable. Alana did this because she benefited both financially and socially by keeping Daisy sick for content, a pattern consistent with Munchausen syndrome by proxy. The investigation report was handed over to the police, and all of Alana's children were removed from the home while she was taken into custody. Thank God. Brock, her husband, if you forgot that he was fucking there, like every one of these husbands, was initially suspected of aiding his wife and poisoning their child, but he later claimed that he was completely oblivious to the whole thing. I hate that. I fucking hate that. Here's a quote from him.
I had no idea about what Alana was doing to Daisy. I pushed her for these surgeries because in my heart, I felt it would help.
But I didn't do a single thing to put, it's him just being like, he's on his lazy boy watching TV. Babe, we should do that. Am I out of line by just being like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, there's definitely is like a disconnect, but I could see it.
A disconnect? Hey, I couldn't help but notice that fucking lumpy Lou over here keeps growing things in her head. Like, what the fuck? And you just keep giving her pills. Or you never once saw her give her a pill? Word? Not once? Why, so are you taking care of it? Yeah. Okay. Like, is that as involved as you are? Like, it just seems insane. Every other friend I have that has a child, like, they know every single thing going on with that child. Like, medication they're taking, anything. Surgery's coming up, whatever. So you just be like, well, I just thought she had it totally covered.
That's what I think it was. It's more like, it's not odd to be like, here, take this vitamin or whatever.
No. Her giving the medication to her daughter. I mean, like, you're gonna trust the fucking person that's raising you, right? Yeah. But I just mean, I am so livid by these usually, I mean, in almost all these cases, Ruby Frankie and in this one here, it's like, are you doing nothing? What are you doing? Yeah. Well, I have to work.
I worked 8 hours today.
Well, I didn't. I mean, I just usually come home and I see her lumps and I say, well, okay, well, we gotta figure something out. Well, I get sleepy and I go to bed. I mean, does that not sound ridiculous, dude?
It's emotional. Like, you see your child lumpy and you just kind of want to disconnect and...
Oh, do you think that's what it is too? He's just like, I can't deal with this.
Yeah.
Like the stress of having to deal with that.
I think it's...
What a good father. I just can't. Yeah. Hey, babe, I'm going to go play Halo Wars in the basement.
Halo Wars?
Did you give her a vitamin? Okay, just making sure. Yeah, Halo Wars. He's like, all he has is an Xbox 360. He's playing games from like 2011. Hey, babe, I'm gonna play Sneak King. He's like, just plays the Burger King game and the... Online, many people were disgusted that they even supported someone like this and spread the story all over the internet. This ensured that the Harris family would be under a microscope for the rest of their lives. Following Alana's arrest, her TikTok account would be shut down. She would be charged with poisoning, torture, child exploitation, and fraud. Which I will say, 2 back-to-back. At least we have 2 arrests back-to-back. Usually on some of these, it's just like, well, actually, to be fair, one melted like a witch and the other one. They're like, you're insane. She's like, yeah! And this one, they're like, all right, I guess you have to go to prison. Are you going to melt? I don't think so. There are many challenges that come with raising a child, as each child is obviously different. So when you use your kids for content, it can be hard to get all of your kids to align with your narrative or brand. AKA, once again, Ruby Frankie. Got to get them all together. Kids go through like fucking puberty. They get all moody and all that kind of shit. And after a while, you're like, you need to smile. Mama needs to post to YouTube. We need roses on TikTok. Which, let me tell you something. This is another gut. I mean, all of these are going to be gut punches, but I remember when we were reading this one, it made me actually sick to my stomach. Because for one family, their adopted child was more work than they bargained for. The Ohio-based channel was called The Stauffer Life. Micah and James Stauffer built a family lifestyle brand, gaining over 700,000 followers on their main channel and 300,000 on their garage spin-off channel. And in each video, the parents showed off their hectic life with their 4 kids as they took them to their appointments, celebrated birthdays, and other life milestones, right? 2016 and 2017 marked an exciting time for the family as they were in the process of adopting a 2-year-old from China who they named Huxley, making sure to record every update along the way. The child they were adopting had severe autism and they were aware of it. And many viewers cautioned the parents about the work it might take to ensure Huxley was properly taken care of. If you already have that many kids and then all of a sudden you're throwing in someone who's going to need that much time and attention, I think people really underestimate what a task that is.
Yeah.
For severe autism, where it's at that point, it's like they can't take care of themselves, you know? But despite this, all Micah had to say was, quote, "But if anything, my child is not refundable." Yet, that's exactly what she did. In 2020, fans began to notice that Huxley stopped appearing in vlogs. Shortly after, a video would be posted answering their questions. After only 3 years of living with the Stauffers, Huxley was sent to a different family within the United States. The reason why Huxley wasn't in the videos is because, like comments said, they were unprepared for how much work it would take to give Huxley the proper care. And in a now deleted apology video, both Micah and James tried to claim that while they were aware of Huxley's special needs, there were still a lot of unknowns surrounding the conditions.
Do I feel like a failure as a
mom like 500%.
And fans were outraged at Micah for exploiting her special needs child for views and began turning against her. And fans also created a change.org petition to remove the Stauffer's life's monetization, to which they succeeded. They cut their fucking money.
The one-time change.org.
Yeah, the one-time change.org does some shit. Though the Stauffers were never legally charged with anything, their lives and online reputation have been completely gutted because of their greed. Which I want to say too, first off, knowing that a child that's going to need that kind of attention is coming and you're like, yep, I'm totally fine with that. And then to later spend years with a child developing a relationship and then just be like, I can't. I think in many cases, especially if it's still a child and there's another family who's like, we will give them a better life. I don't think there's anything wrong with being like, this is just too much. I think it's just the angle of you 100% could tell that the Stauffers were like, this is going to be a gold mine.
Yeah, here's my little autistic baby. We could,
yeah.
You know.
So then they're pawning it off like literally like an animal. Yeah. Like, oh, this is a dog we don't want anymore. There's no morality that way too. And then two, to not be, that's one thing. I don't think people have to be extremely transparent online. I think you have obviously like a personal life, but you don't even update it to where it's like, hey, here's this child that we have now. And then all of a sudden he's just not there anymore, as if no one's gonna notice. It's insane. It's just, it's fucking gross. It's gross because I look at it the same way like rich people would buy like, I don't know, an expensive car. Yeah. Or something. Well, I like the model, but I just want something new. It's like that. It's that hand, like it's, I don't know. All narcissists, right? I think all content creators are. They have to be to an extent. But I think I probably am too, dude.
Not us.
Probably us. Probably. Sorry, dude. I fucking suck too. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. I haven't adopted a Chinese severely autistic baby though and pawned it off on somebody else, so I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. The only Chinese baby I have is Modine. Danny, want to give Danny a kiss? Oh. He gave him a lot of vault earlier, so he's... There it is. Oh my God, Modine. Jesus Christ. Get it out of here. What the hell is wrong with you? Religion plays a big part in a lot of families' lives, with faith being the glue that holds them together. One example of this on social media was Our Unique Family. Very culty vibes.
Our Unique Family, yeah.
Our Unique Family.
We are chosen by God.
Which it was run by a rabbi and his 9 adopted sons. It's just, I was just like, this is me and my boys. Run by a rabbi and his 9 adopted sons, the TikTok account proudly showcased their Jewish faith, sharing family-friendly content that entertained over 300,000 followers. Chaim Cohen was seen as a righteous man for adopting these 9 boys and giving them a better life outside of foster care. They lived in a huge house, were homeschooled, and seemed to have everything they could have ever needed. But this image would come crumbling down when his 18-year-old son called into an Atlanta podcast and revealed what was truly going on inside the house. According to the Sun, Chaim had been abusing and neglecting all of his sons for years. He repeatedly withheld food and locked them in their room until 4 p.m., only to abuse them when they were freed. And after the call to the podcast ended, police went to Chaim's house, removed all the children, and took him into custody. When questioned by police, it was discovered that he had been lying about his identity and faith the whole time. That's so crazy, man. That's so fucking crazy. Chaim changed his name in 2009, around the time he claimed to convert to Judaism. He wasn't even a real rabbi, and his claims that his kids come from Jewish families was false too. As soon as they moved in, he changed their names to sound more Jewish, just like he had done with his own name. He also made them grow side locks to fit into the online narrative and just kind of the general look of the people that would be watching Jewish family vlogs, you know. And on top of that, right around the time this all came out, he had started to appear on camera in a wheelchair and an air mask. Yet when he was taken into the hospital, doctors found that there was literally nothing wrong with the fucking guy. In the end, Chaim was sentenced to 135 years in prison for multiple counts of child abuse and one for injuring a child, with the judge's final words to him saying, quote, "You're gonna die in prison," which is so fucking sick, dude. That's the only time I ever envy being a judge, is when you get to really just fucking put that nail in that coffin. Hey, guess what, Chaim, or what are the ghoul, or whatever the fuck you want to be called? Bye! Boom! That's what I do too. And I'd be like, you know what? On the way out, break his ankles. That's the kind of judge I'd be. Break his toes. Recess and we'll break his toes. Hit him. If anybody opposes, I'm shooting you in the chest. Judge Hancock. That's my show. I'm Judge Judy's fetal alcohol syndrome child. All of Chaim's social media accounts are still up but haven't been touched since the arrest in 2023, except for his website, which turned into a Singaporean online casino. Was he hacked, or is Chaim still working in the shadows behind the scenes? Who knows? And lastly, we can't end the video without talking about one of the first family channels to ever face controversy, and it's coming back to light, and it's one of the main reasons we even wanted to talk about this, is Daddy of Five's back. This channel, if you don't know Daddy of 5, the channel consisted of father, Mike Martin, mother, Heather Martin, and her 5 kids from other marriages. Not even his kids. Maybe some of them are, I don't know. It's a whole hodgepodge. It's a hot potato situation is all I gotta say. Like most family channels, they posted vlogs on their day-to-day life, jumped on viral trends like the, 1,000-degree knife challenge, and tried to record their day to life as much as possible. Just regular bullshit, following trends, yada yada yada, YouTuber bullshit. All of these videos performed well, but what really brought in the views were their pranks, which eventually became the majority of their content. Videos like Dad Stink Bombed Son's Room and Silly String Wake Up Prank were some of the more tame pranks that drew in millions of viewers. However, as more people tuned in, it became clear that many of the pranks were not so harmless. More often than not, the pranks involved a child getting hurt or extremely upset, usually at the hands of the parents. One of the younger children, Cody, was specifically targeted in most of these pranks. And there's a lot of things too, man. It's kind of fucked up. I mean, I think that they've even said recently where it's like, it was all fake, blah, blah, but some of these videos, it's like the kid has a busted lip. I mean, in the video, you see him getting pushed down by his other older, bigger brothers and stuff, and the dad just laughs or the mom just laughs. It's fucked. Like, there's no other way to say it. It's all fucked up. And in 2017, the channel uploaded a video titled Invisible Ink Prank, which would get them in serious trouble. In the video, the mother poured invisible ink on the carpet in Cody's room, leaving stains, and blamed it on him. Both Heather and Mike screamed at Cody to the point where he became visibly distressed and started to cry. This went on for 5 minutes, and once they revealed that it was just a prank, nobody except the parents were laughing. Many people were upset by the prank, believing it had gone too far, and clips from the video went viral and made national news, prompting an investigation into the family. And a few months later, Heather and Mike took on an Alford plea, meaning they didn't admit to guilt, but agreed that there was enough evidence to convict them. With this plea came 5 years of supervised probation, and both Cody and his sister Emma were given to their biological mother. After the controversy was over, the family had attempted numerous comebacks to no avail. Mike Martin started a music career in 2019, releasing 2 rap albums, 2 heavy metal albums, and he also posts vlogs, slam poetry, and boomer-style reaction videos on TikTok.
Hating so much that I'm levitating and waiting for a miracle. But I'm cynical, so I turn to the biblical. But I'm a criminal, so it's difficult.
His oldest son, Jake, followed in his father's footsteps and has also started his rap career, as well as a clothing brand. As for Heather, she uses TikTok like a Facebook account, posting updates about her life, including her kids' graduation, family vacations,
examination after examination with cross-examination,
and other family gathering bullshit stuff. To this day, Mike and his family strongly deny any abuse at the home. They say CPS never removed Cody and Emma and claims the biological mother just hated him.
Yeah, the older son interviewed his dad, and in it, he asked, like, what would happen if none of this controversy, like, if we didn't get in trouble, and be like, oh, man, we'd be set for life, man.
Yeah, it's just one of those... It's just so, in my opinion, I mean, that's the thing with online stuff. Who really ever knows anything? But from all the stuff that's in front of you, it's just so obvious when someone's guilty, you know?
I've never, yeah, we're not going to plead guilty, but you got enough evidence, so we're not going to deny
Well, yeah, it's just like, all right, well, I'm not going to deny it, but at the same time, it's like, I guess you got me. Yeah, I guess it all looks kind of weird. It's just bad angles. You know, it's like, what the f are you talking about? Many parents have fond memories of picking up a camera and recording videos of their kids to enjoy for the future, right? Trying to create little time capsules for themselves to enjoy later on. However, some take it a step further and allow the internet into their home by posting vlogs and other content showing off their picture-perfect lifestyle. Though their lives might look perfect, many of them are hiding a dark secret. I want to say almost all of them.
My hair looks fucked up. I would not film like this. So just go.
Okay.
So if you ever wish that your family was more like the ones you see online, just know that not everything is always sunshine and rainbows. And two, I say this, just if you have a family, don't fucking make content around it, man. Be a guy, you know what's a cool dad? The outdoor boys guy.
Oh, yeah.
Just like a guy being like, yeah, I'm gonna go camping, I do this. And like sometimes he'll bring his son along, but it isn't just like him being like every video, like, buddy, what do you think?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Or a guy who's just like, I'm a dad and I'm restoring a boat in my garage.
Well, he even stopped his channel because he's like, you know, we blew up too big and I don't want like...
Yeah, it was affecting his personal life, which I gotta say, respect to that guy, man. It's fucking cool. There's nothing wrong with being a parent making content. It's just whenever you're using your situation to manipulate others, using your children to manipulate others for financial gain or for social credit is just fucking gross. And I think inevitably that's what a lot of it turns into. Stay safe out there. I appreciate you all for watching.
Uh-oh, Pepper needs a diaper change.
Not everybody can be a great online influencer dad like me and Pepper. Uh-oh. I saw the comments. I know you guys like watching Pepper just... He dances. This is not... Pepper! Pepper, stop! Stop, Pepper!